Good afternoon and welcome into the 10th annual Shocker Prelude here inside a warm and cozy Heskett Center. I'm joined by Cooper Hanning and Jenny Pinkston. Cooper, let's start with you. Both of you guys are former athletes. Tell the people a little bit about yourself and what you did as a hurdler here at Wichita State.
Yeah, absolutely. I competed from 2007 to 2012 here under Coach Bolt and Coach Wise, and I competed I was recruited to do the multi-events in the decathlon, and then migrated over to the hurdles and the 60 hurdles and 110s and 400 hurdles, and so definitely enjoyed myself while I was here.
All right, so while Cooper was a one-trick pony, Jenny, you did a little bit of everything. You were a multi-athlete.
I did. I did the multis, and I was actually a jump specialist as well. So that was probably one of my favorites is a long jump. And I competed for 5 years, and my season was cut short my senior year due to a navicular fracture. But
that does not
sound
fun.
It was not fun, and I don't wish that upon any athlete ever. But I really enjoyed my time here, so I'm excited to be back.
Today you're going to be watching a lot of athletes you competed with, a lot of teammates. What's it like for you to be up here and see this happening only a year removed from the sport?
Well, it's great to be back for sure, and they moved, conferences and everything, and so it's great to see how they're changing and how they're developing and how they continue to grow even after we graduate.
The 10th year of this event going on here at Heskett Center, what do you remember from your time going through this?
Well, I think it's just the change that has happened from the level of athlete that was here when I was here. I was nothing special. I was around a lot of special athletes.
I think you're very special.
Thank you, Will. And just seeing how we've grown as a team from what we were to now being able to dominate the MVC consistently, and then now moving to the AAC, which I think is a great opportunity for us to showcase our talents.
Talk about the AAC, Jenny. How big of a step is that for viewers that may not know from the MVC to the American?
Well, as track and field is concerned, we should have a pretty good chance on the guys' side to still be pretty dominant. And we've had strong track teams. We have a lot of depth, so I don't think it'll be that much of a huge setback or anything. I think it'll push us forward, and our program will grow because of it.
Yeah, so much of the talks that moved of conferences, so much of the talk surrounds men's basketball, and rightfully so because they are a national brand. But it does have big implications for the track and field team as well, because you're competing on a higher national level as well.
Yeah, I think what people don't realize, basketball is clearly the highlight of the school, and that's great, but people don't realize how dominant the track team is here. Obviously, baseball is very dominant as well, but the track team has consistently dominated conference in the MVC under Coach Bolt. And seeing that develop over the years and then moving into the AAC, there's really a few teams that I can look at and go, they might be better. And so University of Houston being one of them, and then there's a few others out there. I think the ladies might struggle some this year, but we'll see.
We'll break that down. We've got 5 hours to talk about every topic that you guys want to talk about. You can just hit us up on Twitter. I'm at KWCH Will. If you have any questions, just let us know. Jenny, are you on Twitter?
I am.
What's your handle?
JenPink25.
JenPink25.
Yes.
So just hit us up. Cooper's not on there, so that's just too bad. But the field events happened earlier today. I believe we can get to some of those results that happened. Cooper, what have you taken away from some of the field events that you saw this morning?
Well, so the field event started around 10:30 this morning, so we're going to catch you up to date with some of those results, and we'll get those here in a minute. But we've seen the weight throw from the women's was won by Alexandra Adams had won that event, and we'll get the distances here pretty soon, but she was competing unattached. What you'll see today.
Well, here's the men's side, the men's weight throw. Salim Fadel of Ottawa, I believe that is, and then here's the women's side, Jaden Damon. She's competing unattached today. So tell the people what unattached means and how that kind of works, because not everyone's competing today affiliated with the university.
So if you're an athlete, you have the opportunity to either redshirt a year, as you know, and a way to continue competing but not take the credit from a scored meet or anything like that and still get the opportunity to compete. You would compete unattached. So you'll see a lot of athletes today, especially on the women's side for Wichita State, wearing a different colored shirt or whatever they really want in competing in those events just to stay up and competitive. Again, we talked about the women kind of rebuilding some this year, which we'll get into later. But you'll see mainly today a lot of the WSU ladies competing unattached. So.
How important that is, that, Jenny, for an athlete to be able to compete as an unattached very quickly? Just how important it's just to stay in the mix?
Right. Well, it's very important to stay competitive, especially when you're not part of the team, so you don't lose that competitive edge while you're sitting out. So I think that competing unattached gives the athletes a great opportunity to have to stay strong mentally, have a competitive edge, throughout the season.
Yeah, because otherwise you just kind of get distracted on the sideline. Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't want to come out here and embarrass yourself. All right, Cooper, Jenny, and myself will be back in just a few minutes here. Again, hit us up on Twitter if you have any questions. We'll be right back after these messages.
Starting to have the results.
Yeah, that one.
Wichita State University is preparing today's students to become tomorrow's leaders. The Shock the World campaign is raising $25 million in private funds for a new home for the W. Frank Barton School on the Innovation Campus. Invest today in tomorrow's business leaders by calling 316-978-4076 or visit www.wichita.edu/shocktheworld.
All right, I apologize as our set has gotten a little less attractive as we've been invited in. John Wise, coach with Wichita State's track and field team. Still Cooper Hanning. We've allowed him to stay, though, throughout this segment. All right, Coach, what have you seen throughout the field events, the ones that have gone through? We've now finished with the weight through, the long jump, the high jump, and we've got a little bit of shot put, pole vault, and triple jump to go.
So far, it's been, I think, a good start to the meet for Wichita State. You know, I don't know if you guys talked about before, but we do have a lot of athletes competing unattached today. We have some athletes redshirting in a meet like this. They're competing. So both athletes that are in uniform and competing unattached, we've had some, really good performances. A couple personal records already this morning, and that's really good. A lot of young athletes that we've recruited in the last couple of years. That a meet like this is good. There's some all kinds of different levels of competition at this meet. So some of those freshmen, it's kind of a good way to get their feet wet in collegiate track and field. Saturday we have a bigger meet with KU and K-State, and this is a good way for them to kind of get a little taste of college track, and then we go up against some better competition Saturday. So yeah, so far it's been a good morning.
As a coach, what are you looking to gain for these unattached athletes versus the ones that are competing with the university today?
Yeah, the ones that are competing with a uniform on, we're trying to get them ready for this year to compete and hopefully score points at the American Conference Championships. That's, this is the first meet in that step. For the kids that are unattached, they're not going to be competing in those championships, so maybe we're working on something. Maybe technically we're trying to work on certain events. Maybe we're doing a new event for some of those athletes. Maybe we're going to kind of train harder and not focus on the meets as much and during the week. So it is definitely different, but all the athletes are excited to compete, and they're going to be competing hard today, that's for sure.
Coach, you talked about the meet on Saturday. and that will be in Manhattan at K-State.
Correct.
Who's competing in that meet?
So it's a triangular with Wichita State, Kansas, and Kansas State. It's the 4th year that we'll be doing that meet. It was here last year, and it's an interstate Division I rivalry that we started 4 years ago. That was actually Coach Rainbolt's idea. And so we've had a lot of fun with that meet and kind of a early season test to see where we're at as a team. And it's a limited roster, 26 athletes on the men and 26 on the women compete. And so we're excited. We hope we have a big crowd follow us up to Manhattan to hopefully win the meet.
That sounds like a pretty big deal to have these 3 major universities competing all together. As a lot of fans out there know of separate sports, you can't always get them all on the same field or the same gym to play each other, but you guys managed to do it in track and field. Do you think you guys can influence some of the other schools and programs to
have
play each
very
other?
little influence on some of those other programs. Track and field, it's been difficult in track. We've been talking about it for years, ever since I've been here 12 years ago when I got here, and it took 8 years to get that done.
Wow.
And mostly it's just trying to coordinate the schedules. It's not like we don't want to compete against them or they don't want to compete against us. Track and field, I think everybody wants to get good competition all the time. It's just been a matter of what's the right date, and I think we're still trying to figure out what's the right date. And it's an early season meet for that powerful of a meet, and so we've got to be ready, and this is a good meet to help us maybe get ready for that.
You got one?
Yeah,
You got a
yeah.
doozy?
Well, I was going to have you talk about the importance of the prelude to these other teams as well. I think with Wichita State, you maybe talk about the importance to Wichita State in regards to the season, but also these other teams. How would they play out in this?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really good teams here. So, Friends University is a team that was going to be one of the best teams in the NAIA at the national championships. Oklahoma Baptist has been a team that's won national titles in the NAIA. They're now a Division II team. They've transitioned into Division II. Emporia State is a really good Division II team. Those teams circle this meet on their calendar as one of their big meets. I know, talking to Coach Davis at Friends, they scored out the meet already. They know where they stack up, and they're trying to win the meet. And it's a big deal for them. And because to compete against us, they get a little bit better competition than they normally would in some of those meets. So you're going to see a lot of enthusiasm from those from those schools, and I think there's some really good athletes, so we're going to have some good competition to get for us as well.
And you mentioned some of the schools. So for those of you that don't know, we have Wichita State, we have Emporia State, Oklahoma Baptist, Ottawa, which is out of Arizona. They're just a 6-month-old school at this point. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. We have Butler and Fort Hays State all in the building tonight. Very quickly, what are your expectations out of this meet?
The team score is not that important for us for this meet. We're hoping to get our feet wet. We're hoping to stay healthy, and we're hoping to have some good personal records for a lot of our athletes today.
Are you on Twitter?
I am on Twitter.
What's your handle? Show the people.
John_Wise_WSU.
All right, so if you have questions for him too, you can hit him up on Twitter. Again, I'm at KWCH. Will Cooper. We're going to try to get him on Twitter. He's a little outdated, so he's a father now, so he's a dad, so he doesn't know a whole lot about technology. But we'll get him on there. We'll be right back with some more results and what's coming up next later in the track events. We'll be right back.
Wichita State University is preparing today's students to become tomorrow's leaders. The Shock the World campaign is raising $25 million in private funds for a new home for the W. Frank Barton School on the Innovation Campus. Invest today in tomorrow's business leaders by calling 316-978-4076 or visit www.wichita.edu/shocktheworld.
Deja Young joining me, and she's from
Welcome back to the 10th annual Shocker Prelude here at the Heskett Center. Right now we're joined by Jenny Pinkston, who's with Deja Young. Jenny.
Hi, joining me is Deja Young from Mesquite, Texas, and she's a sprinter specialist, and she's a redshirt junior. So, Deja, you ran the 60 meters at Inter Squad, and you're about to run it right now. You're getting ready. So, how do you feel? Do you feel any different between then and now?
I actually feel more prepared. I was still kind of putting things together for Inter Squad, so now I feel like everything's kind of glued together and put together. So hopefully, now that it's pulled together and put together, it comes out as a good result.
Very nice. So in 2016, Deja was actually a gold medalist for the 100 and the 200 meter dash. And then in 2017, she was the gold medalist for the 100 and 200 meter dash in the World Championships. So which one is your favorite, the 100 meter dash or the 200 meter dash?
Obviously, the 100 meter dash is shorter, but in reality, I really like the 100 because it's more specialty. It has more technique to it that I really like, so I can break it down and come out of the block strong and push through. So I really like the 100 meter dash a lot more than the 2.
All right, and do you have any goals for this indoor season?
Just mainly be a leader. I was kind of not around as much last year as being a redshirt, but now I want to be known as a voice for positivity and making sure everyone's good and happy on their feet and ready to compete and be great as a team.
And you were redshirting last year, so how do you feel about putting that Shocker uniform back on?
It's the greatest feeling ever. After my car accident, I was like, wow, I'm ready to put on my Shocker uniform now, 2 days after my car accident. So now that I'm back in my uniform, it feels surreal, so I'm really excited.
We are excited to watch you in the 60, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Okay, back to you, Will.
All right, Jenny, thank you very much. Jenny will be down there all day inside all of the events. She'll give us the insight that we so desperately need, even though we're up in the bleachers here. John Wise, kind enough to stick around. You have to actually go coach in a little bit. Tell us what you're going to coach here in a few minutes, and then we'll get to some of the early results.
So I coach the sprinters and hurdlers. So any of the sprinters or hurdlers that do well, those are the ones that I'm coaching. Any other ones that maybe aren't, those are Coach Rainbolt's athletes. And so, yeah, we're excited. At 3 o'clock, we have the prelims of the hurdles coming up. Our athletes are very excited. The prelims are always exciting because you're trying to advance into the finals, and only a certain amount of athletes get into the final. And so that's been a focus for some of the athletes to just get into the finals, and some of them are obviously trying to win the event.
All right, let's get into some of the men's weight throw results here. John, anything stick out into you in particular here?
Yeah, so Isaiah Evans and Tyler Patterson, those are 2 newcomers. They're transfers from junior colleges, and those are really good marks for them. Isaiah Evans, that's a 55.8. That's a score that could possibly score in the the American Conference. I flashed back to Kent State days there. And so Tyler Patterson's more of a javelin guy who got 3rd, but Isaiah Evans, he's a big guy. This is, I think, Tyler Patterson, I got to see his face. They're all big guys. Yeah, they're all big guys. So that looks like, that's Tyler Patterson. He's a transfer from Barton County, and he's a real good javelin thrower. And so he's picking up the weight throw as a different event indoors, and so he'll I think be a good athlete for us. But like I said, Isaiah Evans is this looks like Isaiah, and this is a good athlete. He threw 55 feet 8 inches. That's a real good throw for Isaiah.
That looks like it went very far. It could hurt somebody. Good heavens! So if you're competing in the javelin and you're indoors here, which they don't have, do you just pick up something like that for the day, or how does something like that work?
No, you can't just pick up the weight throw. If you try to pick up the weight throw, it weighs 35 pounds, by the way, and you will see that it will launch you instead of you launching it, and so that's a tough thing.
So now we have the women's long jump, and it looks like Jaden Damon takes the top spot, and now that's unattached. So what does that mean in regards to the results, and what does that mean for her?
So Jaden Damon is a freshman from Goddard Eisenhower, and so that's a terrific mark for her to actually tied with Chelsea Baker there for first place. There's Chelsea from Friends. She's the national champion in the heptathlon and pentathlon for Friends University. So for Jaden, this is Maria Romero. She's a freshman from Spain competing unattached. So Jaden is a freshman. She's learning a lot of things. Coach Yost over there is teaching her some new techniques. But for her to jump 18.4 as an unattached athlete, that's Jaden right there. So there's a nice jump for a freshman. We're needing her to get up into the 19-foot range to score in the conference. So she's heading that way. Megan Holmes is a senior. She's a jumper out of Florida right there. And I know she had a good meet today. She got 3rd place. So those are really good early season performances. Oh, okay, look like okay, back to the men. So Davis Bonner, as you transition over there, That's a guy who was injured all year last year, so he redshirted last year. He's the brother of Austin Bonner, who was our school record holder in the decathlon until Hunter Veith took a hold of that last year. But this is probably one of his first performances in a Wichita State uniform, and after being injured all of last year. So that's a very impressive early season long jump for Davis Bonner, and he's a very talented guy. We recruited him hoping that some of his brother's athletic ability might rub off on him, and it looks like early in the season it has. And that a 22.9 for a decathlete winning this competition is a really impressive mark this early in the year.
You can see some of the jumps here on your screen. Looks like we have some of the top 3 replay jumps here. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say that is not Davis, but early season, a lot of times, Cooper he did a little bit of long jumping. They don't always come from a full approach. Sometimes they do it from a shorter approach. And, so you'll see some athletes coming in from farther up and some athletes way in the back. So, here's Davis Bonner. That's his PR, 22.9. And as you see, he's a big kind of, long-legged, got arms and legs flying everywhere, and there's some technique still to be cleaned up. So for him to jump 22.9, and I know Coach Yost will have some things for him to work on until the next meet next week at Air Force.
What are some things technically that you're going to look to kind of work with him on?
So one thing for him, the long jump is important is speed. So he's always constantly working on his turnover, his running form, his technique, and his overall leg speed. The other things is, if you notice, he kind of his feet landed kind of more straight down instead of out in front of him. And so Coach Yost will be watching that film and talking about getting his legs out in front of him, because they're going to measure from the very back point of which you cross the sand. So it's not going to be the front of you or anything like this. It could be your hand back in the back. Whatever's the farthest back they measure from. So they're going to talk about getting his feet out in front of him so he's landing more out in the pit. He's a very athletic guy. He jumps really high. And those are little things that get 6 inches, 8 inches, which make a big difference in the end.
It's a huge difference. Let's take a look at the men's high jump here very quickly. Coach, what have you seen out of these numbers? Anything stand out to you here?
Yeah, Miles Griffith is a true freshman out of Nebraska, and so that's a terrific performance. His personal best is 6'10" in his entire life in high school, and here's Miles right here. So 6'9.25", and really his first competition. You can see he's excited, and so that's a terrific mark for him. Freshmen are always a little bit inconsistent, so to come out and to jump 6'9.25" in his first meet, and there he is again, is really good. And I know he's excited. Yeah, I think that was probably one of his better jumps there. And he's a good kid. He's a hard worker. He's also trying to mess around with maybe picking up the long jump. And there's Coach Rainbolt. And but he's going to be a really good one to look for in the future. And I think he'll score good points in the conference as a true freshman.
All right, let's flip genders here now. Chelsea Baker, probably not a huge surprise to see her on the top of this women's high jump. As you mentioned, she's a national champion under Cole Davis over at Friends. What else do you see here? Yeah,
Chelsea, that's not a great jump for her. She's jumped much higher than that. I think she moved the bar up. Once you're the last jumper, you can move it up to wherever you want to. So she moves it up pretty high and probably didn't make the high bar. But we had Shania Van Noster here. She finished third place. She's a sophomore and an athlete that we're hoping to continue to improve. There's Chelsea there, the Friends University athlete that won. And in second place was Katie Murray, who's one of our better high jumpers. And she's consistent girl, 5'5", 5'6" all the time. And so we're hoping at something in the range of 5'8" she comes to pretty soon. And so to start out at 5'5", 5'6" is a really good mark for Katie Murray.
Now, if we could talk about it very quickly, we'll get some more of the results in a moment. We talked about the AAC with Cooper and Jenny. How big is this as a coach to now be coaching the AAC versus the MVC?
The difference in competition isn't dramatic in track and field. One of the differences for me is I'm going to be coaching against guys like Carl Lewis, who's a sprint coach at Houston, and Leroy Burrell, those guys have both broken world records. Not only them, but there's some other really well-known coaches in our conference, and they're really good coaches. But I think we're going to be very competitive. I know the teams in that conference know about our team, and I think they're expecting us to be very competitive right away. We had a convention in December in Phoenix where we all had a coaches meeting, so we're getting to know those coaches a little bit, and they're all seem like good guys and girls, and we're excited to compete. It's going to be a little higher level, mostly because it was very similar to the Missouri Valley, but then when you take us out, the Missouri Valley goes like this, and the American Conference goes like this. And so, they didn't lose a team. They just added a team.
Right.
And so it makes the depth of that conference that much better. And instead of the eighth place mark getting a point, it's about more like the 5th or 6th place point, because we're going to get a couple people in each of those events. So it just raises our level, it raises those other teams' levels, and we're excited for the new challenge. It's going to be a challenge, and we're very excited about it.
Good. I know you're up for it, Coach. All right, go enjoy your coaching now, and hopefully you take tally over all these athletes and you claim all of them, because they're going to be so successful today instead of handing off some of them to Coach Balt. But we'll be right back with a little bit more. Thanks for staying with us, John.
Wichita State University is preparing today's students to become tomorrow's leaders. The Shock the World campaign is raising $25 million in private funds for a new home for the W. Frank Barton School on the Innovation Campus. Invest today in tomorrow's business leaders by calling 316-978-4076 or visit www.wichita.edu/shocktheworld.
All right, welcome back to the Heskett Center here on Wichita State's campus. Here's the 10th annual Shocker Prelude. We've gone over most of the field events, and as they are now slowly wrapping up, and I want to quickly make a mention, closed captioning is provided on behalf of Orpheum Theater, Wichita's nonprofit center for performing arts, concerts, films, and more. Show information can be found at wichitaorpheum.com. Thank you, Orpheum Theaters, for helping out with today's production. Costs always appreciated. I'm still here with Cooper Hanning. Cooper, we're about to get ready for the running events here. Kind of takes on a different feel inside the building when you know the sprints and the hurdles are coming, because the hurdles are now set up and ready to roll.
Yeah, there's certainly a change in energy when you hear the gun go off, when you see people hitting hurdles, when you see just the crowd cheering a little bit more and more, and the athletes getting a ready run. We'll start with the ladies 60 hurdles and go into the men after that, and then we'll run the hurdles finals. So the only finals events that we'll be running today, or prelims events, will be the 60-meter hurdles for the men and women and the 60-meter dash.
All right, so let's get into some of the triple jump results on the women's side here. Cooper, what do you see here?
Well, again, you see Jaden Damon. She won the long jump as well. She is competing unattached. It sounds like she's having a pretty good meet. Again, it's early in the season for a lot of these athletes, so it's hard to gauge where they might be at, but that's a solid mark when you're coming in off of a break. Usually what Coach Rainbolt says after a break is you can't improve, you can only maintain. And so she's clearly done a pretty good job.
Okay, so if you're looking at some of these numbers here, the freshmen, you don't have a lot to compare it against, like you just mentioned. So is it fair to look at high school numbers and say it's that much better, or how do you compare, contrast, and improve?
Yeah, great question. It's really, really hard to compare your high school marks to a collegiate mark. Now, something that you have a little bit more advantage of is it's not like things have gotten longer in the jumps or
Right.
the events have gotten longer. You know, the hurdles get higher for
60
the men.
meters is 60 meters everywhere, right?
Exactly, and the throws, the shot put and the weight throw get heavier. But what you'll see is, you know, competing, the level of athlete you're competing against, you go from being top dog in high school to bottom of the heap typically when you come into a college event like these, and especially at the level that Wichita State competes at. And that's where you want to be. Something that's been very impressive with Coach Rainbolt is how he's been able to develop athletes from high school and on into college.
Yeah, Coach Wise was when he was talking, he mentioned a lot of freshmen that were at the top of that list. How rare is that, or is that because this is the Shocker Prelude, you'll probably see more of that today?
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot better performances here on Saturday at the higher level meet with KU and K-State. But yeah, with the freshmen, it just goes to show you how well they've done recruiting and how well they can develop these athletes over time.
And so this is the women's 60-meter hurdles from left to right. You'll be looking at Brooklyn James, Jalen Milligan of Wichita State. She's running unattached. Then Tyan Isaacs of Friends. Sarah Hines, she's also running unattached from Wichita State. Kendra Henry is competing for the Shockers, and then Kara Simmons also from Friends. Again, that's left to right, your runners right there. What are you looking to see here?
Well, you see out early, it's going to be Sarah Hines. She's actually come from Emporia. And she's competing unattached. You see her winning the heat there fairly comfortably. Yeah, she came actually from Emporia State, and so competing here at Wichita State and winning the event, that's a good gain for Wichita State to have that transfer. But then you also see the freshman, Kendra Henry. She came in, I believe, looked around third or fourth in that heat. Coming through with a pretty good time for a freshman, I'd say. It's hard for these freshmen to compete at this level. The good thing that Sarah Hines has had is she's had some collegiate experience. Mm-hmm. Maybe not at the same competition level as she was at Emporia State, but here the hurdle coach and the tradition of the hurdles through using Coach Wise and Coach Rainbolt as well really has developed a lot of athletes over time. We've had a few Olympic trials qualifiers and a few people who have really changed the program around. So I'm excited to see what comes of Sarah Hines and her time here at Wichita State.
You can see the replay here that we're going to show you here on WSU TV. Anything stick out in particular for you?
Yeah, what you'll notice is Sarah Hines is really out early. She's won it out of the blocks, and you'll see her hip height doesn't really change too much over the hurdles. And so for the women, that's a 33-inch high hurdle. It's not as high near as much as the men. And so the better you can do to keep your hips at the same level throughout the entire race, and the closer you can get to the ground and the quicker you can get on the ground in between the hurdles, will help your speed over the entire race.
Right here, looking left to right here in prelims heat number 2. From left to right, you have Ruth King out of Oklahoma Baptist, then Anna Mahoney from Emporia State, Alexi Watley and Carly Miles, both Shockers and competing, not unattached in this race, and Shelby Hunley from Friends, and again out of Oklahoma Baptist on the far right in lane 6, Reagan Servati. Any athletes from the Shockers here that are going to stand out?
Yeah, you see the two in the middle there, and that's Alexi Watley and Carly Miles. Alexi is a 400-meter hurdler. She's out of Washington State. A 400-meter hurdler is typically going to have trouble with the 60 hurdles, where you can pretty much hold your breath the entire time without having any trouble. So she's got the fitness. It's just we'll see how her speed compares over the 60-meter range.
Now, you mentioned that the women's hurdle is 33 inches. How does that compare to the men's, for example?
The men's are at 42 inches, and you'll see here in a bit, but we can see out early in lane 3, we talked about Alexi Watley. She does win that heat, and third place in that heat is Carlia Miles. She's a multi. She actually was the javelin champion last year for the MVC conference. So very, very talented athlete. It's really good for these multi-event athletes, so these heptathletes in the women, decathletes, heptathletes in the men, to compete, especially in events that are harder to compare, I guess, to a dash, right? Mm-hmm. So hurdles, when you come in new to any sort of multi-event, getting over some hurdles it's it's a hard event for these athletes. So the more experience they get going over the hurdles is going to help them in the long range, and especially in the scores for a heptathlon event.
And
You see.
for viewers that may not know, if you could explain how these prelims, who advances to the final, how does that work, if you want to break that down?
Yeah, so we're in the hurdles, we're going to take the top 6, and those are the top 6 times. So
of each preliminary, of each heat, I should say.
Of the total times.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So you see we have 5 heats, so it's not necessarily going to be the heat winner that might advance to the final. Most of the time that might be the case, as they are seeded in a serpentine fashion. So that means you take the top 5 runners, and they're going to be all in different heats in the prelims, and then you take the next 5 runners, and they are going to be with each respective top athlete as well in those heats. And so that helps give you the most competition in the prelims. That also helps you push you a little bit more towards the finals. So what we'll notice more in the finals is something probably a lot better competition that you'll see. So the prelims is a good way to get the bugs out of your system, get used to the hurdle height, get used to the gun, how quick is the starter going, and then really relaxing in the finals and knowing that you can come out, you've already got a race under your belt, you haven't hit a hurdle, you haven't fallen down. That's just huge mentally for a hurdle athlete, I would say.
And again here, this is heat number 3 of 5. We'll go right to left. It's Josie Rosie of Mayfield out of Oklahoma Baptist, and then unattached, Wichita State's Sydney Wilson, Oklahoma Baptist again, the junior, Leah Moulter, and then out of Friends, Lauren Dahl, and then all the way to the left of your screen, Wichita State's Abby Bird. She is competing. She is not unattached today.
So there's 2 Wichita State athletes here, one unattached, the other competing for a score for Wichita State. They're both multi-event athletes. So I mentioned before the importance of getting the experience. One of these athletes might compete on Saturday at the KU Triangular. I'm not sure of the heat sheets for that event on Saturday, but again, the experience of getting over more hurdles and as many hurdles as you can before you compete in the actual heptathlon. So you can see there in lane 2, Sydney Wilson coming in 3rd in that race, and then Abby Bird coming from behind. Now, Abby, it seems like she struggled a little bit between hurdles 2 and 3 as a multi-event athlete. That's why you're running these events. And no one really expects you to dominate the event in the hurdles. The multis, what's great about that is you go to a meet, there's people who are strong in the hurdles, there's people who are strong in the pole vault, but there's 7, 5, 10 events that you have to compete in. So we'll watch here again.
Now, is the start, just like any race, the most important aspect of the hurdle race?
You know, in the hurdles, it's more of a how do you build your speed over time? Yes, you want to hit a top speed before you hit that first hurdle. It is really important to get to that first hurdle before everyone else, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win the race as it would in the 60. You know, the 60 is not really long enough for someone to die out if they're leading from the start. So you want to see that start be quick. There are the good hurdlers that you'll see, and on the national level and the world level, you'll see a lot of them come out. They may come out not super fast out of the blocks comparatively to some other athletes, but they build in between the hurdles and finish strong. And so you take the taller athletes usually do that. They're taking 7 steps before the first hurdle, 3 steps in between, but you see shorter athletes tend to struggle between hurdles 4 and 5. Now with the ladies, it's not as big of a struggle because the hip height relative to the hurdle height is not as big of is not as close of a gap as it is for the men, as we'll see here in a few minutes.
And this is heat number 4 of 5, again, of the women's 60-meter hurdles. From right to left, we go Oklahoma Baptist again, Tashawana Vick, and then of Friends to her right, Elena Henderson. And then running unattached with Wichita State is Maria Romero, Emporia State's Lindsay Pogue, and Wichita State's Leah Reichenberger.
Yeah, so we saw Maria compete. She's in lane 4. We saw her compete a little bit earlier today in the long jump. I believe she was in the top 3. She is from Spain. We have a couple athletes from Spain. Now, Wichita doesn't have a massive international presence, especially on the track team. But we do get athletes from Latvia, from Lithuania, from Spain. And so every now and then it's good to see an overseas athlete compete at this level and successfully as she has. Now, she is unattached. You see the person who is not unattached is a sophomore out of Andale. That is Leah Reichenberger out of Andale, competing for Wichita State on your left.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Richenbergers, I think, coming through the Wichita State, it seems like. Every time I look up, there's a Richenberger that's competing.
And mainly from Andale High School as well. It's all one family. You see in second place there, that's Maria Romero. And then in third is Leah. That's a pretty good run for them, I would say. And especially Maria being a multi, as we've talked about. You'll see a lot of multis compete today. That's a good run for her. Staying up with more likely a pure hurdle athlete out of Emporia. We'll see. Most likely that won't get her into the final, but we will see how that plays out for her. And then we have coming up in this next heat, we'll get to in a bit, we have a couple different multis, and we'll have a great competition with Chelsea Baker, who won the long jump earlier today. Got second in the long jump earlier today.
Well, you can crown her queen. I'm sure she wouldn't mind.
She
that.
did score 10 points. So the other thing about these unattached athletes and these the point scoring for the track meets, unattached athletes cannot score for their team. So if you see an unattached athlete winning an event or a heat or whatever, that's not going to mess up any of the scoring or anything like that. You can look at the next athlete that doesn't say unattached. And we didn't talk too much about the scoring events and the importance of that, and Coach Wise would play into this. But Rainbow has a philosophy that you can go to some of these meets and have them not be scored, and just compete as a singular athlete, see how well you do, everything like that. But a scored track meet brings out a level of competition that you don't typically see in some other meets.
All right, let's stop talking. I think everyone's heard enough of us. So let's get out to Jenny Pinkston, who's in the middle of the ring, if you will, with a guest.
Hi, joining me is now Daisha Bullock, and she is a sprinter specialist. She's a sophomore, and she's from Mesquite, Texas. And so what made you want to come to Wichita State?
I thought Wichita State was a good place to be. I thought it was a good fit for me. Just the environment here and the team dynamics and the championship part to it, I knew this was a place that I wanted to be.
All right, so you're redshirting this year. Has that affected your training at all?
It hasn't affected my training. Even though this is a redshirt season for me, I'm just taking it as if I was competing. This year is just for me to get an opportunity to get better in my 400 and different aspects of track. So I'm excited for it, and I'm not upset or anything. I know this is going to be the best for everyone, so I'm excited for this season.
Awesome. So you're about to run 2 400s today. So how does somebody prepare for something like that?
You mainly prepare in practice. Speed endurance is definitely what we do to get ready for that. I mean, it's something I love to do, so it's not anything that's a big deal to me, or I'm not worried or scared about it.
Do you have any pre-meet rituals?
So before I start, I have a prayer, and then I do this scripture. It's my favorite scripture, 1 Peter 5 and 6. I read that, and then I listen to my music, and then I just get in my zone and just get out there and just do what I know how to do best.
There you go. So you, I heard you're good at making impersonations, so I wanted to know what your best impersonation of Coach Rainbow is.
Coach Bolt, he's really touchy. So you were like, "What's up, kid?" Or he would be like a really big thumbs up because his thumb's kind of big. He'd be like, "What's up, kid? Doing good, kid." And then he'll do this little awkward, like, little fist pump thing. And then he's always like, "I'm so glad you're on our team, kid. Man, just keep it up, kid." So that's like my best Bolt impersonation.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much for talking to us today, and we can't wait to watch you run.
Thanks for having me.
All right, back to you, Will.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much, Jenny. That bold impression, I think, is spot on right there with the mannerisms.
Yeah, I would say I have a few of my own in my back pocket, but yeah, they're a little bit louder. They're a little bit louder,
is
and
that
probably
a cue
not
for me to set you up and tee you up and say, "All right, Cooper,
maybe
what would
later
be
on
your impression?"
Hopefully we can get them up here. Yeah, Daisha, I would add an all-conference performer just as a sophomore this year. So she competed as an all-conference performer last year in the relays. Now, obviously in individual events you want to do well, but you can tell a lot about the future of a track team by some of the relay event members. And so with Daisha being involved in conference meet, she's going to be a large contributor to this team. Not only this year, I know she's going to redshirt, but next year and the years following as well. So,
all right, now I believe we're in Heat 1 here of 4 in the men's 60-meter hurdles. So if we look right to left, we're going to have Chandler Stile-Walt of Wichita State competing unattached, and then we'll have Andrew Worley from Oklahoma Baptist, another shocker following him, Lewis Rivers, Oklahoma Baptist, Brandon Cowley, Friends' Lavont Minnis, and then another shocker, Lucas Schaffner. So we have 3 shockers running in this race. Stile-Walt is the one unattached in this heat.
So I mentioned before just the difference in disparity in hurdle height between the men's and the women's. And so, again, the women's being 33 inches, the men 42 inches. The women's heights don't change between high school and college. And so really if you can add speed in college, you're going to see your times improve. Now with the men, 3 inches is a pretty big deal. Now for especially someone who's maybe a more refined athlete coming out of high school. They've mastered the 39-inch hurdles. They probably didn't compete in the 60, but the 110 hurdles in high school, so they have the endurance to get through those types of races. But 3 inches really changes your style, and especially if you are a shorter hurdle athlete. You can see a lot of successful athletes. The typical height in the men's hurdles, you're going to see guys who are 6'2", 6'4", but every now and then you'll see some star coming out with a 5'10" height, and you can see this here in looks like lane 2 or 3.
Yeah, so this has 6 runners listed, but there's 4. So how does something like that happen?
Yeah, what it looks like is that a few runners have scratched. We may have consolidated some heats as well, so you can get to it. We had a couple unattached athletes in this, so Chandler Stile-Walt, he may have chosen to drop. He might be competing in a few other events. He may still be competing in the pole vault, something like that, especially if you're a multi-event athlete. But in lane 3, you can see Louis Rivers. I actually competed against him a month ago in the inter-squad meet.
How'd that go?
Oh, I saw his back the whole time. But Louis, I mentioned shorter athletes in the hurdles. This is a big change for him, those 3 inches. So he may have a 30-inch, 32-inch inseam, but then you add another 3 inches to the hurdle that he's got to get over. It's a larger adjustment, and we talked about with the girls keeping your hip height as level as possible. Well, the men have to make a dramatic adjustment. So the strength that Louis has is being his speed. His leg length, his stride is not super long, but he's not hurting so much for speed. He just has to adjust his hip height a lot more, which causes you, when you go over a hurdle that height, you're going to fall off the hurdle in some ways. He's probably going to hit a few. You didn't see too many ladies hitting hurdles in the heats we saw before, which was a little unexpected. I expected to see a few more than we saw, but with the men, you're going to see hurdles all over the track most likely. And this early in the season,
just a yard sale of
yeah, especially with multis, it's a little bit more entertaining to see that. But yeah, you'll. The guys' hurdles, because it is such a dramatic adjustment and you're hitting them and those things, you're going to run into guys too. You'll get slapped in the chest by guys' trail arm. You might get hit by someone's trail leg, and so you got to be really careful when you are out there. And communicate with the other athlete. You don't want to not make finals because you got hit in the chest by an athlete, and,
That's not
and
the
they
way
don't
you
want to
wanna go
prevent
down.
you. Yeah.
That reminds me of Cool Runnings when they're running and in
Exactly.
the fall. And
Yes.
and here we are, but
Yeah.
we got an Olympic bobsled team out of it.
Yeah.
So we were all very blessed.
So
with
you
that.
see Louis just leaving a trail of hurdles behind him. He knocked down all 5 of those hurdles. Again,
you showed him who's boss.
yeah, exactly. He's not going to let it affect it. He's a powerful athlete, so he's not going to really let hitting the hurdles affect his run too much. But over time, if you hit all 5, that's going to change your time. Now, it might not alter your running form. You might not hit it with your lead leg or your trail leg. Some of that might make a difference. But if you're hitting all 5, it's going to throw you off by 1/10, 2/10, and it's going to be the difference between you making finals or not.
So
and
what's
having
Coach
another
John
chance.
Wise telling him right there? He wins the heat, but he, like you said, he knocks down all hurdles. So what are his coaches saying to him right now?
Well, you can see some of the frustration on Louis' face. He's just trying to figure it out. This is his second race. Again, he ran in the intra-squad last meet. You can see how he's drilling every hurdle with his lead leg.
I was about to say,
there.
it looks like it's his front hamstring that's hitting every hurdle.
Exactly. So he's trying to come down a bit quicker than he's getting over the hurdle, which means he might be behind, which is typical of a shorter athlete. His speed's there. He's able to get over the hurdle, but when you're coming down on top of it, it just means there's a competitive edge in you that says, hey, I want to get down on the ground sooner. But the problem is your mind can't master your body in every aspect of the hurdle race.
So you say that you want to get down the ground sooner. Last time I checked, this is the one thing I remember from high school, there's 9.82 meters per second squared. That's gravity. There's only so much gravity for every person, right?
Right.
So how do you get down faster than the next guy when there's only so much gravity to go around?
I guess the key is not going up higher.
Okay.
So the less distance, again, I mentioned hip height before. If you can keep your hips high and level the majority of the time, that's going to allow you to get on the ground quicker. Now, if you are adjusting and you're jumping, so you may remember this from high school, that your coach said, we don't jump the hurdles, we run the hurdles. My coach told me that. It's not a jumping event. You don't want to adjust your running style too much. Obviously, a lead leg and a trail leg, you have to find a way to get over it, but you aren't like setting up a penultimate step. You're not like trying to long jump or high jump or something like that.
You're not kind of running up
Exactly.
to it. Yeah, you want to run it, hit it, everything in stride. And here we are in heat 2 of the 60-meter hurdles for the men's. We have from right to left out of Friends, Ethan Maxson, and then Davey Cleveland from Oklahoma Baptist. Running unattached for Wichita State is Colin Richenberger, followed by Oklahoma Baptist's Caden Spain, and then Adam Mudge of Wichita State and Davis Bonner, both of Wichita State.
Yeah, we got, again, in this race from Wichita State, Colin Reichenberger, who is a multi. Davis Bonner, we saw before in the long jump, did really well in the long jump. He's just a freshman. But then you have an actual hurdler here in lane 5, Adam Mudge. Now, Adam's from a small town out of Iowa, and he's actually a 400-meter hurdler. And we talked about that before. Adam is built like a 400-meter hurdler.
What does that mean?
He's got the strength and the stride and the height for the 400-meter hurdles. The 60 hurdles, the height of it, because he's a freshman, because he's come out of high school, it's going to be hard for him to master that height. And this is, again, only his second race. And so he was actually in the lane next to me a month ago, and we had a little bet going. I was telling him, you're going to hate the day that you lost to a guy who's 10 years older than you. Well, I didn't beat him. He ended up beating me, and I think his height helped him win out. But his speed's just not there, and you can see some of that in this race. He's just young. And there's no disrespect in saying that someone's speed isn't up to par for what the hurdles require, because it will happen. In the way Coach Rainbolt will develop an athlete like that through the hurdles, you'll see by his junior year or his senior year, he's going to be a dominant force. It's just going to take some time to get used to the height of the hurdles. When we go to outdoor, the 400-meter hurdles, in high school, it's the 300-meter hurdles. So you're adding 2 more hurdles and 100 more meters. A guy like that's just it's gonna take some time to develop. It's not one of those that you can just pick up and keep going from high school, and like the long jumper in the 60 or the 100 meters.
What's the perfect body height, real quickly here? Actually, we'll get to that a little bit later. I have another question for you. on body height. But let's now get to the results of the women's. What are we doing?
Pole vault.
Pole vault. Well,
Yeah.
always a fun. Whether you know anything about track and field or not, the pole vault's always a fun one to watch because it's pretty crazy. how
Yeah,
high they get.
I'd tell you, you can see the results here. In first place, Elisa Fry. She is a fantastic athlete in every way.
And she slaughtered the competition by looking at that.
She really did. She's quite a special athlete. Coming into Wichita State. I believe this is her first or second year. I got to know her a little bit at the golf tournament. She's a fantastic golfer as well, which a lot of people don't know too much. But you'll watch her in some of this replay, and she is a gymnast in every way. She's a pole vaulter in every way. She has body control in the air.
What is that, when you say that, what does that mean? She's a pole vaulter in every way.
Yeah, exactly. You can see in the pole vault, the whole goal is to get the pole to vertical as quick as possible. Now, you're bringing in speed. You want to run relatively full speed, not out of control. But when you get in the air, the key is body control. And it's the most unnatural motion that you'll ever go through. And she handles herself very, very well in that event. See,
You can hear a lot of hurdles being sold in the yard sale behind these runners right now.
That's the third heat, and it looks like we had unattached from Butler, a good race between the Tard Smith from Butler and Caden Griffin from Wichita State. Caden is a multi as well. His seed time coming is 8:36. That's a great mark, truly, for a multi-eventer. And his background, it looks like he's had some experience with the hurdles. You can see a lot of the other athletes, switching legs. And
yeah, he looked very well timed with his steps.
Exactly. Something that's really good to watch in this race, and we'll watch a little bit more in the next heat, and you'll see in the finals is watching their arms, watching their heads, watching their body control. You'll see feet going all over the place. If they're letting the hurdles affect them, you'll see their arms going all over the place.
It'll look like they're doing the breaststroke on land a
Exactly, yeah. And if their arms are going all over the place, it means maybe they're getting vertical or getting too high and they're not used to the landing, and then all of their momentum is not directed to going forward. And that's the important thing about the hurdles. So,
what's the perfect prototype body for a hurdler?
Well,
when you're like height, and because we were talking about Louis earlier and how he's short and he was knocking over all the hurdles in his lead leg, yet he wins that heat.
Yeah, it's a really hard answer, and I would say it depends. The ideal body type, I would say, would be 6'2" to 6'4", a strong athlete, good speed, good flexibility. And so that plays well. I just named probably a good athlete in every single sport ever.
I'm going to say I'm 6'2", so I've got that. I don't have any speed or ability to do anything else at this point in my life. But
exactly.
I'm 6'2".
Yeah, I'd say, me being, I'm a 5'11" guy. I ran hurdles here.
So how'd you get over those? Were they taller than you?
Yeah, it was a bigger adjustment. We have hurdles coming up past your belly button. You do have to make a significant adjustment, and you can overcome that some, but height does help. Now, being 5'11", that kind of puts you in between. You can take 8 steps to the first hurdle. You can take 9, or you can take 7 steps to the first hurdle. You can see a lot of elite athletes take 7 steps because of their power and their height. That saves energy later on. They build momentum through. A shorter athlete, again, is going to tire out, especially in the 110 hurdles, between 6 and 7 hurdles through.
All right, so let's get you this is heat 4 of the men's 60-meter hurdles. This is the final heat, and we start from right to left. Unattached from Wichita State, Davis Dubert. Oklahoma Baptist, Hayden Ashley. And then running unattached is Josh Ramirez, but also part of the Shocker Track Club. How does something like that work?
Well, Tyler Knight, from Shocker Track Club, he's an alumni, still competing.
Oh, I see. Tyler Knight, not Josh Ramirez.
Yeah,
it was
right.
written a little differently. But then in 5, you have Grant Downes and then Caden Gustafson of Wichita State and Friends, respectively. But so Shocker Track Club, anyone can enter?
Yeah, so these are the alumni athletes, not necessarily alumni athletes. These are professional, amateur athletes still competing. Competing in maybe national events. Austin Bonner was a part of the Shocker Track Club. We've had Todd McCown before. We've had quite a few different athletes continue to compete post-collegiately, and Shocker Track Club's a great organization to keep that going. it was started by a Shocker track alumni and is largely supported by alumni as well. And that allows athletes to be able to afford to maybe go to meets or fly to meets or go to Worlds or those types of things that they can qualify for. But you can see Tyler Knight, he actually won the intra-squad hurdles for the alumni team a month ago. He competed here in pole vault.
That sounds like a lot of bragging rights with a lot of older guys.
Exactly. Yeah, and Tyler's a great guy. He was a former multi pole vaulter, hurdles. Those are really the two hardest events when you do the multi events, and so that guy is a really considerable athlete. He hits. If we saw the replay, he hit quite a few hurdles. He's about 5'9", but he's got so much power. The hurdles don't really affect him too much as he's driving through them.
All right, so we have coming up next, I guess, women's 60 meters. Is that right?
Yeah, we'll go back to the hurdles actually. Well, no, we will go to the 60 meters, and we'll have the women's first, and then we'll go to the finals of both of those events in the hurdles and the 60.
All right, so that's on the other side of this break. Hit us up on Twitter if you got any questions at KWCHWill, and I'm still trying to get Cooper on Twitter, but he won't listen to me. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
We are back with the 60-meter prelims for the women.
That looked like a fun ending there. Just jump on the big cushy pad at the end of the race there. So this is the sprint, not hurdles.
Yes, the 60-meter dash. Yeah, we have no Wichita State athletes in that first heat. We have 4 heats of the women coming up here. 1 down, 3 to go. You'll see, in this event we talked about a little bit earlier, if you were quick in high school, it can translate very well into collegiate dash running and sprinting. Now, the training is different, especially when you're going from high school to college. It's whether or not you can really survive some of the intense training that you might go through, and especially Wichita State does a great job, and Coach Wise is responsible for a lot of this, at crunching the numbers as to where athletes need to be at before the season, and especially by that first meet. But again, first event coming off of a break is just about maintenance as well.
All right, so let's take a look back into time, if you will, at some of the field events. The men's high jump, I believe we have here. The triple jump, the men's triple jump just wrapped up here at Heskett Center at the 10th annual Shocker Prelude. Here are some of the results. Noah Myers of Friends, and you don't see any Wichita State athletes on there outside of, you have Denver Jackson and Aid Adafalo that are running unattached, though, or competing unattached.
Yeah, and the triple jump, today's field wasn't an outstanding performance. I think some of these athletes are going to be very happy about their performance. A lot of Wichita State's key performers in the triple jump, in the men's triple jump, Jared Bellardo being one of them, not here, not competing today, will most likely compete this weekend. Jared's jumping over 50 feet. Well, that's a rare athlete. So these athletes, the winner there being from Friends with the jump of 43.4, that's a great jump, but you hope to extend that later on in the season and in the indoor season. And the triple jump's one where you can do that.
Right now, this is a live look at the women's 60 meters heat 2 of 4. From right to left, we have Dejanice Thomas of Wichita State competing unattached. And then Friends is Jessica Deweese, Emporia State's Lindsay Poag, unattached from Butler Community College, Taylor Fagan, Latiria Yergin of Emporia State, and Beal Tubbs of Oklahoma Baptist.
Yeah, you saw a pretty good run there from the senior from Emporia, Lindsay Poag. Again, the prelims in any sort of race is a great time for you to settle in the blocks, relax a little bit more, not worry about winning, just try to win your heat, try to get a good time out there. There's no use in false starting. There's no use in trying to just dominate the race. It's really kind of a survive and advance mentality. Now,
so this is not so much about the result as much as it is going through the process, getting your body to understand what it needs to do mentally, what you need to do, and getting a feel for the start, the race, and then the finish.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just to build confidence and especially get used to that starter's timing. You know, each starter has their own different timing. It will also change over the course of the meet. So that first heat, that first race, they may be shooting that gun off very, very quickly. In later on in the meet, the starter might get settled in, and that might change some too. But it's just good to get a race under your belt, get the jitters out, know that you have some confidence going into the final, especially if you have run well in the prelim. And then it's another opportunity. If you're an athlete that's kind of right on the edge or on the bubble, it's a good opportunity for you to throw out a good performance and come through the line, hopefully at the finals level. And compete with some better athletes.
So now we're entering Heat 3, and just to give you an idea, as you look at the clock on the bottom left hand of your screen, the Heskett record is also the Shocker Prelude record set by Ramona Burchell of Butler County Community College. That was 7.34. So if you want to compare and contrast kind of what the times that you see on your screen mean, that's the building record as well as the Shocker Prelude record. Now, again, from right to left, we have Carly Miles of Wichita State, Oklahoma Baptist, Leah Malter, Emporia State's Malicia Lee, and then Friends is Natalie Engel, Jasmine Williams of Emporia State, and then finally on the outside, Megan Holmes of Wichita State.
Yeah, so Carlia Miles has been everywhere today. She was in the long jump earlier. She just ran not 10 minutes ago the 60 hurdles. Now she's hopped here in the 60. I believe she's a multi, and so coming in as a multi-eventer, again, getting as many events in as you can and getting used to those events is going to be very helpful.
That's Megan Holmes, by the way, not Megan Holmes. I know a Megan from home, so there you go. But, again, we're looking – do you expect that 7.34 to fall today in this – not necessarily in this heat?
I do not. You know, it's really hard to be that good this early in the season. A great run here in lane 5 from Emporia State. That is Jasmine Williams. I don't think today we're going to see too many performances that are going to blow the meet records up. There are some good personal records, and that's the importance of the meet.
All about you.
It really is. It's so early in the season to know where you're going to be, where you're going to stand. It's not time to worry about where you sit in the conference. It's not time to worry about how well you'll be at the end of the season. It's just a good chance for you to build that confidence. Just like, I would think of the Shocker Prelude as a prelim meet almost. You're coming in off of break. You need to get the jitters out. You need to get used to competing, and the Prelude event is great for that. And especially for these other athletes from Division II schools or in the IA Butler Community College. No, there may not be much difference in the level of athlete coming out of those schools, and so it's pretty good competition even for the Wichita State athletes who may be in a better conference and who may be Division I, but getting to compete and build confidence against athletes who are close to par with them and maybe a little bit more outstanding than they'll face later on too.
Now, is it fair to say that this is probably for the freshmen, this is the most important for them in order to get a feel of a collegiate meet?
Yeah, I would say, the inter squad's a great event at Wichita State. It's where you're competing against your other teammates. But, yeah, this meet is just a good time for you to go, okay, great, I got a time.
Right.
You're not
I
on
can
any
do it.
sort of record book. You're not on it, you're not trying to break records. You're just trying to get a collegiate time. My first and
You
last.
officially become an NCAA athlete where as soon as that gun gets fired.
Exactly. And unfortunately, my first and last collegiate hurdle race, I false started. So
Great. Get out of the booth.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to show up and jump the gun too much because you're too excited. You just want to get a race under your belt.
Here we have Jordan Harmon of Emporia State, Butler Community College's Kai Lewis, Deja Young, who you heard from earlier from Jenny Pinkston. We'll talk a lot about her because she's one of the best athletes to come through Wichita State. And then also we have Jalen Milligan on the outside, up running unattached for the Shockers. What's it like having an athlete and a woman like Deja Young in your program?
Well, Deja Young brings more than just her speed to the team. She's got a great character. She's got a great attitude. She's supportive of all the other athletes. She's a good leader for the team. And yes, she is an outstanding runner in the Paralympics and in collegiate track. Yeah. Being a gold medalist isn't too shabby as well.
What does that do for recruiting to have a gold medalist on your roster at a school like Wichita State?
Yeah, having a little bit more high-profile recruits like that. Deja going to the Paralympics, she's in the news. She's getting interviewed. People see her and know where she goes to school. Yes, she competes for the U.S., but she's still a collegiate athlete. Mm-hmm. And so where she compete? Well, Wichita State. And so I think that says a lot about the level of recruiting that the Wichita State track coaching staff does, but also how attractive it is to elite athletes to compete for a team like this.
I mean, it's remarkable. I remember when she won that gold medal in the Paralympics. When she got off the plane at Eisenhower, people were waiting for with balloons and streamers and confetti and whatever else you wait for somebody that accomplishes a gold medal. And it was a huge deal, not only for Wichita State, but for the city of Wichita. It's a huge deal to have Deja Young represent the city of Wichita as well.
Absolutely, yeah. She is quite a gal, and it's fun to see her, knowing that she has some more competition under her at the collegiate level. I have no doubt that she will compete post-collegiately. May try to go professional as well, but I think she'll keep running for as long as she can keep up, and maybe she'll settle for a bronze towards the end of her career. But I think she can keep competing for quite a long time.
All right, so now we're going to start the men's 60 meters. And we are going to go from right to left, running unattached, the freshman David Sims. Emporia State's Jordan Reed, Noah Myers out of Friends, and then running unattached, Javon Spicer. Clifford Robinson, not the first, second, but the third out of Wichita State, a freshman, and then Braden Glades from Emporia State.
So with the hurdles, we saw the top 6 advance. We leave a lane open just so there's nobody hitting hurdles and running into the crowd or anything like this. In the 60-meter dash, we're going to take the top 7, so that gives one more person a chance to make the finals.
And this is the best. I mean, the 100-meter dash, of course, is favorites for a lot of people, 110. But this is just raw speed, go on the gun, run. Because when the Olympics come around in the summertime, that's what everybody talks about, are these events.
Sure.
It's this event.
Yeah, and there's high-profile athletes that bring a lot of attention to that. I think a lot of people.
Personalities.
It comes down to maybe society's attention span as well. They're not probably not going to be more inclined. Yeah, exactly. So again, the 60 meters is a race really you can hold your breath in and be fine. I want to point out Clifford Robinson, the third here, competing for Wichita State. He's going to be a fantastic athlete, just a freshman for Wichita State. He wins that heat.
And his body is so still when he's running.
Exactly.
There's no head movement. When you watch some of the longer races, you notice the hands will start flailing, the head will start go left to right. His head is dead still. His shoulders rarely move, and all of his motion and all of his power is concentrated in just going forward.
Exactly, and he's a very trim. Now you compare him to someone like Tyson Gay, or even some other professional athletes who are a little bit bulkier and those a little bit more power. Not that he doesn't have the muscle and the power and the capacity, but he's more of a fleet foot. And being light on your feet can be very, very useful in college especially.
You just see how quiet he is
Exactly.
when he runs.
Exactly.
Not a lot of noise, very little movement.
He's running in slippers.
Yeah.
I have no doubt we will definitely see him in the final as well.
All right, here we go with Heat 2 of 4. Starting right from left again. Friends is Jonathan Muda, Malcolm Dade from Emporia State, Wichita State's Eric Ngazi, Steven Simmons from Butler, Mika Brewer and Levante Minnis from Oklahoma Baptist and Friends, respectively.
Yeah, I got the opportunity to talk a little bit. When I was competing at the inter-squad meet a month ago, Eric just introduced himself, and a lot of people don't know who I am. I haven't been around too often, but Eric introduced
Shame
himself.
on him.
He's a great guy from Tanzania, a very, very talented athlete, a transfer athlete, and we're glad to have him at Wichita State especially.
And speaking of not knowing, a lot of people should know you, but not a lot of people know 7 languages. Eric Ngeza speaks 7 languages. I hardly know 7 words in the English dictionary. 7 languages,
yeah.
Good heavens.
That's maybe, I don't know how intimidating that is on the track, but I'm sure.
I mean, he could yell at you at 7 different languages. I would be so intimidated. I'm sorry, sir.
That's right.
Good heavens.
That's right.
So what kind of athlete do we expect from him, and what kind of run are we expecting from him this season?
Well, because
he's one of the seniors here.
He is a senior. He's experienced. He's going to be a good contributor for the team in the American Athletic Conference. He may not be the top 60-meter runner, but he's got plenty of season to develop that. And especially, I think the experience helps a lot.
Yeah, because there's a lot of freshmen out here. There's a lot of young talent out here, that, as we've touched on.
And so having leaders like him with good character and who are going to help the other guys as far as training and just things in the off season as well, he's a great guy for that. You can see out early in the middle of the track, that's in lane 3, or in lane 4, sorry, unattached from
Miles
Butler County.
LaFleur. And he is, you could tell his build is a little different than a lot of the rest. He's a larger gentleman.
Steven Simmons, actually. Steven Simmons and Heat 2 there. So what you're looking for in the 60 meters as well, there's 5 phases to it. Now, I know that's only you only have 6 sets of 10 meters each, but there's 5 phases to that 60-meter dash, and everyone thinks the start is most important. It really is, but you can see a lot of people who may not be in shape that may dominate the start, and they get out and they're winning 30 meters into the race, but they may even die out in the last 10 meters. So it's about clearing the blocks, it's about driving, and then transitioning up to full height. I mean, you want to keep driving and leaning forward and looking 10 meters down the track, but you do want to have the longest stride possible. And there's a reason Usain Bolt is the world record holder. And it's not because he stays in a drive position. It's not because he takes short, powerful strides. He has very, very long strides. And so if you can take the least amount of steps possible in the quickest amount of time over the 60 meters.
All right, that'll wrap up our broadcast. You've heard it here from
okay.
Cooper Hannings.
Yeah.
Fast is pick them up, put them down as few times as possible. Noted.
I hope you learned something
That's why
today,
I was
Will.
never fast.
I hope you learned something today. Yeah.
That's why I was never fast. I'm sitting here trying to take as many steps as I can. All right, so this is Heat 3 of 4 in the men's 60 meters. Gabe Kuhn of Friends, followed by Devontre Young of Oklahoma Baptist, Emporia State's Jamal Curry, Miles LaFleur of Butler Community College running unattached, and also of the Grizzlies, Kalen Ragsdale and Caleb Stewart of Oklahoma Baptist. And in this race, we have 2 juniors, no seniors, but 3 freshmen running in here. So a lot of unfamiliarity with the athletes here and what it takes to win and compete in a collegiate atmosphere.
Yeah, I think it's good for these freshmen to, again, get a race under their belt, compete with some other athletes who may dominate them. You can see unattached from Butler, Miles LaFleur. He's entered as a 6:88. Now, will he run that today? Probably not, but it'd be nice to see a run like that.
That's the
out
fastest
of
out of all these times on this sheet.
This early. Yeah, there's only one other faster, and he's another guy from Butler. Butler's got some great sprinters, and they've had some great hurdlers in the past. They do a great job at recruiting, and a lot of them go on maybe to some come to Wichita State. We've seen more go to maybe K-State, KU, those types of levels of schools, but those are great sprinting schools as well, so it's easy to be attracted to that.
So he runs a 6:88, so it says here. But why wouldn't one try to put their best foot forward every single race? Is it kind of like in golf, you work on your swing, you work on things here and there, and therefore it may not give you the best result at the end, but it's the end game that you're working towards?
Yeah, he would. He would put his best foot forward. Sorry. Yeah, in the prelims, again, he's just trying to make finals. Odds are good. He's going to make finals. I say he's probably not going to run a 6:88 today. We wouldn't see that in the prelims most likely. If that's his seed time, usually you're coming in and your seed times, oftentimes your PR if the coach wants you to be in a different heat. Or set you back, and you probably won't be seated faster than how you run. You'll most likely in a meet this early take a time from last year, and a lot of times if you take the time from last year and 6:88 was what he ran at the end of the season, then that's a little early to say that he's going to run 6:88 again. So not that he couldn't get to that level today, but I would say most of the time their seed time is a little confusing and a little misleading.
And so in a meet like this for the Shocker Prelude, what percentage is put on an emphasis of winning versus the percentage that is put towards getting better and working on your craft and working on a particular part of your run?
That's the temptation, I think, of athletes, and the reason we have coaches entirely. An athlete wants to compete. They want to win. There's that fire, that drive, and that can actually get you in trouble this early in the season. You can get injured. Right now, it's really cold outside in Wichita. If you're a cross-country runner and you're running outside and warming up and some things, or you just walked in from the parking lot and you're cold, maybe you warmed up some, great, but if you're out to kill it and win, and maybe you're behind in a race and you try to push it too much and pull a hamstring or whatever, that's going to hurt the season, obviously. So keeping your wits about you, knowing that this meet, truthfully, it doesn't matter in the long run of the season. Coach Rainbolt pushes the conference meet as the key meet of the year. Not a lot of coaches do that. A lot of coaches want to focus on nationals. It depends on that level. You look at a team like KU. They don't compete as a team typically very well in the conference meet. But they have outstanding athletes. So they're just not scoring a lot in the conference meet. Whereas you take Wichita State, yes, we have outstanding athletes, but Coach Rainbolt pushing that team-based mentality and scoring at the conference meet allows you to focus a little bit further down the road than, hey, this is my weekend warrior. I'm going to win this race, and that's the only thing that matters.
For anyone that's viewing that's perhaps not in tune with the track and field world, I played collegiate baseball, and I think the best thing that you just said that I can relate to in particular is that's why we have coaches entirely, is because they kind of pull the reins back on you and force you to focus on what you need to focus versus that competition aspect coming out of you and that competitor coming out of you wanting to win every time. When I played baseball in spring training, for instance, it was your first time that you weren't thrown to your own teammates, and that wasn't quite a game, but it's more than an inter-squad. As a pitcher, you still want to strike everyone out, but when your coach says you got to go out there and you can only throw these two pitches, you're already limited that way, and they force you to get better. Exactly. And they force you to improve on a certain aspect of a game versus just going out there to get outs. Because you can look at the end of the inning and say, well, I got the 3 outs, I did my job. Well, not necessarily, because you may not have gotten better at perfecting your craft and working on that curveball or the hurdles or whatever. So that's how I can relate to that.
And I would say that's the only time I've heard baseball compared well to track in any way.
Well, you're welcome. Jenny Pinkston, I hear you have now found a guest. Who do you have with you?
I do. So now joining with me is Hunter Veith. and he's a multi-specialist, and he's from Cheney, Kansas, and he's a senior. So he's currently ranked first in the nation in the pentathlon after competing in the inter-squad meet the beginning of this last December. So Hunter, how are you feeling after getting first in the nation?
I'm feeling great. It's not over yet. We haven't made it there, but it's a great place to start, and I'm happy where I'm at right now.
Great. So 10 events is a lot. So how did you kind of get started with the decathlon?
In high school, I had some experience in different events and even some cross-country experience, so it was kind of simple. I just had to add a couple events, and then I was a decathlon man, so it was a pretty easy choice.
I'm sure Bolt talked you into it too because, you know, that's one of his favorites. So what did you do any other sports in high school?
Cross-country and track, and then I did 1 year basketball.
That's awesome. Okay, so when you were first learning the decathlon, was there one event that was more challenging to learn than the others?
Pole vault, probably, and still to this day, it's a very challenging event for me. I have the least experience in pole vault. It was the hardest to pick up because there is so much going on in the event, and I think I will, through my career, it'll be one of the most challenging.
And what about your favorite events?
Probably pole vault again, just because there's so much there, there's so much to learn, and I feel like it's an event that each and every day you can learn something and you'll never get tired of it.
Right. Okay, so you set the bar pretty high for the inter-squad meet, you know, becoming first in the nation. Is there another goal that you have for the indoor season?
My official score was right under 6,000 points, and I think my goal this year would at least hit that 6,000 point meet.
That would be a great goal. Well, thank you so much for meeting us with Hunter. And oh wait, you're going to also compete on Saturday at the Triangular meet. So what events are you going to be doing then?
Hurdles and pole vault.
Hurdles and pole vault. We'll look forward to seeing you then. And thanks for talking to us. Okay, back to you, Will.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much, Jenny and Hunter. All right, we are now setting up for the hurdles one more time. So we'll take a short break and we'll come back and have that for you. We'll have the 60-meter hurdles after the break on the women's side. So do not move. We'll be right back.
Wichita State University is preparing today's students to become tomorrow's leaders. The Shock the World campaign is raising $25 million in private funds for a new home for the W. Frank Barton School on the Innovation Campus. Invest today in tomorrow's business leaders by calling 316-978-4076 or visit www.wichita.edu/shocktheworld.
All right, welcome back to the Heskett Center for the 10th annual Shocker Prelude. I'm Will Kunkel alongside Cooper Hanning, and Jenny Pinkston is out on the field area talking to all the athletes, and she'll join us periodically with some special interviews. We had a couple already. If you want, you can join in on Twitter at KWCH-Will with any questions, and make sure you tune in and share the link on the YouTube account as well so everybody can get this informed discussion that Cooper Hanning is giving us here as a former athlete of Wichita State. And production support for the Shocker Prelude is provided in part by the Conestoga Energy Partners in Liberal, Kansas. Thank you for your support. I'd also like to quickly thank Larry and Susie Conrad from Ashland, Kansas for production support of the Shocker Prelude. Thank you again for your guys' support of Shocker Track and Field. So what do we have coming up here real quickly? What are we looking at here?
Yeah,
Cooper?
we are back to the finals of the women's 60-meter hurdle. So we saw these athletes compete earlier today. We are now with the top 6 in the event. And so we'll see some familiar faces, hopefully a few from Wichita State. And you can see them, they're warming up right now. It's good to have a little break for them, especially if you're competing kind of back-to-back in back-to-back events like we saw Carlia Miles for Wichita State do a little bit earlier. So I do want to highlight some of Hunter Veith. And we've been talking about recruiting and how well the Wichita State coaching staff does. You know, Hunter Veith is out of a small town just west of Wichita, Cheney, Kansas. The level of athlete that
he's a freshman, correct?
Hunter Veith is not a freshman. No, he's not. He's been around a little while, and he's, he's in his last year.
So the opposite of a freshman. Nice job,
I was
Will.
trying to be nice, and
just cut the mic off.
That's part of it, you know. So Hunter coming out of Cheney, you know, he's had a lot of success in development, and now he's coming into just dominance, pure dominance as a senior. In seeing that in the multi-event, you know, Rainbolt recruits a lot of multi-eventers. He gets a lot of guys who may not be experienced in the decathlon. It's not a high school event, so you're not going to find many guys who are experienced in it. But I want to highlight just how great of an athlete comes out of Cheney, Kansas on a regular basis. I had a few guys that I competed with here at Wichita State, Aaron Young, Justin Hickey as well. There's a few pole vaulters where they got a great pole vault program, but Hunter has really just topped them all in what he's been able to do and accomplish in his career. And it's all happening right now when it needs to matter most as he is a senior.
Yeah, Cheney's got quite an athletic program out there. Their basketball team is competitive. Their football team had a heck of a run again this year. So Cheney High School, the Cardinals, are certainly contributing to the local universities from an athlete standpoint here. So as we get ready here, this is the finals of the women's 60-meter hurdles. And is there anything that you expect to see here? We have Alexi Watley out of Wichita State on your right, and then going to the left, Leah Moulter of Oklahoma Baptist, Chelsea Baker, a familiar name you've heard several times already on this broadcast. Running unattached with Wichita State is Sarah Hines, and then the last two runners on the left side of your screen, Jordan Harmon and Lindsay Pogue out of Emporia State.
And you see him getting out well there in the middle of the track. We watched her in the first heat. That is the multi. You can see coming through in first place, though, is the multi out of Friends University. That is Chelsea Baker. You saw her in the long jump earlier. Looks like she had a great run. I think she's going to be happy with that. We'll see what the times come up with later.
Now, I want to ask this question as politically correct as possible. Chelsea Baker has done extraordinarily well for herself nationally and is now doing well again here today as expected. How does an athlete of her caliber, with all the respect towards Friends as a program, Cole Davis clearly doing an immaculate job recruiting, how does she end up at a school like Friends versus, you know, Wichita State or, you know, or a bigger university?
Yeah. So whether it's NAIA, Division II, Division I, you know, what's funny about track and field is it's not the same type of sport as you see in basketball and football and those types of things where they're getting, because it's not a revenue generating sport. A lot of time it's down to who we have coming in and who wants to be a professional in football, who wants to be a professional in basketball. And you're going to go to the schools where you can do those things. Well, track and field, it's really hard to be a professional athlete. So it comes down to the quality of school and really, honestly, what you want to get educated in your major.
And that's all about the comfort. Here's a story on the Friends University track and field team.
practice at the Heskett and to compete at the Heskett, that's something that we're very grateful of. Just to have that positive relationship with a Division I school and the resources that they have just right across town is very special to us. Yeah, it's been something we're really proud of and excited about. We're excited to grow the relationship. We've had some athletes that have transferred between the two schools, and that's cool to see. But we've always had a positive relationship. With getting to practice on this facility is something that we see as a huge benefit to our program. None of the other schools in our conference have an indoor facility, so with the winter weather in Kansas, a lot of the time that
it's going to be
have
hard
to be inside a lot, which is good for us in preparation of the indoor track meet. So our kids go home for about 4 weeks, and they don't get to train outside because they're going back to their small high schools in Kansas, and they might be stuck in a gym or something like that. So the fact that we can get them here a week before school starts is very important to us.
All right, Cole Davis clearly
Tuesday, but we
doing an excellent job over at Friends University today. And Chelsea Baker, one of his finer athletes.
It's a meet we're always really excited about each year, just with Wichita State, Oklahoma Baptist, Emporia State, lots of Division I and Division II competition, which is great for our kids to see where they're at early in the season as we kind of prepare for conference about 1 month from now.
All right, yeah, Cole Davis doing a tremendous job out there at Friends University, one of our local schools here in the Wichita area. Always wish them the best of luck as well. As we start to get ready here for the men's 60-meter hurdles, from right to left, unattached, Butler Community College's Josh Ramirez. Another unattached is Richenberger. Again, that name, Richenberger, seems to be coming up every time we're doing this. It's Colin Richenberger. Louis Rivers, we saw earlier, he knocked down all 5 of his hurdles, but still managed to win his heat and advance here to the finals. Another Shocker, Caden Griffin, Tyler Knight of Shocker Track Club, and Renato Griffith of Butler Community College. How big is this for Tyler here to make the finals out of the Shocker Track Club as an alumni?
Well, he's not too far out of it. It's not like he's
not 60.
Yeah, he's not 60. He competed last year, so he's only really been out, I'd say 6 months, 7 months. And so maintaining the level of competition he has now. He's not running near as well as he did when he was here, but he's still competing well. You can see a lot of those prelim times. A lot of these athletes, those aren't going to be great times in their conference. We want the Wichita State athletes to be closer to the 8-second mark, if not under. But for a first meet and a prelim, I'm hoping to see in this finals a few running under 8.3 in the 8.2 range.
And the Heskett record is 7.85, set by Israel Nelson. That was in 2016 out of Oral Roberts, just to kind of give you an idea of what they're doing here as they come down the stretch.
See Louis coming in, the top 2.
Looked like Louis was out front, I thought.
He did. Yeah, I think Louis took that race as well. Again, great speed, great athlete, hitting every hurdle. You can still win hitting every hurdle. That's a good lesson, I think.
For all you kids out there, just run through the hurdles. Who cares?
I think the confusion for a lot of these, a lot of people who are fans or new to the sport is they don't know, is it bad to hit a hurdle? Do you get disqualified? No, you can hit
There's no
any
point
sort
deduction or anything like that. You just
there's
slow yourself down is effectively what it does. It's just friction in your way.
Exactly. So great run by Louis. I think he's going to be happy that he's got a win under his belt for this season. You can see some of his control thrown off by the, you can see his right arm going way back behind him. And that just extends the stride. That just means it takes longer for him to get his legs out in front of him. You see him now talking with Coach Wise and reviewing some of the race. And Wise is just probably telling him, hey, there's a few things we got to work on. There's you got out well. You're losing some of your momentum every time you hit a hurdle.
Those hurdles are getting in the way.
Yeah, exactly.
We want to get over those hurdles.
We'll figure it out.
Figuratively and literally.
Yes, exactly. So,
but all in all, a good day for Louis. Gets to walk out of here.
I think it's huge.
As a champion, if you will.
Exactly. I think that's going to be big for his confidence. It's not really, right now, that time's not going to put him up in the conference too much. You're not going to see guys like that who are running at the level he is right now. He's probably not going to be a top 10 in the conference right now. But later on in the season, I'm excited to see how well he does, especially as he gets older and more used to the event.
All right, we're going to put Cooper to work here, and he's going to get rid of all the hurdles, and we're going to come back after this break, and we are going to have the 60-meter dash that is set to take off at 4:10, so we're going to get out of here. Let us get paid a little bit by our sponsors. The 60-meter dash on the women's side, then the men's side will follow that break. We'll be right back.
Wichita State University is preparing today's students to become tomorrow's leaders. The Shock the World campaign is raising $25 million in private funds for a new home for the W. Frank Barton School on the Innovation Campus. Invest today in tomorrow's business leaders by calling 316-978-4076 or visit www.wichita.edu/shocktheworld.
All right, welcome back to the 10th Annual Shocker Prelude here at the Heskett Center. I'm Will Kunkel, joined by Cooper Hanning, and Jenny Pinkston is out in the field talking to all the athletes, getting a real feel for it as we are cozied up here in the television area in the bleachers. We are about to get underway. The women's 60-meter hurdles is there just about to take off, and we're going to let you kind of watch that and take all that in for this race. These are your runners. You have Latiria Yergin out of Emporia State, Rana Ryan, Deja Young, Jasmine Williams, Natalie Engel, Melissa Lee, and Hannah Shield.
Yeah, you see Deja Young looks like she pulled up a little bit. I don't know if she was happy with her start. Hopefully there's not any sort of injury there, but I think being as experienced as an athlete as she is, there's probably a reason she looked at it and kind of, this race probably wasn't for me this early in the season.
You're not going to blow it all out in this one.
Exactly.
Let's see if we can notice anything on this replay of Deja's start. We couldn't see much of her start, but you can tell right there she was already unhappy, and she pulled up quite early.
Yeah, that's the hard part, and again, it may be the part of the season that you're in, but if you're not keeping up with athletes that you're probably used to beating, you're really tempted to push it if they're a step or two ahead of you. And she's smart enough to go, you know what, I'm not going to take a few extra steps and hurt myself. I'm not going to, I might be frustrated today. Maybe that was a wasted race, but it's good. She did get a good prelim race in here. She'll probably compete this weekend at the Triangular. So
now, if she's in the Triangular and something like that happens, does she persevere through, push through, and try to still get the win despite?
I think today she was thinking about the Triangular. Most likely, she just knows that she's got to compete here in a couple of days. So it's just not worth it if she's feeling tight and cold. And I have a good feeling that she will compete well at the Triangular and push through that. But I think some of these meets, it's just not worth it, and especially with so many women athletes who are unattached, they're not going to win the scores. They're not going to, the men probably expect to win this meet, but the women today, Deja winning the 60 meters and getting 10 points wasn't going to help the women too much win this meet, especially with how many unattached athletes that there are from Wichita State.
And I assume Coach Wise is telling her exactly that right now. She did the right thing, pulling up, understanding her body, how to push it, when to push it, and when, most importantly, not to push it. So now we got the men's 60 meters coming up here, and we'll get you those guys as soon as they kind of get in their blocks, and we can tell you who's who. There's a lot of Butler in this race, as you can see. Running unattached from Butler, Miles LaFleur. Emporia State's Jamal Curry. A shocker, Clifford Robinson III. And then all Butler from there. Travis Collins, Steven Simmons, Kalen Ragsdale, and Jameel Alston. Simmons is the only one running unattached, along with LaFleur, who I mentioned first. But a lot of Butler athletes in the 60-meter dash here.
Again, they have a very, very talented sprint squad. And it'll be fun to see how they compete against each other. You can see why there's 4 of them in this race. When you have that level of talent and you get to practice with that every single day, that's only going to up your game. They may be rivals in certain track meets. They may frustrate each other. I had a few of those teammates myself, but they only pushed each other to be better, and they wouldn't be at the level they're at without the other being there. So I'm excited to see what Clifford Robinson does here too. Just being a young guy and not having as much experience, being the freshman out of Leavenworth, I think he's going to be fantastic for Wichita State if he can stay healthy. So let's see how he does today.
So you mentioned that competing against each other at Butler, when you have those elite athletes, it makes them better. How does that make them better? Is it in order to make another sport analogy, here's like football. If you have a great defense, it'll make the offense better in practice because you're going up against some of the best defenders in what would be your league or conference?
Yeah, I think it's the talent pool. So you take a big school, you take a 6A school in Kansas, odds are good they're going to have a great track team or a better program. Why? Because they have more kids to pull from, and you're gonna lose the riffraff. Whereas you look at in track and field, you come out of high school, you may be top dog, you come into college, you're losing races, but you still might be top dog on your team.
Right.
And so if you're not top dog on your team and you're one of the top 3 or whatever, and you got a guy breathing down your neck who's on your own team in every practice every day,
it gets a little tiresome.
It's tiresome, but it challenges you to be better versus just being content with being the best on the team.
So you get pushed in every aspect. I'm sure that you have it's obviously friendly rivalries as well, but I'm sure these guys want to beat each other as much but they also root for each other as well.
Oh, yeah, most of the time. And that's the great thing about doing team scoring events and those types of things is when it comes down to the conference meet and you got 3 guys in the top 5, that's great points for your team. Who cares who got second?
Right.
Who cares who got first?
I bet they do. I could name a couple that would.
You see them out early. Great start from Clifford Robinson. He's moving right along.
Dusted. That's just taillights from the start.
That's right. We have, the Butler athlete in looks like lane 4, Travis Collins. He came in with a 6.72 from the prelim. I hope he beat that. That's a fantastic time, and I'm going to double check if
that's
that's
2/10 higher than the next person, who was his teammate, of course, running unattached. Steven Simmons came in with a 6.92. So he came in at a 6.72, 2/10 of a second better.
And the meet record is 6.71 set by Mark Jelk. So we
have a chance to have a new Shocker Prelude record here.
Absolutely. And if I'm Clifford Robinson in that race, I'm not upset with that performance. When you're running against a guy from
records.
Butler who may be breaking a meet record, who's had some experience, and you're a freshman, Clifford Robinson, you're probably not going to run a 6.7. It's good to break 7 seconds. It's good to stay with that guy for 30 or 40 meters. He should have some confidence in his performance today.
You can see a lot of those guys smiling, very happy with their times. All right, Jenny, you've had one person up there now each time. Now you've really outdone yourself. You have 2 up there. You just rounded them all in.
Okay, so now joining me, I have Kelsey Slauson from Paola, Kansas, a redshirt junior and a shot put disc specialist. And I have Tyra Beckham from Blue Springs, Missouri, who's a senior this year, and she is also a shot put discus specialist. So they just competed today, and so how did you guys do today in the shot put?
I took first with a throw of 48 feet 5 inches.
I took second with a throw of 46 feet 6 inches.
That's awesome. So I know Kelsey just threw a school record at our inter-squad meet, even though it was an unofficial mark because it was an unofficial meet. Does that give you a kind of competitive edge coming into the indoor season?
Yeah, it really helped me mentally know that I can get a big throw, save it, and get a count to mark, so it helped a lot.
Okay. And does that fire you up for this season too?
Yes, I'm so excited. Seeing Kelsey succeed was a big motivator for me and the rest of our team, so we're excited for the season.
What kind of expectations or goals do you guys have coming into this season?
I mean, obviously, just keep throwing farther, get stronger, get better, and hopefully everybody in the team does it as well. It's exciting to watch everyone succeed.
Hopefully make my last season the best season. Hopefully hit over 50 sometime soon this season.
Okay, and I just wanted to know, do you guys like indoor or outdoor shot put better?
I personally like indoor because I don't have to deal with the weather. Outside, we got all the rain, wind. Much rather be indoor.
I'm the opposite. I like outdoor better because, one, the ball's smaller than indoor, and I particularly throw better with outdoor shot put.
So I heard something, Kelsey, about a bed and a dog and 50 feet. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Well, since I've gotten here, me and my dad made a bet that if I throw over 50 feet, he owes me a pug puppy. So I'll be getting a pug, and I'm going to name him Ralph.
That is so awesome. And so, Tyra, do you have a bet lined up with your parents? Or if you don't, what would it be?
If I did, I think it'd be to get a new car if I threw over 50 feet.
Okay, well, let's hope they're listening right now. So thank you so much for talking to me, and I'll be looking forward to watching you guys. You guys are competing on Saturday in the Triangular. So what meets are going to be doing at the Triangular?
I'll be doing shot put and weight.
I'll be doing shot put and maybe weight.
Okay. And out of those, your favorite event is?
Shot put.
Shot put for sure.
All right. Well, thank you so much again for talking to me. And so back to Will.
That's quite a jump, a pug to a car. That is quite a jump. All right, earlier we talked about Wichita State, KU, and Kansas State meeting in a triangular on Saturday next week. Let's talk. Is that this Saturday or next Saturday?
This Saturday.
This Saturday. Here's a story previewing that triangular.
The KU K-State Wichita State Triangular on Saturday is a major focus event for us. We really love that this happens, the 3 Division I schools in the state of Kansas. I'm a team track and field guy. I love team track and field. I feel like that's an important thing for us. I know that going to a conference championship, we want to rehearse being a team. We want to rehearse competing as a team. Certainly a triangular is a great meet, especially indoors. At most facilities, it makes sense. You can make your way through a triangular reasonably quickly without being out there all day long and all night long like some of the big invitationals. And in Kansas, we've got 3 good track and field operations, KU, K-State, Wichita State at the Division I level. And I think it's a neat concept to put together a triangular. They used to have a big KU, K-State, Missouri triangular. Even when I first came here, that meet was happening, and we weren't able to get into that meet. It was sort of a tradition, and they had it going, and then they dropped that meet. And I just began talking to those guys, and somewhere along the line, both of them were like, yeah, let's do it. It sounds good. And we came up with a format where we rotate K-State, KU, and then Wichita State. We've been through the rotation one time, and now we're starting back our second rotation. I'm really pleased that both of those coaches feel like it's a meet that they're excited about, that they want to do, and so we're doing it. But it's still a neat competition. Boy, there's some pride, there's some team pride involved in getting ready for and going to a triangular where it's the 3 Division I schools in Kansas. So we've got a team meeting Wednesday. We will be talking about trying to compete as hard as we can for a high finish.
All right, welcome back here to the Heskett Center, and we have a new meet record here set by Travis Collins. Cooper, why don't you kind of break down what we saw? We thought he had a chance to do it, and safe to say, record shattered.
Yeah, he definitely shattered the meet record formerly set by Mark Jelks of 6.71. He ran a 6.64. which ties the facility record at the Heskett set by Quentin Butler out of UT Arlington back in 2015. So a very, very good run from Butler this early in the season, especially. So he should
How
be
much
very,
did he
very happy
expect
with
to
that.
improve now throughout the season?
You know,
because to set a record like that in day one is like, all right.
It's hard because you can get a lot of athletes who are very, very positive, and they go, you know what, I ran a 7.3, but I got a whole season, and I'm going to run a 6.8 by the end. The truth is, an athlete who's running a 7.3 is not in 3 months going to drop a half a second. It's just not going to happen. And so a guy like this who's competing at this level can probably expect to stay around that range for most of the season. He's going to have good days. He's going to have bad days, and hopefully peak at the right time. But I can expect him to maybe drop another half a tenth to a tenth. That'd be exciting to see. Those would be great marks for him. I'm unaware of his personal best, but I think those are great.
Let's take a look here at some of the men's scores. I'll give you them verbally here. Wichita State, they're on top right now with a score of 74. Oklahoma Baptist coming in second at 35. That's pretty remarkable for Oklahoma Baptist coming in. They're a 6-month-old school. 6 months they've been in existence. If that's the one, is that the one that we're talking about?
Ottawa.
Ottawa's the one. I was like, there's no way. As soon as I came out my mouth, I was like, that's not the one. Oklahoma Baptist has been around forever. They're at 35 points, 10 points behind them. This is on the men's side. Emporia State with 25, tied with Butler Community College. Friends with 15, and Fort Hays State has 4 points, as you can see now on your screen. Great job by our Crackit Graphics team department here to get those up there. Probably not shocking to see the Shockers up top, is it, Cooper?
Yeah, I don't think the women's team is going to hold on to that lead very much longer, especially in these running races. We have a lot of injuries. It's a rebuilding year, and so the athletes who are competing from Wichita State are probably going to be competing unattached as we get ready for the mile race with the women coming up.
So how long? So this track, the indoor, obviously half the size of the outdoor track. So with this mile, you have how many laps?
Yeah, it's a 200-meter track, which means it's going to be 8 laps. So 4 laps around an outdoor track, 8 laps around an indoor. And the exciting thing about the indoor mile or indoor distance races, as they take off from the line here, is with all of the turns. A distance runner doesn't really like running indoor. There's so many laps involved in your race, but when you do run those races, there's a lot more strategy involved to when you overtake an athlete and the amount of time that you have on a straightaway to overtake somebody, or if you pass them on a curve. So there's a little bit more strategy involved, a little bit more teamwork, I would say. You're communicating with your other teammates who's going to lead. You're not worried so much about an outdoor. You got to worry about the elements. So you have wind, you have rain, and so the person who takes the lead is typically the sucker, and they're going to block the wind. They may think that they're going to hold that the whole time, but the smart ones are sticking behind them. Indoor, you don't have the elements, and so it's more of who's going to make the move at the right time, who can remember how many laps are in this race. Sometimes you'll see, if you see outstanding athletes that we've had, I've seen Kellen Johnson, now Kellen Taylor, she's competing for the U.S. in the marathon. I believe she was the 3rd U.S. woman to finish the New York Marathon here just recently this fall. Kellen, at a conference meet, double lapped some gals. They stopped. She finished the race. They stopped shortly after her, thinking they were done. They had another lap to go.
Oh my gosh.
And so that does play into it when you're running hard and you got to run. The mile's not so bad. It's 8 laps, but you run the 3K, which is 15 laps indoor. You might run the 10K. You might run the 5K. It just kind of depends on the meet in the conference, but. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of those things. Now there's lap counters, and there's people holding out the bell
shouldn't
lap.
someone be like, hey, heads up, you
the
you might want to finish the race.
The problem comes is when you have a guy who's lapped you, but you might be just somewhat behind him. You're a lap behind him, but you're maybe 10 feet physically
feet,
behind
yeah.
them, and so the lap counter doesn't help you when you're looking at the wrong number and you're looking at theirs, not looking at yours. When the bell rings, when you cross the line, or shortly before you cross the line, you think you're in it. It's painful to see
Oh, I bet.
sometimes,
Oh.
and you don't want to be
The
in
sheer
that.
panic you probably see on the athlete's faces. Oh my God! Oh
Yeah.
no!
You don't want to be in that position. You don't want to be the one walking after you stop the finish line. You stop your watch, and they say, "Hey, you got another lap."
So you see, we're now 2.5 minutes into this mile run. The Shocker Prelude record was set in 2012, which is a heck of a record here for 4 minutes. It could be broken today, although the Shocker Prelude record is 4 minutes 52 seconds by Tanya Nero.
Yeah, I don't see that falling today. You know, Tanya Nero is running professionally for Shocker Track Club. We have up here probably the best runner in this race today, the top runner from Oklahoma Baptist, Tessa Potter. But yeah, Tanya Nero is an outstanding athlete for women indoors. Being under 5 minutes is a spectacular achievement.
And you guys were teammates, is that correct?
Yes, we were. Yeah. Tanya was on the team. She is out of, I have to remember, Trinidad, and great gal, the sweetest gal, very quiet, very small. You could probably lift her with one arm, and she can run like the wind. She's an amazing distance runner, and she's done very well for Trinidad on the national level. She still competes here in Wichita. Occasionally she competed with the cross-country team this fall and did a few road races as well. Coach Hunter helping her out with that, the distance coach here at Wichita State.
And the Heskett record is 4 minutes 46 seconds set by Rebecca Topham of Wichita State. That just last year.
Yeah, so we'll see Rebecca run today. She's running in some odd races, and I believe she's running unattached. She's yet another Wichita State women's athlete that will take a year off from competition, or rather scored competition, team competition. She is probably the most outstanding distance runner on the women's side right now. Today she's running, I believe she's running in the 600. We'll see a little bit later what she's running in. But yeah, Rebecca, fantastic athlete. She just ran that Heskett record. That would have fallen because she's so young. I think that fell at the inter squad in December. Now we're on the Bell lap. You can see in front, you have just lapping there the gal from Butler, from OBU. I believe that's Tessa Potter.
Yes, Tessa Potter. She comes in she enters with a time of 5 minutes 15 seconds. So I don't think she'll be able to break that today.
No, she's not going to do that today, but she should be happy with this time.
But she is coming in hot though at the end here.
With this field, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's harder in distance, not only indoor, because there's so many laps to determine how well you do in the race, but it also depends largely on your competition. So you'll even see people competing in prelims and distance races, for example, in national and world level at the Olympic trials and at even the finals of the Olympics and those things. Distance runners running slower than they typically would because it's a strategic race indoor. And so clearly, you know, she may not have the level of competition that she hopes for later on in the season, especially at this meet and this early in the season. But I think that's a good run for her.
You know what's remarkable to think about is for any general athlete, such as myself or anyone that just plays another sport but isn't a runner, to do a 5:19 mile and just think of it as, you know, I'm going to pace myself, take my time, relax, but have a nice run as a 5:19 mile? In what world? This world. This world is the only world where any of that can be said. I mean, we're looking at 7-8 minute miles these days. Hey, if I got a 10-minute mile on my 4th mile, I'm feeling great. I'm alive. I'm breathing, so that's fantastic news. We're doing 5:19 miles, and, well, you know, we'll get there. That's the mindset.
I think there's definitely a difference in mindset. Again, you know, you coming from a baseball background, you probably...
when we had to run poles, we wanted to kill coach. That was our mindset of running. Running was punishment.
Yeah, that's right.
It's joy here, and they're excellent at it, and it's It's a whole different world.
There
It's
is
extremely
something-
impressive.
There is something discouraging when you are an aspiring, road race runner. You run those 5K fundraisers and those things and think you're fairly athletic, and you have these athletes coming out of college or these athletes competing unattached who are looking at their watch regularly, and they're checking things. They're checking their heart rate. Maybe eating breakfast along the way.
My heart's still going, and you can chew and run.
Yeah.
Oh my
exactly.
God!
Yeah.
I had a person hand me a cup of Gatorade. I almost choked to death while trying to drink it out during an 8K in Chicago one year.
Let's
Good
safely
heavens.
say that you don't. It's probably good you don't have to compete in those distance races.
Yeah, I think so. The medical
Anymore.
team would
It's
be on
good.
call.
You learned early in life, just like I learned early in life that maybe basketball or baseball wasn't the right sport for me. I should do something without a ball involved. I'll do track and field. You probably learned, hey, maybe running's not for me.
Yeah, when you grow up with running as a punishment. That's not the way it is here. So the track meet is actually pretty much right on time. We're 2 minutes away from the men's mile run getting underway here, and we're going to have quite a bit of Oklahoma Baptist throughout this one, and we have one Wichita State athlete, a freshman, Ethan Kosover, that will be competing. He enters with a time of, 4 minutes and 23 seconds flat. And what are you, nuts?
You were feeling pretty good about how you felt when you saw the
Sub-5.
girls. Yeah,
Who is this guy, Prefontaine? Good heavens.
That's a good mark.
And that's not
for-
even the fastest one here by a long shot.
No, and Ethan being
nerve that these gentlemen
being a
have.
freshman, that's a good mark. It takes you a while to come into your own as a distance runner. You see people hitting their top levels. You see guys in the marathon who are in their 30s. It takes a while to put in the miles, to get used to running at this level of competition, to get used to the cardio and everything like that. Yeah, you can get by in high school being a 5-minute miler. But at this level, if you're running 4.5 minutes, you're probably middle of the pack. And so me not having much distance history, I can appreciate some people running the mile. I've seen a few guys run under 4 minutes. That's really fun to see. But it just takes some time. You see the professionals, they're in their late 20s, and they're really peaking at that time. So Ethan, with the time that he's got coming into this race, 4:23
flat.
4:23 flat, that just signifies he doesn't have a mark yet. So that's not based off of really anything else. That's what we hope to see. I don't know if he'll get there today. Hopefully he does, but we'll see how he does.
Now the Shocker Prelude record in here was set by Jake Wyke of Wichita State in 2012. And then the Heskett record is 4 minutes and 7 seconds by Bryce McAndrew of North Texas, that in 2016. And Cooper, you were spot on. You said you didn't think the women were going to hold on to the team score much longer at the first place. Well, they're now in second place. They're tied for second place with Friends with 71 points. Oklahoma Baptist has 73.5 points as the men's mile gets underway. We're about 20 seconds into that.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to watch here in this mile, you'll watch the OBU guys. They're going to compete as a team in this race. If you are Ethan Kosover from Wichita State, you are at a disadvantage. Not only because you're a freshman, you probably don't have
running
experience.
alone.
You're running alone. You don't have anyone really to talk to unless you're working with team.
Now, when you say talk to, it's not like they're discussing plans for this evening.
Now they're
or are they?
No, they are. It's less leisure activity, more like who's going to take the lead
tonight.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's more strategic. Hey, do you want to cut in front? Do you want to take the lead this lap? You'll see a lot of the conversation. Now, most of these teams, the OBU guys probably had that discussion beforehand. You'll have the coaches on the sidelines yelling out some of those directions and say, hey, no, you need to take control of this race.
It's shake and bake a little bit.
Exactly. But if you're Ethan, you got Coach Hunter yelling at you, which is going to be helpful, but you don't have any other athletes that are going to help you. They're going to try to block you. They're going to try to box you in. They're not worried about how you do in the race. They're worried about how they compete as a team. And so we'll see how he handles some of the, just not only the pressure of this being his first collegiate race, but also the pressure of being the only Shocker in this event.
And that's a lonely feeling out there when you have a lot of strategy going on between Emporia State and OBU, and they're figuring out how to basically bury you, and you have no one to really get your back. So how do you deal with that?
Well, you have these guys who may not be the top runner for OBU. They may not be the top runner for Emporia State or Friends, but their goal is to keep you from overtaking their top runner. It's a very team-based mindset, so they may push you outside. They may hold on to you. You can look at Ethan here. He's just overtaken the runner from OBU, but he had to run on the outside of him for 2 curves. If you run a foot away from the inside line for 1 lap, that adds 6 feet to your lap, to the distance that you've run. So multiply that out, 8 laps. If you're running a foot away, if you're running on the outside of someone, if you're running 2 feet from the inside of the lane.
I believe that's 32.
That's adding, yeah, there you go.
Jennifer's
yeah,
a math
It
teacher.
took you some time. Yeah, we'll ask Jenny here in a bit. But that's adding some distance to your race. Now, you have the cardio. You can probably keep up with people like that, but it makes a difference in the long run. If you've taken 3 more steps, if you've taken 18 more steps than somebody, you got to really rely on your speed and talent at the end.
All right, so we're now just closing in on the 3-minute mark of the men's minute mile. After the men's minute mile, we're going to head over to Jenny, and then we're going to have the 400-meter dash on the women's side starting at 4:45. And I believe this is going to be
This is the bell lap.
Bell lap, yeah. The bell of the ball, if you will. I believed it was going to be.
You see Ethan here in 4th place. That's a great position to be in. I would like to see him kick it in at this point. It looks like he's running out of gas, and he'll be overtaken by a few athletes. That just shows some lack of experience. He probably won't hold on to that position. I would like to see him hold on to that a little bit more. He probably should have stayed up with the front guys, but all the jostling and jabbing at the beginning of the race somewhat depends or helps determine how you do later in the race. You just lose energy doing that. Sorry, we were a little premature on that.
We were so excited.
This is the bell. We should probably wait for the bell next time.
So see, I'm the guy that stopped a lap early during the race.
You
All
would
right, so
be
who wants
the one,
to interview
Will.
me? I won.
You
Who wants
would
to
be
talk
the
to
one.
me?
Exactly.
All right, so now we're on the bell lap, the last lap here of the 1-minute mile. The record that we're looking at is 4:14 for the Shocker Prelude, 4 minutes, 7 seconds for the Heskett record. But we're really keeping an eye on Ethan Kosover, who came in, hopefully would like to run around 4 minutes, 23 seconds, and he's going to be just about 3.5 seconds behind that, about not much behind it. So probably what he was looking for, you think?
Yeah, that's kind of as I suspected. You know, the seated time is just kind of a hopeful, hey, where you at, in shape, all those things. But we're coming off of a Christmas break. We're coming off of eating Christmas dinner. And Coach Hunter is probably going, hey, listen, you need a race under your belt. Run around this time. 3 seconds isn't going to be too bad. He ran on the outside of people and got jostled. It just shows some inexperience.
All right, let's get on over to Jenny, who has 2 more guests this time. So last time we had 2 athletes that wanted a pug and one wanted a car. What do these guys want, a jet and some sort of commuter train?
All right. So as you know, Wichita State is well known for their 400-meter hurdles. And with me, I have 2 awesome 400-meter hurdle runners. I have Austin Corley, redshirt sophomore from Adrian, Missouri, and Isaac Poe from Wamego, Kansas, senior. And so actually, obviously today they're not running the 400-meter hurdles. They are running the 200-meter dash, and then Isaac's also running the 4x4. So how do you guys feel about running the first 200-meter dash of your careers?
I think it'll be fun just to kind of see where we're at in the beginning of the season and be prepared for outdoor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty relaxed because it's just the first meet of the season, so I'm just doing it just to see what I can do and have fun.
Okay, and Austin, you're also going to be competing Saturday in the triangular meet. What events are you going to be doing on Saturday?
I'll be running the Open 4 and then possibly the 4x4.
Awesome. Okay, so as you all know, we left the MVC and we are joining the AAC, and so you guys will have new competition. So how are you guys feeling about the new competition?
I mean, I'm excited. Houston has a really good hurdler, and I mean, him and I are pretty matched up. So I'm excited to see what we can do with that good competition.
Yeah, like you said, the competition is a little stronger in the American Conference, but it'll be fun to compete with them and see what we can do in that conference.
Awesome. And is there a specific school that you guys are excited to compete against this season?
Absolutely. I would say Houston's going to be our head-to-head competitor. We're going to compete pretty heavily in most events. The sprints, it's going to be a little harder, but for the most part, I think we can handle it.
Yeah, they're the favorite to win right now, so our goal is just go out there and upset them and see what we can do.
Okay. And I know the 400-meter hurdles is a really tough event. How important is it to be training partners? Like, how important is it to be able to have somebody to like push you during practice and everything?
Having a good training partner is really crucial. I mean, you can't really exceed or get any better if you're always competing at a lower level. So having somebody at your level with good competition is crucial.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much said it all there.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, well, I'll look forward to seeing you guys run your first 200-meter and also keeping up with you guys on Saturday. So, all right, thank you for talking to me. Back to you, Will.
All right, Jenny, thank you very much. We are now on the verge of getting the women's 400-meter dash underway, which is an exciting race. Cooper, did nothing that you partook in, though.
No, I did compete in the 400.
No, you are a one-trick pony. You were nothing but a hurdle fan.
Well, I tell you, getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles outdoor, it's only an outdoor event. I have seen one indoor 400-meter hurdles. It was run at the professional level. Look it up on YouTube. Very interesting races. A reason we don't have it indoor, but. Yeah, we in preparation for the outdoor 400-meter hurdles, you need to get 400 meters under your belt. Or if you can run a 600-meter race, which we'll see later today, that's good for those athletes. But important today, you see Isaac Poe, Austin Corley, fantastic runners for in the 400-meter hurdles for Wichita State. And indoors, they're just not as concerned about it. So they may actually be in a relay for the conference meet because of their skills over the 400-meter hurdle range and the overall 400 meters. So today they're doing the 200 to work on speed, and I think that's great because their season's going to be a little bit longer, especially when they hit their main event starting in the spring.
Wichita State's men's side has now expanded their lead to 20 points over OBU. They're up 75-55. That following the completion of the men's 1 mile run. And Ethan Kossover, despite being the only shocker in that race, does bring home a point. How big is that just to get a single point on the board in the mile race when you're the only runner involved for your school?
I think it's just good for a freshman to contribute to the team. You know, that's what Coach Bolt is looking for. That's what Coach Wise is looking for. It's not so much a timing thing, but as it is the
contribution
how do you contribute?
of itself.
Yeah, exactly.
So Wichita State men right now, they have the lead 75-55. The women are just a point and a half. OBU 73.5 to 71. So in the lanes here, we have in lane one, we have Kara Simmons of Friends University. We saw earlier she did not enter a time coming into this, nor did the Emporia State freshman Lena Meyer in lane two. Now there are no Wichita State runners in this race itself. We have two OBU runners, Candace Rogers and McKay Mitchell, and running unattached with Butler Community College's Rebecca Hamilton. And the record for the Shocker Prelude, if you're curious, is 56.95, set by Stacy Royer of OBU of 2014. And in also 2014, the Heskett record 55.30 by Madison Reynolds from Oral Roberts. Is this race now underway or not?
It's like we have a false start.
Cheater.
I did not see.
Is that cheating?
It's not cheating. You know, they're anticipating the race. Sometimes it's nerves. Sometimes it's you're anticipating the starter. You know, the starter has now by this time had some sort of predictable timing. And so if you're an athlete and you're trying to strategically figure out when that's going to happen, you might jump the gun sometimes. And so it's silly, I think, to jump the gun in a 400-meter race because you have 2 laps. The start does not matter as much as it does in the 60-meter dash. So we'll see 2 laps here out of the gals. They will be coming out of the blocks.
We'll let you listen to this start. Hopefully it goes smoother than last time and everyone gets to start and finish this race.
It's like we lost lane 6 out there. That was unattached from Butler, Rebecca Hamilton.
She'll be missed.
So they're out well, and you know, a good way to measure where someone is at in the race is to see how well they're running with the person on the outside. It's harder right now. You can see lane 6 is out of the race, and so in lane 5 you have McKay Mitchell from Oklahoma Baptist. She's running well, but she's running by herself. Now they'll merge after the first lap. She's coming into the inside lane. Your goal is to get to the pole, as we call it, which is lane 1 by the second lap. You're trying to get to the pole first and hold on a lot of times. And so with the 400 meters, she's running very, very well. She's out in front. She doesn't have to jostle or jab or anything like that and fighting for the pole lap. But you're going to see usually slower times indoor than you'll see outdoor. This is a great run by McKay Mitchell.
About 58 seconds, maybe just under 58 seconds by McKay Mitchell. She came in with a time of 57.3, so not better than that. Doesn't set any records with that, but still a very solid run by McKay Mitchell out of OBU.
I think I'd be happy with that, especially with no one running on your outside and no one really running with you the entire time. Maybe she was misseated. She should probably be in the next heat, but in indoor, it's harder to see the event, especially in the 400 hurdles, in the 400 meters or in the 200 meters, where the curve is an issue. If you're on the inside, you got to fight that curve really, really hard with your feet, with your ankles, and it takes some energy. So the wider the curve you can run, the more of an advantage you have. It's just, if you're put on the outside, you can't see anyone outside of you. You can only anticipate someone coming up on your left, and that's not a good feeling either.
You bring up the difference between indoor, outdoor. Would you rather the curves from the indoor track, the outdoor track? Does it make a difference?
I think any athlete would prefer having the outdoor track. Now, the indoor track brings a level of energy. It's really fun because in outdoor, you stay in your lane the entire time. In indoor, you merge after one lap, and so there is some physicality to it. There is some strategy to it versus, hey, run like the wind, kick it in at this point in time. It's, hey, maybe I need to win the pole out. I need to be in front of someone, because we all could be in one lane by the end of the race.
So here, this is a replay of the first heat of the women's 400 meters. We're about to get ready to have the second heat, and we have one shocker running in this heat. Running unattached, though, is Daisha Bullocks. She will run unattached with the shockers. And the other runners in here, we have Emporia State's Cara Mater, the sophomore out of Emporia State, Friends senior Cheyenne Cheek, freshman Shireen Van der Westhuizen, and Natalie Engel out of Friends. But just one shocker in this race.
And I want you to look at lanes 5 and 6. That's Daisha Bullocks, who we interviewed earlier, and then Natalie Engel. This is going to be a great race for both of them, and they're really going to push each other. You can see out in lane 6 from Friends, that's Natalie Engel. She's out really, really well, and Daisha's staying with her. She's keeping up with her, and she's catching her on this curve. So Daisha's strategy in this race is to win that pole. She wants to be in front after that first lap. Now you can see Natalie coming back some, and we'll see how they compete to get to that first lane. Natalie's going to take the lead here. It looks like Daisha may hold on to it some for the end. She might push it. I'm going to look here for the last 100 meters for her to make a move. If she's making a move too soon, she's going to waste energy on the outside. But I suspect Natalie Engel to hold on. I'd like to see a good performance out of Daisha here, but she needs to kick it in now.
It's obviously the final stretch here of the 400 meters, second heat sprint.
Here she comes. Here comes Daisha Bullocks with a great kick. And it looks like Natalie Engel's going to hold on. What a great race for both of those
By
gals.
about one step.
That was a great race for Daisha. I think they both would have been happier with faster times. They came in with higher seeds, but again, that's somewhat based off of the last year and last season.
And we see a lot of girls just absolutely pushing it to their max. How much energy do you take and put towards this race and do you exert during this 400-meter race?
400 is such a tough race. I would say, the 800 meters is becoming harder and probably one of the hardest track events, especially in the indoor area. But you can see this replay here from the women's 400 meters as Dacia's coming around, and she's pushing really hard. The hard part about the 400 is it's just long enough to where your body can really lock up at the end. But look at Natalie Engel here, how relaxed she's staying, how her head stays still, how she's breathing. And Dacia's driving her arms, which is great. That's about all you can do. Your knees are going to try to keep up with your arms. She's done a good job at having the energy to do that, but there's just a little bit more wasted motion. And so with 2 laps in that, the longer you can stay relaxed and acknowledge that, hey, last 100 meters, I'm probably going to lock up. But as long as I keep breathing and can separate my mind from my body, that's going to really help me finish out that race.
And when you say lock up, what happens to your body? What's that feeling, that sensation that goes down in your body?
Other than just your body screaming at you, hey, please stop. You have
what are you doing?
The lactic acid buildup that you see at the end of a lot of these races. We'll see that are over at 400 meters and over. Your body's just wanting to shut down some more, and you see people collapse after races. You see, we just saw that in the last heat. Just your body is probably not used to that, especially coming off of Christmas break.
And I believe that Cheyenne Cheeker we're seeing here, who collapsed after the race, and she's getting some attention here, trying to get some feeling back in her legs, if you will. A little bit of a scary moment, but I'm sure that she'll be all right as we get here. The men's side of the 400-meter dash here about to get underway. This is heat number 1 of 4. You're going to have one shocker running, the freshman Lucas Schaefer, and then around surrounding him is Brian Stegman and Caden McCoy of Friends, OBU's Prince Gay, out of Emporia State, Justin Broyles, and another Friends athlete, Glenn Wispy.
So if you watch the guys on the outside in these races, those are the ones that are really you want to highlight, especially in indoors. Now, if you take it to outdoors, you're looking at lane 4 and lane 5. Those are the fastest racers. But in indoor, again, it's an advantage to be on the outside. So the less curve that you have to fight, the better. You can see coming around, winning the pole. That's from Friends, Glenn Wisby, the sophomore out of Friends. From Wichita State, Lucas Schaefer, he's a multi. I want to see him run better than he's seated. You can see him really kicking it in right now. This may be, it's hard to tell with this level of competition in this race.
And to give you an idea where he is seated, he's in the 4 lane. He came in with the time at 54:40, and it looked like he was either dead on with that or one way or the other.
It's so hard to tell, and a lot of these athletes, it's too early in the season. We don't know what kind of shape they're in. They haven't run enough races, especially Lucas, him being a freshman. That's really his first 400-meter race, and so he's trying to figure out, oh, should I have won the pole lap? Should I have run harder in the first lap? Should I have kicked it in later? Should I have kicked it in sooner? That's just hard when you don't have the experience.
And how much does coaching come in with that, when to turn it on, when to kick it in, what you should do, and when they tell you, what a coach tells you should do, and versus what you think you should do?
As you know, when your body is fighting against you and screaming at you, it's hard to hear your coach in that as well. You can see probably here in this replay some of the kick that Lucas Schaefer expressed. So, I mentioned winning the pole, and you can see out in lane 6, Glenn Wisby winning that, but he did not end up winning the race. And so, it was important. He's in a strategic position. He probably screwed up some of the other racers because they had to fight to get around him. They didn't run their best time, but that was his strategy. And I think that's a wise strategy if you know that you may not have the kick, or you may not have the energy in that race.
Now, this is section 2 that's going to get underway here in a little bit. We have no shockers running in this race, so I'll wait to get them all in their blocks so you can kind of see who's who, what's what, before I give you the names of all of these athletes. But I believe that this is the first time we'll see an Ottawa University athlete in this race. And while we have some downtime, I want to let you know that closed captioning is provided on behalf of Orpheum Theater, Wichita's non-profit center for performing arts, concerts, films, and more. For show information, you can head up the World Wide Web at wichitaorpheum.com. Thank you, Orpheum Theater, for helping us out with today's production costs. Always appreciated to all of our sponsors, as always. But again, Ottawa University out of Arizona, just 6 months old. Pretty remarkable to think that that's a real thing. And Carlos Nelson, I believe, is the first athlete that we've seen since we've been up here broadcasting since 2:30 this afternoon compete today, and that's pretty cool. And there's a look at him right there.
Yeah, I believe Carlos competed in the high jump earlier today. We did not see that as much, but yeah, he's going to be setting. The fun thing is you're coming in and you're setting
school
a school
records.
record
You're the king
race.
of the king of the hill.
Exactly. So it's
You're the
it's
boss.
it's fun to see that. Now this race here, we have a lot of young people in this race. It's all freshmen except for one sophomore out of Oklahoma Baptist. That's Brandon Crowley here in lane 3. He is not the fastest seeded time. The fastest seeded time is lane 5, Gabe Kuhn from Friends. We'll see how they do. I don't imagine they're going to be running those times. I think that's a little bit hopeful since this is their first race. A lot of them in college, but we'll see how they do.
Shervonte Knowles out of Oklahoma Baptist also in this race. Tanner Haynes out of Emporia State is in lane 4, and another local runner in lane 1, Caden Gustafson out of Friends as well.
So you see a great start here in lane 5 from Gabe Kuhn. That's fantastic, and I think he'll hold it. Being the fastest seeded runner, he's built very well. He seems very confident in his 400-meter racing. He's probably got a lot of confidence from high school coming into this. He wins the pole. We see an athlete getting tripped up.
Spill.
Running on the inside. He ran too close inside of the cones. You want to stay outside of the cones. That just shows some inexperience. Both of those athletes.
What's going on that happens?
So what you saw from, it looked like the athlete from Oklahoma Baptist, Shervonte Knowles, he was trying to win the pole coming from the inside. He went inside the cones, so he most likely will be disqualified.
I mean, he was in the cones for about 20 steps, too.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't get away with that, and he trips up his other athlete, unfortunately, in that race, and that just shows inexperience. He's a freshman, he's a sophomore. You have that problem coming into this race where you just don't know where you've probably never.
Here's
ran.
an excellent review of it. We'll see here a replay in a second. You mentioned he didn't just step outside. It's almost like he got lost.
Exactly. He was going to the yellow lane, the first lane in the yellow. He didn't pay attention to the cones, and that's just, he's not used to running in the Heskett. He's not used to running in college. He's a little inexperienced. Whether he's a sophomore or a freshman, I don't care. He needs more races under his belt. Indoor's weird, too. It's not like the outdoor 400 where you stay in your same lane the whole time. There's a different strategy associated with it. So, unfortunately, he did take out another athlete on his team, and he'll have to, apologize for that later.
If you're his teammate, what are you saying to him?
What the heck, man? I'd be a little ticked if I was him. And it seemed like his teammate there, Brandon Crowley, was out well. And so that's just a lack of experience from the freshman from Oklahoma Baptist. And a good run overall from them. It's great to get a run under their belts. But here we go with the third heat.
Third heat will feature one Wichita State athlete. It'll be Davis Bonner, the freshman. And then running unattached is David Sims. Dylan Phillips out of OBU, and running unattached was Butler Community College's Shaquan Woods and Savon Milton out of OBU as well. These are all freshmen, although Shaquan Woods, his year is not listed since he is running unattached, but the other 4 are freshmen. Now, let's take a quick look at the men's team scores here. Wichita State up top by 25 points right now over OBU, 75-55. Then going down from there, you have Emporia State, Friends, Butler Community College, and Fort Hays State. Does anything surprise you here from some of the other teams? And we take a look at the women's side as well. You called it, Chalkers weren't going to hold on to that lead for much longer once we got into a little bit deeper into these track events, and right now they're in third place with 71 points.
Yeah, I think on the women's side, you see Friends ahead because they have a number of athletes here. There's a lot of athletes competing for their team. When it comes to a scored meet, it doesn't matter really who wins from your school. It matters how many people are in that top scoring position. And so, if you got one person from your school getting 10 points in first place, but you go, another team goes 2-3, that's more points than the first place person. So, or it's an equal amount of points. So we're scoring the meet down from 10 points.
10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1.
Exactly, yeah. So you can score a lot of points just by having the volume, and that's how Wichita State does very well. Now, on the men's side for Wichita State in this meet, the reason they're ahead is because they do have a quality of athlete.
Now, explain that for the viewers, why we're doing the scoring 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, and we're not doing 10 through all, 10 through
10,
1.
9, 8, 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, first off, there's just simply the lane limitation, right? So you want to have a finals race. You don't want to have like 2 heats of finals. Now, we're looking at all the 400-meter races, the 200-meter races. Those are all going to be finals. So we might have 4 heats of finals. But if you score out a finals heat in the 60 meters, well, that's only 7 athletes that can compete. So in the 60 hurdles, that's only 6 athletes that can compete because we only have 6 lanes running. And so you score out 6 people in a meet. So it's not only lane limitation, but it also comes down to separation in scores. Great run there from the OBU pair. That's from lane 4, Dylan Phillips, the freshman out of Oklahoma
It looked
Baptist.
like Dylan slowed up or pulled up there for a second, but then he still looked like he started to wail his arms around a little bit and do some on-land swimming.
There was another young race. Everyone was a freshman in that pretty much. The unattached from Butler, I can only assume he's probably a freshman, if not a sophomore, still very, very young. Davis Bonner did not compete in that, so again, he's a multi. He'll probably compete some this weekend. He's already done a few events today. Just may not be filling the 400 meters.
So the record in this, again, is 47-47, set by Darrell Hayes of Sam Houston State in 2011. Here's your replay coming in, and it looked like when I saw it originally that Dylan Phillips kind of pulled up and was stopping, but apparently I was wrong.
He had a great kick at the end, and he's competing with another teammate of his, so it's kind of like, yeah, you don't want to upset them. Really, he's competing for himself, and I think that's good. He ran an interesting race, shows some of the inexperience. He had a lot more energy at the end. I think he could have led the entire race if he wanted to, but some people like the thrill of coming from behind and overtaking a race as well, and I think that just goes to show the level of competitive nature inside him, but also the inexperience. If you got the speed, you don't want to save it till the end.
Right.
400 is pretty much a sprint the entire time, and trying to relax and master your mind over your body.
So how does that work? It's not like this is his first time ever running the 400. Why would an athlete he's young here at the collegiate level, he's young in college, but just a year ago he was a veteran as a senior in high school. So what gets lost in translation, if you will, and when and why and how?
It's the difference between indoor and outdoor. So not only was he probably top dog, I don't know where Dylan's from, but if he's from the South, you could honestly, in Texas, you can compete year round because the weather is so good. So I don't know where he's from. He could be from Oklahoma or Kansas. No matter where he's from, the difference is you're not running 1 lap, you're running 2, and you're not running outdoor, you're running indoor, and that can be intimidating, and that's enough adjustment, especially for track where like the tiniest tweak can throw off your race and can mean that you won't win or you might not even compete that day.
And you just had a look at Jordan Miner out of Ottawa University. That's not the one here in Kansas. That is Ottawa University out of Arizona. We've mentioned it a few times, but it's remarkable. Just 6 months old as a school. You also have Devontae Young out of Oklahoma Baptist, Elijah Spencer, and Brian Carter running unattached with the Grizzlies, and another OBU. This is a senior, Clayton Honeycutt. He has the best time coming in, at least listed as the Butler unattached runner, Brian Carter, with 48 seconds.
We only have 3 athletes in this race. So lane 5 scratched. That's Brian Carter from Butler. Looks like lane 3 from Oklahoma Baptist is scratched as well. So we have the athlete from Ottawa out of Arizona. We have Clayton Honeycutt on the outside. He will be the one to watch. And then you have the unattached athlete from Butler in black there, Elijah Spencer. So Elijah takes the pole.
You know what? I'd be fascinated to talk to one of these Ottawa athletes because we've talked about the freshmen and the fact that they're new to this. They're new to collegiate athletics. They're new to this atmosphere and competing at this level. How about one that's competing at a school that's never done it before? This is their first year in existence, and this is their first time as a track team in a competition and everything you do is going to be a record. That's got to be a feeling that's second to nothing that you've ever felt before.
Yeah, great finish by Honeycutt there. I would say to the Ottawa athletes, there's so much respect given for someone who's going to step out and pilot a program.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these athletes, if we're looking at the athlete from Ottawa, he's a freshman, yes, and I think we looked at the other freshman earlier. So a lot of these the athletes or quote-unquote athletes who may have been at Ottawa for a couple different years, they're not coming in as a junior. These freshmen are piloting this program, and they're stepping out, and they know that they probably aren't going to compete with these teams. They know that they're, at least going to have some encouragement to keep the school record or set the school record.
Something you can tell your grandkids.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the future's only looking brighter for them. And the more you compete, the more people see you, the more people know about your school, not just the academics, but athletics is a great way to advertise your school. And so people see you at these track meets, and once you do develop more as an athlete, people notice that, and you can attract more talent to that. And I think that's more resources or outlets for students to compete and to participate in and to develop as just a collegian in the athletic world as a student. It's a
that
great
whole community
activity.
has something to rally around, build around, and be part of, and you create a fan base that way. And it's funny, I'm not sure how big their fan base is right now, being that they're half a year into this whole endeavor, but you are the first of everything right now at a university.
Well, and I imagine that the parents are watching at home right now, or watching at meets. Very, very proud of this, and it's exciting. As my parents came to meets. They weren't track athletes. My dad was a football player. My mom was a cheerleader. My dad actually played for Wichita State here back in the late 70s.
Wow, very cool.
And coming into track, he was used to having fans on a football field and thousands of people. In track, really, the fans that are here are either your friends or family. You're not going to get too many people who are just track fans unless you're in a certain community like Oregon or something like that. So I imagine their parents are very, very thrilled and very thrilled to travel to some of these track meets and see how well their kids do.
And rightfully so. So now we have the women's 600-meter run on deck. Let's take a look back at the men's 400-meter. The winner out of there was out of OBU. First two spots out of OBU with the times of 50.90 and 50.95. Dylan Phillips and Savon and Milton. So good showings by them. They earned top points for their teams. But again, coming up next, as the meet is still perfectly on time at 5:10, we are set to have the 600-meter run, the first section on the women's side. So we'll get you those names once they get in their blocks, and we're ready to roll here one more time.
The officials have done a really good job at keeping this meet on time, and that's important to an athlete, especially if you are later in the meet. If you're a distance runner and you're running the 3K after the meet started at 10:30 and you're running at 5, you're kind of going, hey, let's get this thing going on time. I want to get home. I want to be able to run on time.
I have a date tonight.
Exactly.
Yes. So the girls that are running in this are a couple Wichita State athletes. You have Friends senior Samantha Malilo, Yasmin Wright out of Wichita State running unattached. OBU's Brianna Hurlbutt, Elizabeth Blevins out of Emporia State, Brooklyn James out of OBU, another Friends athlete, Bethany Vanata, Oklahoma Baptist, Shamoa Curry, and Wichita State junior Natalie Halfman. She's in lane 8, and Friends is Miranda Tenov out of Friends. So if you're a Shocker fan, you're looking at lane 8 and lane 2. Even though 2 is unattached and Yasmin Wright, Natalie Halfman is in lane 8.
Yeah, the great story here, so the 600 meters, 3 laps. It's not an official race for Division I athletics. D2 has it, I believe. NAIA does have it at their nationals, but it's not a official race for NCAA Division I. But what you see here, Yasmin Wright, doing great in second place here. Yasmin is actually she ran cross country this fall for Wichita State, but she is a sprinter out of high school. And so we have her kind of in this quasi-distance sprint race that I think is just right up her alley. I could see her doing really well at the 800 outdoor and indoor. 600 is probably right up her alley. You see out front the other athlete from Wichita State, that's Natalie Halfman. She's a 400-meter runner. This is a great exercise for a 400-meter runner to add another lap onto a sprint. It's terrible, but it is a great practice for you to get used to your body locking up outdoor and staying relaxed. So 3 laps adds a little bit more variation to it, a little bit more strategy, especially if the race was a bit closer here. I've run this race at Nebraska on a banked track.
Oh.
It's very, very interesting running that race, and it doesn't really matter in conference standings. Here comes Natalie Halfman right behind her. That's Yasmin Wright. Great runs from both of those girls. Natalie beating her seed time of 1:38.81. I believe she ran around a 1:36. We'll see what the final results look like here in a bit as the final runners cross the line.
It's easier to go from cross-country style to a sprint versus sprint to cross-country.
Well, it's a different body type. It's a different power. So you have fast twitch motion, you have fitness, you have cardio and everything like that. You don't necessarily have to be an outstanding cardiovascular runner if you are a sprinter. Now in the 400 it is very helpful, but compare that to cross-country. You have to be very efficient with the oxygen that you take in. Usually it's a lighter runner, usually it's a thinner runner, not only because they're running so much and they're losing so much weight, but yeah, you just can't keep muscle on if you're putting in that many miles. So it's fun to see a sprinter do well in cross country, a cross country runner do well in the sprints as well. So you can see the replay here.
And Natalie, obviously very excited. You saw her giving some high fives to John Wise and some other viewers and spectators as well. And clearly, she did herself good today for Shockers.
She just showed so much strength in that race, which is going to play very, very important in the 400 meters. Now, the difference between the 600 and the 400, not only is just one lap. I knew you were going to say it, Will. Go back to playing baseball. But, yeah, it's strength more in the 600. It's speed more in the 400. Strength plays in both of them, obviously, but speed is going to be way more important. So Natalie's going to have to learn how to translate that strength into the 400 meters, into speed.
All right, so we have just one 600-meter run on the women's side. We will have 2 sections for the men, which will get underway here in just a couple minutes on the men's side for the 600 meters. We'll have 2 sections, and we will not have any Wichita State athletes running at all. So we'll have 5 runners and then 6 runners, and none of them will be Shockers, unfortunately, for our Shocker fans out here. But Natalie Halfman coming in with a time of 1:35.78, bringing home all 10 points. Right behind her, Yasmin Wright, 1:36.53. She's unattached, so she will not bring home any points for her team. But the women's score, they are now 15 and a half points out of first place behind OBU. Shockers have 81, OBU 97.5, and in between is Friends with 89 points.
And I suspect we'll see OBU overtake the men as well. Again, it's about the volume of athletes in scored meets, not necessarily the quality. They do have quality athletes, but Wichita State, if you're just throwing in one guy against 6 other people from OBU, they're going to get more points overall. And so Wichita State, I know they're not as concerned about this meet and the team scoring, but it is a good way to encourage competition with other schools and other schools to compete with Wichita State.
Yeah, the Shocks and OBU right now are tied with 75 points in the team score. And just to give you an example, OBU will be in first place at the end of this without a doubt because they have 4 runners in the second section. Wichita State has 0 runners between the 2. So it's impossible to get any points with 0 runners. But in section 1, we have Friends athlete Ethan Maxon in lane 1. In lane 2, Mac Hamilton running unattached. Ramon Suarez running for Ottawa University, and then from Butler in lanes 4 and 5, Mario Thomas and Leroy Wilson, the third. Again, no Shockers in this race.
I'm going to make a prediction,
Uh-oh.
Will.
Oh, boy.
We're going to have a school record out of Ramon Suarez from Ottawa University.
The track record is 1:20.94, set by Isaac Clark 2 years ago from Friends. Is he going to break that record?
I do not believe 120 is a great time in the 600.
So what time are we looking for?
It's
here?
hard
What
to
time
get
are
a
you
gauge.
predicting?
In this heat in particular, anything below 125 is going to look great. You want to see a 400-meter runner definitely running under 125. You want to see 800-meter runner running under 125. That doesn't mean you're going to be great at those events, but at this point in time in the season, the 600 is hard to put your thumb on as to what might be the best time. You know, if you run under 120, you'll see elite athletes run the 600 under 120 very easily.
So we only have 3 runners in this race. So 2 runners dropped out, unless I'm missing 2.
No, there is only.
There's only 3 in this one. This
And
is your bell lap.
They took off really quickly. This is a young crew here competing. The 2 athletes unattached from Butler, either in their first or second year. And then you have Ramon Suarez from Ottawa University. He's a freshman, so it's just, I think they took off too soon. You see too much energy being spent in the last 100 meters. They saved too much. Again, 600 is just hard to put your thumb on. And a great run by these athletes at the end.
And that would be Leroy Wilson, the third, running unattached, with Butler coming in first place in a new school record. We don't know it yet, though, but Ramon Suarez, no doubt, sets a school record today. Something to be proud of.
That is something to be proud of. I think it's fun.
Not a lot of people can say they've held a school record at anything.
Exactly.
Ramon,
that's right.
You can, sir.
That's right.
All right, so that is section 1 of the men's 600 meters. We'll have section 2 coming up here in just a few moments. We'll get to those. And right now, here's the replay of the first section. And you thought they expended too much energy early on, and you can kind of see Ramon in the background. His arms getting a little bit out of control, not as quiet of a run as you would probably like to see.
Yeah, you see, I watched, and it's not anything specific to the race, but they did get out really hard, which means there was just a lull in the middle, and then they finished really hard. And you go, wow, that just shows, hey, the 600 is an odd race. We don't know how to run it. That's kind of what it's telling me. But it's a good practice race. It's a good way to find out how well you're doing maybe in the 400. Here are the final results for the women's 600 meter. You see Natalie Halfman, as we know, took that race, 1:35. You see her teammate Yasmin right behind her with a 1:36.5. They should be happy with this mark. So that's even better than I had thought, and definitely better than her seed time of 1:38, Natalie Halfman there. So 18 points for, 10 points for the Shockers. We don't count that unattached athlete in second.
All right, so we're going to have 5 runners in this race. We have had a runner drop out. That looks to be Mac Hamilton. Will not be participating in this race. Therefore, we have Parker Elliott and Blake Rayner of OBU, both freshmen. The senior out of Friends, Isaac Clark, and then 2 more seniors out of OBU, Carlos James and Dakota Capel. So no doubt OBU will be in first place on the men's side after this race because they have runners and Wichita State doesn't.
Now, I would encourage you to watch lanes 3 and 4. The record holder, the track record and the meet record holder is Isaac Clark out of lane 3. And then the fastest seed time is the senior from Oklahoma Baptist, Carlos James. These are 2 seniors, 2 experienced guys, very, very quick runners. I think we're going to see a very, very good race here today.
So Isaac Clark holds the Shocker Prelude record, the Heskett record. He's in lane 3 with a time of 1:20.94. How much is he thinking about that? How much does he want to? Does that add anything?
I think you come in with a level of swagger and confidence, knowing that you have that. I mean, it is an odd race to have a record in. so you're proud of kind of an unofficial race. You know, I don't know if they run that at Friends regularly. I don't know if they run it at OBU regularly. But coming in as a record holder in anything, you just kind of go, all right, this is my race to lose. You have a target on your back, and that's some level of motivation here for Isaac Clark. And you see them coming through the pole in front. That's Isaac Clark. He's got quite a few steps there on the OBU athlete.
And it looked like they came out pretty hot as well.
Well, they're running the race right. So we saw a lot of freshmen, or 3 freshmen in that first race. These guys know what they're doing when they run this race. So they come out hot, but you see them relaxing and keeping their speed through this next lap in the middle. And now they come around on the last lap. And it looks like Isaac's going to have this handedly unless we can find some energy out of Carlos James from OBU. And it looks like he's starting to kick it in, but I don't think with that gap
As
in
much
this
as he
short
might
time,
kick it in, Carlos, I think Isaac will as well in order to keep that distance that he's created early on in this race. And here they are coming around the final
closing
turn.
the gap. He is closing. And Isaac, just look at him staying relaxed across the line.
Very calm. Calm, relaxed,
a great
confident.
race by 2 athletes who are experienced, who know what they're doing, and you can see it on their faces. You can see it in how they run. You can see it in their form.
Stress-free.
Exactly. You know, whatever's going through their mind, they may be thinking, "Oh gosh, my body's locking up." Whatever, they're screaming on the inside. But to not display that outwardly and to keep your wits about you towards the end of a 3-lap sprint. That's something significant and goes to show you the experience in both of those athletes.
All right, so that wraps up the men's 600 meters. Now we have a little bit of a break coming up before we get to let's see what we got coming up next, the 800-meter run on the women's side. That will have 1 section. But right now we're going to head to break. But before we do so, I would like to thank production support for the Shocker Prelude. It is provided by the Conestoga Energy Partners in Liberal, Kansas. Thank you very much for your support, and also we'd like to thank Larry and Susie Conrad from Ashland, Kansas, for production support of the Shocker Prelude. Again, thank you very much, Larry and Susie, for your continued and ever-loving support of the Shocker track and field team. We'll be right back after this with the 800-meter run.
Wichita State University is preparing today's students to become tomorrow's leaders. The Shock the World campaign is raising $25 million in private funds for a new home for the W. Frank Barton School on the Innovation Campus. Invest today in tomorrow's business leaders by calling 316-978-4076 or visit www.wichita.edu/shocktheworld.
All right, welcome back here to the 10th annual Shocker Prelude at the Heskett Center. I'm Will Kunkel, joined by Cooper Hanning and Jenny Pinkston. And John Weiss is coming up to the booth, but so is also the head coach of Wichita State. You want to make here some room, Coop? So we're joined by, here we go, let's get an extra headset here. We got our Shocker gear on. We're about to get underway here with the 800-meter run here on the women's side. But in the meantime, Coach, what have you seen out of your athletes? You pleased?
Yeah, there's been a lot of good things happen so far. I was really pleased with, I won't remember all the good things if I sit here without meet results in front of me, but I was really happy with Miles Griffith, high jumping, 6'9.5" or 6'9 3/4", whatever he jumped, and I was impressed with Davis Bonner winning the long jump. That guy's coming off of a horrible ankle injury from last year, and so that's his first time in a Wichita State uniform, and he did real well in the long jump, and he's a decathlon guy, so that bodes well for him in the decathlon. I saw some good things in the pole vault over there on the women's side. I don't know that much about what happened in the men's pole vault, but it was mostly multi-event guys, I think. And then women's high jump, I was pleased with Katie Murray and Shania Van Oster. In the sprints and hurdles, certainly Clifford Robinson, that was good running for him. Didn't he run like a 6:89?
Yeah, he ran really, really well.
Yeah, and I was super impressed with this 600-meter run that we just watched a few minutes ago with Natalie Hapman. So anyway, a lot of good things have happened for an early season, a season opener. And this right here is impressive for Rebecca Topham, a redshirt athlete of ours. She's just a star and really impressive. I'm impressed watching her here.
She competed in cross country in the fall.
No.
Correct.
Let's see. No, she did not. We have redshirted her for the whole year. I don't know if you guys are aware, but Rebecca Topham is or was a child phenom. She was like an age 10 world record holder in the 5,000-meter run.
No kidding.
At age 10, like around the time when, not too far from when you were on the team, Cooper, she came to the Kansas relays and beat all the college girls in the 5,000 meters.
That's humbling.
Yeah.
You also have Kendra Henry running in lane 8 as Topham is in lane 1. What do we know about Kendra Henry at this time? She's a freshman, so she's young.
Kendra is a heptathlete, so this does not look like an impressive 800-meter run, but she's doing a nice job for a heptathlon girl. If you understand where Cooper knows what I'm talking about.
Sometimes it's just get through it. Those races, you might be a little bit better in the throws or the jumps or something like that.
That's right. She's a
finish.
good thrower. She was a heck of a high school basketball player, and she's just an all-around athlete. And she ran the mile run in the state track meet as a high school girl. And she's a big, powerfully built, strong javelin thrower girl who is a high jumper and a basketball player. So it's always interesting. The other girls can't believe that she ran the mile at state track as a high school girl.
Well, so the multi-events is a large emphasis, and I know I got to keep you from talking too much about it. But talk a little bit about, you came from KU. You were a All-American decathlete at KU. Tell me why you have so much emphasis on the multi-events.
Well, obviously, part of it, the initial part of it is just simply, it's in my DNA. I'm a decathlon guy, and I love the multi-events. But at some point as a coach, you begin to realize, and especially on the women's side, how much damage good multi-eventers can do. The perfect example, I know that you all interviewed Hunter Veith earlier. Hunter is a great example on the men's side. He's a classic example on the men's side. Outdoors last year, we did not have Hunter do the decathlon at the Missouri Valley Championship. We had him do the hurdles and the triple jump and the long jump and the pole vault and the open high jump and the javelin. 6 events.
So he's able to contribute to the team score all over the yard.
Just unbelievable. Just incredible. And now that's kind of unusual on the men's side. He's just simply so good that he's able to do that. On the men's side, as you know, most of the guys, Austin Bonner won the long jump in our conference a couple of times, and then in addition, he'd do the multi-events. Chris Dickman would do real well in the pole vault and in the multi-events. But on the women's side, those girls can always contribute in some other events. So it's a great way it can be a great core to build your team around.
Yeah, we've talked about scoring the meet. We've talked about your emphasis on conference performance and how well the team does in the conference. Talk a little bit more about that.
Well, and it's an interesting, it's a problem with track and field is that there's so many different ways philosophically to approach building a track and field team. Some teams want to build for the national championships. But guess what? A national championship team is different than a conference championship team. A conference championship team is about depth and balance. So it's a big roster, it's athletes in all the events, and you're trying to cover all the events in order to compete effectively event after event after event at a conference championship. In a conference championship, you want to take the events in track and field and list them down the left side of the page, and the teams in the conference and list them across the top of the page. And underneath your team, Wichita State, we want points in every event. Well, that's different than building a national team.
Sure.
A national team, you got to get a few studs that can, first of all, qualify for the nationals. That's not easy.
Yeah.
And then get there and get up in the top 8. That's even less easy. So it's a difficult thing to build that type of a team.
So you talk about wanting to compete for the conference. Usually that, or in the past, it's been the MVC.
Right.
Now it's the AAC. That's always a hot topic around here. So many fans excited about that. We've talked about it intermittently throughout the broadcast. What's your view on that, and how will that change your philosophy and or approach?
So the Missouri Valley was a good track and field conference, a very, very good track and field conference. I would have to say probably that the AAC is a little bit of a step up. It's a step up. In some events, it's a step up. In some events, it's not. I'd say in 2/3 of the events, it's a step up, and in maybe 1/3 of the events, it's not. But so we're going to be able to compete effectively in the AAC going forward. I'm real excited about it. I think it's a great league, and I think it's a bunch of good coaches, some really fine coaches. Like down at Houston is Carl Lewis and...
I've heard that name.
Yeah, Carl Lewis and Leroy Burrell. You know, people have heard of Carl Lewis. He's the assistant. Leroy Burrell is the head coach.
For the first time ever, he's an assistant to somebody else.
He's and the head coach is Leroy Burrell, who was one of his main opponents in the 100-meter dash.
Wow.
Leroy Burrell was a world record holder in the 100 meters. During the time that Carl was running, Leroy, for a short time, held the world record in the 100 meters. So these two guys were two of the greatest sprinters in the history of our country, and they're coaching together down at Houston.
Yeah. So, Coach, you forget about conference, forget about other teams here and scoring and those things. I want you to talk about, I competed 5 years ago. I started competing 10 years ago for you. The level of athlete and the evolution of who you were able to recruit back then versus now. Basically, I'm asking you, if the team today competed with my team, who would win?
You know, that's so hard to tell. That's so hard to tell.
With or without Cooper on the team?
So there's two guys that Jenny's getting ready to interview here in a few minutes. Jared Bellardo and Rayvon Allen. And those two guys are stars, man, in the long jump and triple jump. Now, Hunter Veith has long jumped further than either one of them. He's long jumped 26 feet. We didn't have any 26-footers on that team that you were on,
right,
but
Tyler Simmons, maybe.
But we had some good ones. Tyler Simmons was a heck of a long jumper, 25.6.
Sure.
So you were on great teams, Cooper. You were on great.
You were part of great teams. You weren't great on the team.
No, he was a good one, man. This guy got it done every time at the conference meeting. I'm telling you.
All right, so Coach alluded to it. Let's now bring in Jenny Pinkston. Jenny, who you got? All right, so Jenny's now outside in a snowstorm. It sounds like she's out in a hurricane. She's doing weather reporting. I think when she's ready, is Jenny ready? She has two.
Right.
There she is.
All right,
Hope everyone's all right over there.
Start. So with me, I have Jared Bellardo, who is a junior from Leavenworth, Kansas, and Rayvon Allen from St. Louis, who is now he's a freshman. And so Jared Bellardo is a 5-time NBC champion in the jumps and #1 on the all-time list for long jump. So, Rayvon, how is it like training with Jared Bellardo?
Oh, it's great. I mean, he's the best. As you said, 5-time NBC national champion. I mean, I always wanted to work with the best, so now I got an opportunity to do it, so it's great.
Awesome. So you're a freshman, so you've made the transition between high school and now training and competing as a collegiate athlete. So how is that like, and is there any challenges that you faced along the way?
Everything's going great right now. My knees kind of been bothering me for a little bit because I had to get used to the college training, but everything's good now, so I'm ready to rock.
And Jared, I was going to ask you, so at the inter-squad meet, you did a short approach for both long jump and triple jump. And so what was the reasoning behind your short approach jump?
I had some bit of hamstring issues in the middle of the fall, but I mean, I've recovered since then, but we were just playing to be safe. So both me and Rayvon did half approach jumps because he was dealing with his knee, I was dealing with my hamstring. So just keep things fair, I guess. We both went out.
There you go. So you guys did not compete today, and you guys are going to compete on Saturday. So what events are you guys going to be doing on Saturday?
Long and triple jump.
Long and triple jump.
Okay, and what is your favorite event out of those two?
Whichever one I'm better at over the day, I guess.
I love triple jump.
Okay, so we got triple jumper and whichever one we're better at. And do you guys have any career goals and expectations for the season?
I think we need to take 1 and 2 at conference at the American, first year of the American, both of us.
Yep, that's the goal.
Long and triple jump.
Long and triple jump, awesome. Well, thank you so much for talking with us, and we'll look forward to seeing how you guys do on Saturday. All right, back to you, Will.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much, Jenny. So you hear you guys are going to be first or second in the American. No pressure, Coach. You just got to beat Carl Lewis. That's all you have to do.
That's right. That's right. So those guys are good athletes, man. And then, of course, we'll have Hunter in that long jump also. So we'll have 3 really, really good entries in the long jump. We can compete in that American Conference. To answer the question from earlier.
Yeah.
We're going to be able to compete effectively. We've got a nice team this year, event by event by event. Houston is going to have to be the favorite because of their marvelous sprinters. But we've got good athletes in all the events.
Well, we talk about recruiting class and the team that you've been able to develop over your how long you been here? 20.
My 18th year.
18 years now. So I've seen athletes and the quality of athletes improve, but also talk about some of the culture that you and your coaching staff have been able to create and the level of training or just the intangible things of the family-like atmosphere.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that is really critical. I'm really fortunate that the shortest period of time that any coaching staff member has been coaching at Wichita State on our staff, I believe, is 10 years now. And it's Kirk Hunter. He's been here 10 years. And
athletes improve.
And Pat Wilson and then Coach Wise are at like 11 or 12 years. And then there's Heidi. Heidi Yost has been here for 1 year longer than me. Now, she was an athlete on the team. She was a freshman the year before I came, and then she was a sophomore when I got here. And so she was an athlete on the team, then she was a volunteer assistant, then she was a graduate assistant, and then she's now been a full-time assistant for the last, I think, 14 years or something.
So how is that attractive to an athlete, though, coming out of high school?
Okay, so the reason I mention the stability of our staff is because it creates a culture. It creates an atmosphere. We work well together. And if there's one thing that I will get uptight with our staff about, it's as if there's disharmony. And I want that to spread to the entire team. I want there to be harmony. I want there to be athletes working well together. And if there's drama, you keep it to yourself. Don't bring that to the track. And
how difficult is that with collegiate aged athletes?
Well, like
and
I
a
say,
lot of them too.
By having, we've got 130 athletes on our team. I tell you what, I feel like we do a pretty good job of keeping the drama at a minimum. Is that to say that there's no drama? Heck no. There's drama everywhere in America. But I'm telling you that our team gets along pretty darn well, and I appreciate it, and I virtually demand it. We're not going to put up with a lot of drama. So I don't know if that answers your question. I will tell you that as far as developing a culture for winning championships and for team competitiveness, it's something that we have worked on from the very start, first coming here. We want to always be suggesting that the athletes are becoming students of the conference. Hey guys, what's it going to take for us to win this championship? What are we going to have to do to win this championship? And when I first came here back in 2003, there was a guy on the team who was north of 300 pounds named Brad Johnson, big, powerful shot putter, discus thrower, and he came to me and said, Coach, I'm trying to score out the conference meet. I don't know exactly how the 10,000 meters is going to go. Can you help me? Because there's not that many entries on the conference list. And I thought, mission accomplished. We are getting these guys to begin looking at what it's going to take. And when you got a big 300-pounder talking about what's going to happen with the 10K guys, you know that guys are beginning to pay attention to what's happening on our team.
Well, and you notice, if I'm an athlete coming out of high school, and of the recruits that I've talked to, of the existing athletes, the athletes that I was on the team with, if they are in high demand and they've gone around to I wasn't in high demand, but if they were in high demand and they're going around to KU or K-State, and I'm not dogging those programs at all, but what they notice is the difference at Wichita State is there's more of a family-like atmosphere, and that's attractive to an athlete, to a lot of athletes. You may not be the best team in the nation. Heck, dare I say it, you may not be the best coaching staff in the nation, but the experience that you get here as an athlete is going to be priceless in the long run. And I think that's a testament to the job that you've done since you've been here, and the ability that you've had to build a staff that sticks with you and supports you and is all working well together. So,
well, I appreciate you saying that. I can tell you that without question, when I came here, I established a mission statement. And one of the main things was that I want to give young people the opportunity to carry out their athletic dreams with Wichita State across their chest. And I love this stuff, man. I love the pursuit of athletic excellence, of track and field excellence. And when the athletes catch that vibe or that spirit, it really becomes a meaningful and enjoyable part of their collegiate athletic experience.
How has recruiting changed now that you've entered the American?
So that's a tough question. It's because, man, we are right in the midst of it. We are trying to navigate our way through figuring out how are we going to attack this. And first of all, we graduated an unbelievable group of senior women last year. Mm-hmm. I mean, a spectacular group of senior women. And so all of a sudden, our women's team is in a situation where we're rebuilding. And so what's rebuilding? Recruiting and developing athletes. And at the same time, we're trying to wrap our brains around competing in a new conference. And so I don't know that I have great answers for that.
Have you seen other doors perhaps open in maybe different quadrants of the country where you wouldn't have been before, like in a Philadelphia or Houston?
Maybe so, but I don't know that it's national news to the track and field kids all over the country that Wichita State joined the American Athletic Conference. But I do think it's national news that Wichita State men's basketball team is ranked in the top 10.
I think that's a huge point, because everywhere else I've worked, so many schools use, no matter what sport you are, you use football as one of your major recruits.
Right.
Now, you don't have football here, so what role does basketball play when you say, hey, Koch Arena, national tournament, NCAA, this venue, this type of success that they've had?
Absolutely. There's no question that young people around the country are more aware generally of Wichita State because of our men's basketball team than they would have been, before, really, I'm going to say before Mark Turgeon came. Now, obviously before Greg Marshall came, but Mark took our men's basketball team to the Sweet 16, and I shouldn't even say before Mark Turgeon, because years and years ago, it was also.
But
those
the kids today
they
have
don't know
no
about
idea
that.
exactly.
They don't know about that.
They think LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan, for God's sakes. These kids, they don't know what's going on.
They don't even understand, do they?
So it plays a huge role. Does it basically just take away that opening discussion of this is what Wichita State is, this is where we are, this is who we are?
Well, certainly in some cases it does. Certainly in some cases we're getting letters from young people that you're kind of thinking, man, that's pretty good that this young person wrote us. And in other cases, they are fully aware of us. Another thing that helped us was that we hosted the National Junior Olympics, the USA Track and Field Junior Olympics in 2011.
Right.
So there were kids that were 10 years old in 2011 that are now high school kids, you know what I mean? And they
breed them young, breed the soccer fans young.
You know what I mean? So they came here for a National Junior Olympic Championship, and they remember.
So here we have section 1 of the women's 200 meters, and out of the 5 runners, we have one unattached athlete from Wichita State, Dejanase Thomas. Hopefully I'm saying that quasi right. What do we need to know about Thomas?
Well, she's a girl who is developing, that has come out for our team, and we're pleased that she's out for our team, and we're just trying to, this is her first race, and we're trying to get a feel for how she's doing.
She just ran in that
last
heat.
I watched her run there. I don't know anything about a time yet. In this next heat,
we have Sarah Hines.
Sarah Hines, and we're real excited about her. She transferred here from Emporia State and was a upper-level Division II hurdler.
So will she be a junior?
Yeah, but we're redshirting.
Redshirting her, right.
And then she'll have 2 years of eligibility remaining. And we're excited because she's a good hurdler.
So how does that conversation go with some of the athletes, particularly on the women's side, when you guys are in that rebuilding year in order to redshirt so many of your athletes?
So that's been a little bit of a interesting process that we've gone through. We presented to the team, okay, girls, our objective is to build for the future. We're going to try to build a foundation for the future. I'm a guy who's going to try to put as positive of a spin on every single thing I possibly can about a situation like this. But the bottom line is, hey, we've looked at it because we're so young. We're good. We've got a bunch of good athletes in our team, but we're young. Even the spectacular group that we graduated last year when they were freshmen wouldn't have done a lot of damage in a conference championship. We need a year to develop. We need a year to get better, and we need a year for some more recruiting also. So let's redshirt some girls, give them a chance to develop, give them a chance to compete as unattached athletes and become stronger, faster, better NCAA Division I track and field athletes and get ready for a big future. And we're building for the future. And lots of our girls have bought into it. I think the 26 girls were redshirting. And so it's like we looked at it, and we're not going to finish much lower in the American Conference as a women's team than we would have if we hadn't redshirted these girls.
So it's a no-brainer from a coaching standpoint.
From a coaching standpoint, we're excited about it. We feel like it's going to help our team. It's going to help our team be better in the coming years.
So Sarah Hines here is in lane 5. She's in the purple tank top. Do you have a time that you'd like to see her hit here, or something you'd like to see her accomplish?
I tell you what, that's a tough question. When you it looks to me like she's running well, but indoor track is so odd. Let's say that Sarah can run about 25 flat in the 200 meters. Well, on an indoor track in the season opener, it would be solid for her to run, 26.5. But 26.5 is not going to be a particularly impressive time. But I'm watching her run, and I'm impressed with how she's doing there. But I'm going to guess that was about, like I said, about 26.5, 7.
Yeah.
Or, 26 and a half seconds.
You've done this before, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I knew, and yet I think that Sarah's a 25 flat girl. You know what I mean? Now, when I say 25 flat, that might be an outdoor time. There's a major difference between indoors and outdoors on these tight 200-meter tracks compared to an outdoor 400-meter track with bigger, wider turns that are much easier to navigate.
And now we have Section 3 coming up, and out of Wichita State, we just have one shocker competing, another freshman, Abby Bird. What can you tell us about Miss Bird?
She's a heptathlon girl. She was a high jumper in high school, and she's trying to learn, the heptathlon events. She struggled today in the hurdles. The hurdles seem to be a real massive challenge for her, but she's a good high jumper, and I think, and she had an injury-plagued redshirt year last year, so she's a freshman, like you said, but she's a second-year freshman, a redshirt freshman.
But she is competing today. She is not unattached, of course,
right.
since
she's in
redshirt
uniform
last year.
That's right.
What are you looking at from her? She comes in with a listed time of 29.18.
Yeah, so the 200 this is, for all practical purposes, what you could refer to as a glorified training exercise. You know what I mean?
Right.
This is some speed work. This is some running training for her to try to develop athletically.
So, Bull, you talked about your mindset on the future of the women's side of things. We know that the men will be pretty strong, but I want to point out your mindset as into developing an athlete from a freshman, from a high school recruit to like take Hunter Veith, an All-American decathlete. Can you talk about the amount of All-Americans that you have on your wall in the track team room who were walk-ons is kind of remarkable. Can you talk about how you've seen athletes develop who might not have been outstanding in high school?
Yeah, it's a fun subject to talk about. I mean, Chris Dickman was teammates with you. Yep. And that guy comes to Wichita State on an engineering scholarship, was for all practical purposes, virtually unrecruited as a high school athlete. And when I say for all practical purposes, I can't imagine that anybody besides some JUCOs would have even sent him a letter. And he sticks his head, but he came here on a academic scholarship, and he sticks his head in my office and says, I was wondering if I could come out for the track team. And I said, well, have you ever done track and field, And yeah, I ran high school track. And he tells me the things that he did, and the things that he did were not impressive at all. And I said, well, I guess we could try the decathlon. Well, the guy ends up getting legitimately very fast. He pole vaulted 16.9. He never pole vaulted in high school. He ran, I think, 21 low in the 200 meters. He never broke 23 seconds in high school. Here's the situation in track and field, and it's different than, like, for instance, I've spoken about this with our women's tennis coach, Talon Foster. In track and field, from the age of 18 to the age of 22 or 23, an athlete is going to develop. There's athleticism. There's athletic maturity that is going to take place during that period of time. And it's just the facts of life. That's just the way it is. They're going to get better if they do the right things and if they're reasonably well coached. And so, anyhow, Chris ended up 7th in the NCAA championship in the indoor heptathlon, in the greatest, at the time, indoor heptathlon in the history of the NCAA. Ashton Eaton set the world record in that event that day, the world record.
Not bad.
So it was a remarkable story of improvement. Desiree Osborne, were you teammates with Desiree Osborne?
She was before me.
Just before you. Mm-hmm. So she'd have finished not much before you.
Right.
Her improvement, without getting too detailed, was just unbelievable. From truly a walk-on level athlete to get 4th in the NCAA championships in the 5,000 meters. How do you predict those things? You can't predict them.
Right.
There's no predicting. And so what we do is we recruit a large roster with lots of athletes, and some of them pan out that way.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Rainbolt joining us here, the head coach at Wichita State Track and Field. Tanaya McMillan is the only Wichita State athlete in here. She's in lane 5 for those of you watching. What can we expect from her in this race? And
we're excited about her. She's an outstanding young sprinter from Oklahoma. She's running unattached. We're still sorting through whether or not we're going to, whether or not she's going to redshirt or not. She kind of wants to compete in uniform, and we're promoting the redshirt concept like we are.
And
with
so what
else.
year is she?
True freshman.
Okay.
True freshman.
So what's her? I mean, without getting too much into detail with her business, but what's the argument for her wanting to compete versus?
Oh, she doesn't. I tell you what it is she's just excited about college track.
Yeah,
she just wants to compete.
All this time has been building up to.
Yeah, she's just excited about college track.
She's out very well here too.
She's winning this heat. She's a good athlete.
Well, no wonder she wants to compete. It's been taillights ever since they started.
A great run from her.
So she ran a fast time there. I think that was a pretty fast time.
Now, where's she out of? Is she
out of Oklahoma?
Oklahoma girl.
And we had a major celebration over there in the track office when she committed to Wichita State. That was a
That
celebration.
was a big. That's your 4-star, 5-star recruit right there.
That's a good one. Yeah, she's a good one.
That's fantastic.
Hey, I appreciate you guys doing this. This is terrific, having our meet televised and 2 major pros.
Working the cameras,
doing the broadcast.
Working the cameras. Those are the pros. This has been a blast.
We didn't even know. We just showed up and there were microphones. We started talking and making up facts about track and field.
No, man, this is spectacular.
Cooper's acted like an athlete.
We got a couple good pole vaulters with Jenny out there.
I think we're actually gonna. Are we gonna go out to Jenny? Jenny, are you ready? Hopefully you're inside and you're warm.
We're
and no
ready.
There she is. All right, Jenny. So
Here I
who you
am.
got this time?
Okay, so now I have Elisa Fry and Hayden Bugner. Elisa Fry is from Brookfield, Missouri, and Hayden Bugner is from Andale, Kansas. And Elisa Fry just competed today. So how did you compete today, and how did you feel compared to your meet at Intersquad?
It was good. Just kind of getting the rust off from break. Knowing that I have at least one meet under my belt going into the triangular is good, just so I can go compete a little bit better there with probably a little bit better competition there.
Perfect. And you guys are both going to compete on Saturday at the triangular meet. So has there been, up to this point, what are some career highlights that you would like to share?
Definitely last year we went to first rounds of the NCAA tournament in Austin, Texas, and that was a really cool experience. I hope to go again this year in Sacramento. It would be really cool. I've never been to California, so I'm looking forward to it.
That'd be awesome. What about you?
Winning conference last year, outdoor, that was pretty exciting, probably the top thing. And then just, I think winning my first meet as a college athlete my freshman year at K-State, that was fun, good moment. All the PRs throughout the seasons, and then like he said, going to first rounds in Texas, that was cool.
Very cool. Okay, so tell me kind of about the dynamic of the pole vault group. I know you guys were just on the cover of a magazine or something, so can you talk a little bit about that?
Is this the magazine that you're talking about? So we had one of our girls was actually really super interested and had connections or whatever with the publisher, right? And so she kind of got us hooked up with that gig. And so we took our picture, sent it in. That was super awesome. But no, just the dynamic of the team. This is probably the best team I've been on. This is my 4th year here, and I couldn't ask for better teammates. Just crazy, funny people. Probably the most sarcastic group you'll ever meet.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the team this year is a lot more fluid. Everybody gets along, and I think big things are going to happen.
Very cool. And Hayden, I know that you can do a good Pat impersonation, so let's see it.
Pat Wilson, Coach Pat Wilson. Well, you know, kids these days, not like they used to be. Back in the day, we'd take 50, 60, 70 jumps of practice. The only reason we'd stop is because they shut the lights off in the building. And I'd go home and deer hunt, work on the farm, make some more coffee. Yeah, and I wouldn't listen to this bad music these kids are listening to these days. I'd play the drums all night, AC/DC, baby.
All right, so if you know Coach Pat Wilson, then he pretty much nailed it. All right, so back to you, Will.
All right, thank you, Jenny. Is that about right, Coach?
Well, he did a pretty good job. That's pretty good.
What can you tell us about those 2 athletes?
Elisa Fry was our conference champion in the vault last spring. What an exciting meet she had at the Missouri Valley Outdoor. And Hayden Bugner, I think Hayden jumped 15.6 in high school and then jumped 16 feet right away when he got here and went right on up to 16.7. And I mean, the guy has just gotten better and better and better, and is one of the top guys in the Valley last year, and he'll be one of the top guys in the American. He's a studly guy, man. I mean, he's a competitor, that guy. I really love it when, you know, his freshman year, he takes some practice jumps on the day before the competition at the Missouri Valley Indoor, and on one of them comes down awkwardly and virtually breaks his hand. And we think that he's not even going to be able to jump the next day. And he just rubbed some dirt on it, and here we go, and ended up second or something. I mean, the guy is an absolute stud.
All right, so right now we're about to start section 1 of the men's 200 meters. And we have 2 Wichita State athletes, a sophomore, Jace Kopik, and a senior, shocker, Isaac Poe.
So Isaac is a good 400-meter hurdler. He's
This is his first 200. he
Yeah,
was telling me.
so like we talked about, this we'll put guys in the 200 for some speed work, and that Isaac would certainly come under the heading of a guy who's doing this just for some speed work. He's a 400-meter hurdler.
What do you expect from a guy that's doing this for the first time?
Oh, let's see. I'm going to guess 23.2. What do you think, Cooper?
I feel like that's a little generous. Not that I doubt Isaac Poe.
You
I
think it's
just know
gonna be
at this
23.5?
point in time in the season, I think it's going to be.
Well, you've got the benefit of watching just about the whole race.
Before I answer.
Yeah, what a bold prediction.
Yeah,
You know what? Now
that's
that he's
right.
crossed the finish line.
He was right at about 23, I think. So
Oh,
you were
yeah.
closer, I bet.
You dragged that one
I
out.
did. I did.
Well,
Way,
if I have to think about
way-
it, I don't know.
You got a little benefit. That's right.
Yeah.
So we got Isaac, his first 200-meter race of his collegiate career.
Oh, it is?
Right?
Well, I don't know that. I mean,
That's what I was told. So a 400-meter hurdler, and then in this next race we have Austin Corley, a fantastic 400-meter hurdler. It's his first ever 200-meter race. I'm sure they have a bet going in that. But tell me about a 400-meter hurdler. It's an outdoor event. Why are you doing the 200 now and not the 400? Why not the 600?
well, part of the reason is because like Austin will run a longer race at K-State on Saturday. So it has to do with the fact that these guys are coming back on Saturday for longer races. So a little bit of a tune-up, a little bit of a speed work tune-up in preparation for Saturday's race. But you're right. I mean, these guys need to run long, strong races indoors in order to prepare for the 400-meter hurdles outdoors. In fact, the 800 is a terrific preparation for the indoor, for the outdoor 400 hurdles. How many 800s do we have you run?
I didn't do one. I did the 600 twice, probably.
And how did you like that race?
I hid. I tried to hide.
Those are-
before
that's a
we
tough
were
race,
setting
isn't
that-
it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have come out of the bathroom. I mean, I'm good. But,
Yeah.
Coach, earlier today, I kind of likened this meet, the prelude, with spring training in baseball, is how I correlate it. As a pitcher. You'd have to go out there and work on certain things. You can't just blow it all out and just get outs and say, hey, I had a perfect inning, therefore it was a good outing. But you have to go out there, hit spots as a pitcher, work on certain pitches. Here, Cooper was telling me about coaches want to kind of rein in some of the athletes, and you don't blow it all out here in something like this. You want to work on something in particular. How do you go about that?
Oh,
as
yeah,
a
you
coach?
might be working on your acceleration phase. You might be working on things that you and the coach have discussed leading up to the race that need to be addressed, that need to be focused on.
And I can remember as an athlete, that was darn near impossible to tell me to slow it down, and that's not running. So how do you get an athlete like this, a sprinter, to not just run as fast as they can?
So it's not about suggesting to them that they not run as fast as they can. It's about talking about the concept of building relaxation into their running stride. So, hey, I want to help you figure out how to race with upper level intensity, race with emotional and mental intensity, but physical relaxation. And that's a hard thing to do. But the greatest sprinters and the greatest runners on the planet are running extremely relaxed. You can't tell that sometimes because the intensity looks so high, but the relaxation is also extremely high. So you're trying to learn how to race these distances correctly.
There's been a few athletes out here today we've pointed out that their body's so still, their head's still, and their face is just so calm. You can tell that they're leading, and there's a reason that they're in front.
they've mastered, emotional intensity but physical relaxation. I can remember being a high school kid and my high school track coach telling me that I needed to learn to relax, and I thought, relax? Relax to me involves a couch.
Right.
And a remote control and some lemonade and a TV. And that's what relaxation involves. Am I supposed to be sprinting? I couldn't
be relaxed.
Figure it out.
It took me years to figure that because in playing football, you would listen to a certain kind of music that would get you ready to kill someone.
Yeah.
to hit someone as hard as you possibly can. And then in baseball, on the mound, I listened to relaxing classical music before I went out there, because if I was too amped up, I found out, it took me too long to figure this out, unfortunately, I would be all over the yard. I mean, I was throwing balls that you couldn't even find. But if I calmed down
You
and
could
had that same
find
intensity,
your
then
spot.
I could mentally kind of zone in there and be a lot more effective, and that's obviously the same here with these athletes doing.
So there's concepts that we're going to try to help athletes work on. A distance coach might be talking to them about focusing on a certain part of the race, focusing on a certain period of, part of the race that in the past maybe they've lost their focus when they got to the middle of the race. On this race, we're going to focus on being strong at this point in the race. So there's something for each athlete at this track meet to focus on, to try to work on.
Now, Saturday's going to be a little bit different approach in the triangular against Kansas State and KU. What are your expectations going into that?
So we love this situation where there's 3 good Division I schools in the state of Kansas, and we get an opportunity to have a triangular that, that puts all 3 schools in one meet. I think it's great. And so it's one major part of it for us is rehearsing the team concept, because 5 weeks later or 4 weeks later, whatever it is, I think 5 weeks later, we've got a conference championship where we want to go to that meet and compete as a team. So rehearsing the team concept is super important. Competing tough is super important. KU and K-State are very good track teams. We compete in a unique meet at this triangular where we generate a combined score, men and women. So as we've talked about, we have redshirted a bunch of women.
Mm-hmm.
So our women's side, we're competing without some of our top athletes. So I don't know that we are as concerned about the team score at this meet as we normally would, but we certainly are concerned about rehearsing a team mindset.
We just saw a great run there from Richard Sandifer, a sophomore from Wichita State. We also are coming up on section 4 out of 5 for these 200 meters. Louis Rivers, we saw him in the hurdles earlier today.
Yeah, he was one of those guys I think we talked about that was so calm when he was running.
Yeah, and Louis, is he a transfer?
Yeah, transferred from Barton County. He's a junior college transfer.
We talked some about the hurdles, and we saw Wise and you talking to him after his race. He's a shorter guy. How does that affect him, not only in the hurdles, but also races like this?
Well, so we've all seen plenty of guys his size and shape run good 200s, but he is a hurdler, and he's definitely operating at a significant disadvantage in the high hurdles. Those high hurdles are 42 inches high. That's an unbelievably athletic activity. You talked about baseball and pitching and how baseball guys will talk about what a unbelievably athletic challenge it is to hit a baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And to the point that most of the baseball guys talk like that's the toughest thing there is in the wide world of sports.
Well, and it is.
It's to hit a baseball. And I will tell you that I put high hurdling up against that because high hurdling is unbelievably difficult. Just walk up to that thing and think about sprinting through over a 42-inch hurdle and then 3 steps and doing it again. Unbelievably athletic activity, and it just adds unbelievably to the demands of it if you're short. You know what I mean? And so his stature makes it tough for him, but he's an athletic guy.
So he's not going to get any taller at this point. So what will
appear.
you do in order to improve?
Well,
on
there's some technical things that you can do, and we're working with him on those things. But he's pretty good at them.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that
now when he was running early, it wasn't from a standpoint that he's incapable of getting over them without knocking him down. Obviously, he has that capability. So was he just knocking them down because he's working on something in particular? And it wasn't so much of a concern?
So Cooper can tell you. Cooper was a hurdler. Hurdlers hit hurdles.
Right.
Hurdlers hit hurdles. And they will sometimes mess up their rhythm. But a big, strong guy like Todd McCown can battle through that without much difficulty. A shorter person, is much easier for them to get thrown off their rhythm.
Louis out well in the 200 meters. Let's see how he closes on these other athletes on his outside.
Oop.
And a stumble at the end from
Louis Rivers.
Louis Rivers. Now, so difference in heights, difference in speed, difference in experience. We've seen some athletes earlier today in the 600. We had a guy going to lane one of the yellow, not lane one of the white, and he stumbled into his other.
He went all the way off. He
went
for
all
at
the
least
way-
20 steps. He was inside the cones.
Yeah,
my
goodness.
And it was a race full of freshmen, and it was probably their first collegiate meet. How does the inexperience play into when you're coming into indoor, and this is your first scored meet?
Indoor track in this part of the country is a whole different animal for so many athletes. So many, in the East Coast, the high schoolers will, on the East Coast, the high schoolers will have indoor track and field experience. But anywhere else in the United States, there's not a lot of indoor track and field experience. There's some, maybe in Ohio and Michigan and some places like that. But in this part of the country, a few athletes go to some indoor meets, but not very many. So they get here, and it is different. The tight turns are different, way different than the outdoor track. The shorter races in the 60 and the 60 hurdles are different, and all that. So this indoor track and field is a whole learning experience for all these athletes.
We're about to get ready to go with Section 5 of the men's 200-meter hurdles here, or 200 meters, not hurdles. We're just talking about hurdles. Eric Nguzzi is involved in this race.
So I need to tell you about Eric Ngeza.
Ngeza, yeah.
This guy came over here from Africa. I believe, if I'm correct, it's Tanzania, and walked on our program and is in engineering and is brilliant. And the other engineering students will tell me consistently that this guy is just brilliant at all the engineering stuff.
He speaks 7 languages.
Yeah, that's right.
Has he ever said something to you in another language?
No, he hasn't. But I really, really, really have loved having this guy on our team. He's the consummate team guy. Just wants to get better. Is not an upper level NCAA Division I track man, but is a good sprinter and a guy that has worked hard right along with many all-nighters in the engineering program. And so I admire Eric Ngeza immensely.
I do much more now because I started as an engineering major.
Oh,
I
you
did
did?
not finish as an engineering major.
Eric's out well, too. That's a great start from him on the back stretch. He is tracking down the OBU athlete on the outside. I believe that's Emporia State on the outside. He is the top-seeded athlete in this race, coming through the line in front.
Atta-way, Eric.
Great run.
Good run for Eric. Very good run. So what does Eric bring to a team if he's not a premier athlete, he's not the premier runner on your roster?
Well,
what does he bring?
He's brought some leadership, obviously in the area of academics. I mean, I think the athletes all look up to him, but also he's a guy that has not had unbelievable athletic success, and the other athletes know that, and they recognize that he's still a guy that comes to practice every day, ready to work hard and ready to be focused, and he's just been fabulous with such a terrific attitude.
Speaking of fabulous and with a terrific attitude, let's go out to Jenny Pinkston, who's in the pit of all the athletes, and you got 2 more to come up on your podium. Jenny, who you got?
Okay, so with me, I have Rebecca Topham from Griswold, Iowa, a junior and a middle distance specialist. And I have Zach Penrod from Raytown, Missouri, who's also a middle distance specialist, who's a junior. And so Rebecca actually just ran the 800-meter dash today, and she broke the meet record. So Rebecca, how are you feeling about that?
I'm really happy with it. Great season opener, so I'm looking forward to what's coming.
All right, and Zach did not compete today, but he's going to compete on Saturday at the Triangular. So what events are going to be doing on Saturday?
I'll just be in the open mile, and then that's all I have going for me.
Awesome. Okay, and you're also going to be doing events. Oh, wait, you're redshirting, so never mind. Okay, so bummer. Okay, so what? So the 3K is coming up. So who in particular are you excited about watching run this race?
For sure, my teammates. We have Katie, and she hasn't raced in like 15 months, so I'm really, really excited to see how she's going to do. And then we have Winnie Cabet, and she just joined the team, so that's really exciting, and she's definitely going to make a mock out there. And we also have Rita, and she's an awesome freshman, so I'm always looking forward to watching her run.
On the men's side, for sure, Pedro Montoya, absolute stud, but hasn't raced in a while, so interested to see where he's at. And same thing with Kyle, another stud that we've had for a long time and hasn't raced, but looking forward to see what they do.
Awesome. So, so we just joined the AAC. So how is the competition looking like in the distance events?
It's looking really good. In the mile and 3K, Tulsa is a huge powerhouse, and then in the middle distance, like 800, 400, Houston is a powerhouse in those events as well.
Awesome. Okay, so I know distance is such like a mentally grueling event. So is there any advice that Coach Hunter gives you that helps during your races?
I would say he just says like relax, run fast. Pretty simple, I guess, but yeah.
So you guys are both, like you guys have a wide range of events that you guys do. So what are the events that you do and what's your favorite one?
I do the 800, 1500 mile, 3K, 5K. I don't know, I like them all, but I'd have to say my favorite's a 1500.
Okay, and what about you, Zach?
I mostly stick to 800s, 1500s, and miles, and definitely the indoor mile is my favorite out of those three.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so what about your season goals or your career goals? I know Rebecca is redshirting the season, so has that affected your training at all?
Not really. Still training hard and trying to reach my goals. So I want to get some PRs this season, so hopefully.
All right, and what about any season goals for you, Zach?
Yeah, just run faster and win more, win an American Conference title.
All right, very good. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and I appreciate you guys' time, and I'll be looking forward to seeing how you guys run. You have a 4x4 coming up, so that'll be exciting, and then you on Saturday. So, all right, back to you, Will.
Awesome, Jenny. Thank you so much. All right, so your coaching staff is leaving imprint. Run
Yeah.
faster, be calm, and be good.
Yeah, that's good. You know, I know that Coach Hunter's input is more technical than what Rebecca just indicated, but boy, she's something else. Those two athletes are something else. And then, are you guys aware? Have you guys talked about Jenny Pinkston? What a heck of an athlete Jenny was.
We
on our
opened up
team.
the show with her and how smart she is. She's mathematically brilliant and was a 5-year athlete for you.
Brilliant girl, but also a upper level athlete whose career was just devastated by injuries. You know, we had last year that great group of seniors. She was part of that great group, but she would have been one of the very best ones if it hadn't been for injuries. So I don't have enough. I can't say enough good things about Jenny Pinkston.
I wish Coach, I could say that about me. I wish. But nonetheless, we're glad to have her on this broadcast here on WSU TV and joined by Steve Rainbolt, the head coach of Wichita State Track and Field. And right now we have the women's 300 meters just about
3,000.
3,000. When I say 300, 3,000. Now we're in the thousands. We're past all the 100 stuff. And we're in the 3,000 meter on the 3K. So we have, let's see, a couple athletes here from Wichita State. Winnie Kibet and Rita Schnacker, both running unattached, though.
Right? They're both two of our red shirts. Winnie is brand new from Colby Community College and was one of the best junior college runners in the nation. We're super excited. That was another major celebration when she decided to come to Wichita State. And
you're redshirting her.
Yeah.
That's a tough sell for her coming from junior college.
Well,
to here.
yes and no. It's a long story, kind of hard to explain
we have time.
some of the details, but she has, you know, split seasons. There's a lot to kind of, in other words, if we redshirt her this spring, then she will have 2 full seasons of everything starting next fall, and it'll work out beautifully if you follow what I'm saying. So that's part of the whole deal on that.
So what's key about this race? Obviously a much longer distance race than anything we've seen so far.
Well, it's a matter of finding your tempo, finding your correct pace, and not taking it out too hard and dying, or not taking it out too slow and not being able to catch up. I mean, there's a lot of strategy in a race like this, and it depends on whether it's a tactical race or whether it's a time trial type of a race. And in a season opener like this, it's mostly individual in nature. And what I mean by that is that each of the athletes is thinking about their own, objectives, what it is they're trying to accomplish from this race.
This has to make a coach smile. We just got the results of the men's 200 meters, and the top 4 spots are all shockers with Austin Corley, Richard Sandefur, Jace Kopic, and Eric Ngeza. All your top 4. So you're in 10, 8, 6, 4 points.
Those are good. I mean, that's a nice run for Austin at 22:50. And Richard Sandefur, that's a nice run. And then I'm looking down here. We had talked about Isaac Poe, 23:37. What did I mentioned 23:50, didn't I?
Yeah. I said 23:50.
I don't think you actually said anything.
You said 23:2.
I think you just rambled for 20 seconds, for
Until
about
we
30
got
seconds until we got to the finish
I
line.
said
was I?
23:50, and
Yeah,
you said
we
you
did
thought
all
I
right.
was generous. Oh
And
no,
he-
I said 23:2, and you said you thought I was generous.
Where's he at?
So there they are on the
yeah,
screen
yeah.
for all the
Right in
viewers.
between.
22 and a half. You get 10 points. You get all those points on the men's side, which helps out the team results. And then on the women's side, we had those up for a second there. I don't know if we can bring them back up briefly to touch on those. But this is the middle of the 3K right now. On the women's side, we're about almost 2 minutes in, 10 seconds away from that happening. But are you hoping or presuming that the men's side will come out on top here? How did you come in and approach that? Well, briefly, here's the women's 200-meter results here. What do you like about those numbers?
Well, now we weren't even represented. I mean, we had our
Not officially, no.
athletes unattached. Obviously, I like to see that's a nice run by Tania, and by Trudy. Those are nice runs for season opener 200-meter track. Tania probably has not run a lot of indoor track before, so the first time that you go flying down that backstretch and into that curve, it throws you for a loop because that curve is tight and you're flying and you're trying to figure out how to stay on the curve.
That seems like a nice luxury to have two unattached athletes at the top of a leaderboard.
Yeah, that's a good group. That's terrific.
Speaking of, we have our two top unattached athletes from Wichita State in front here in the 3K. They are through what looks like they're through 5 laps
Rita
now.
and Winnie. Yeah, I'm enjoying this.
And so talk about the cross country season, the distance runners season, their life. In the summer, they're putting in, say, 50, 60 miles a week. Well, then you have cross country in the fall.
Or
and then
70 or 80 or 100.
Yeah, exactly. It's
on
probably,
the men's
probably
side.
more, yeah. And
Well, we knew what Cooper did.
And, yeah, and then you go into a cross country season, which is a demanding season. It's a grind. And then you come into indoor, which starts in January. And then you go into outdoor, which starts in March. And you're going all the way through May. If you compete in the postseason, if you're in the NCAAs, how does that affect you in your next year? How does that affect your body over all that time, being that type of runner?
Well, the distance running, the question that us coaches have to ask about a distance runner, are they prepared to live the life? Are they prepared to commit to the life of a distance runner? It's not easy. It is demanding, and it is tough. Now, a lot of those athletes, there's athletes that love the life of a distance runner because they love running and all that, and some of them are professional trainers. They love to train. Then, in addition to living the life, they have to be able to cash the paycheck, so to speak, and go and compete, because competing is tough, man. That's another demanding part of the process. It's not easy to compete effectively. It's not easy to put in those big miles, those solitary miles, but it's also not easy to compete effectively unless you are a tough-minded person. And so, I don't know. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was looking for.
It's like I used to coach at Kent State University, and at Kent, we had wrestling. We don't have wrestling here at Wichita State. But I was talking to the wrestling coach, and I told him how much I admired some of the wrestlers. I used to, before that, I coached at Nebraska, and I would go into the wrestling room, and I'd see these wrestlers just dripping with sweat. And I couldn't believe how hard those guys worked. And I'm talking to the wrestling coach at Kent State about it, and he says, yeah, I can go to a wrestling match, and I can tell if that kid can compete well. I can tell if he's got good technique. I can tell if he's got some competitive spirit. But one thing I can't tell at a wrestling match is whether or not the guy's prepared to suffer. And I thought, suffer.
That sounds enjoyable. Good heavens.
I don't want to talk about suffering, but if there's something in track and field that involves suffering, training for the distance events would be it. Now, at the same time, I don't get the impression that the distance runners feel like they're suffering.
I think they enjoy it.
They absolutely
They're a
love
sick
it.
Group.
Yeah.
They're a sick group of people.
They absolutely love it.
So, Coach, two notable Shocker alumni who are running professionally now. Talk about Alafine Tuliamuk and Kellen Taylor, formerly Johnson.
Unbelievable. Man, what a fabulous success story those two girls have had. You know, first of all, Alafine had such a spectacular career here. I tell you what, so Alafine is riding home from the Missouri Valley Indoor Championship, where she ran 4 races, and 2 weeks later, she's got the NCAA Indoor. And on the way home, she looks at her forecast, and it's going to be icy the next morning, just like it was this morning here in Wichita. And she says to Coach Wise, she says, "What am I going to do? I've got a long run in the morning." This is the morning after 4 races at the Missouri Valley Championship. And he's thinking, well, come on, you could wait until afternoon, or you could wait until Monday or something. Oh, and she's like, oh no, I must get my run in. So she, at about 7 o'clock in the morning, he gets a text message from her. "I defeated the snow. I got off the bus and I went for my run." And she ran at like 4 o'clock in the morning. She got off the bus, and before she went to bed, she went for her like 14-mile run.
That's a different breed.
Yeah.
That is a different breed.
She now is certainly one of the very finest distance runners on the planet. She was the United States, she was the American Road Racer of the Year this past year. I don't know exactly what the award was, but basically they had a road racing series, and she got Road Racer of the Year.
She was.
So she's making her living. And then the same thing with Kellen. Kellen Johnson Taylor has become the consummate pro. It's so interesting to talk with her, because when you talk with a college athlete, they're talking about the conference championship that's coming up, or the NCAA championship, or wanting to qualify for the Olympic trials. Kellen has become a businesswoman. It's like, so Kellen, tell me about your season. And it's all about where she can go to make a living, to make the most money as a professional athlete. It's about the appearance fees. It's about where they've got the best payouts, and what races. Now, in addition to that, what races will build her resume so that now she makes more of an appearance fee. And I mean, she's a smart girl. It was clearly evident to me that she is extremely smart, and she's got this whole professional running thing figured out. Way better than me. I don't know anything about it. I'm a college track coach. You know, I don't know anything about that stuff, but she does, and it's super impressive.
Now, from a coaching standpoint, when it comes to the pole vault or the high jump, the triple jump, the sprints, there's a lot of technique involved, and there's a lot of room for coaching. Is there a lot of room, or is there any room with some of these distance runners, or is it just staying on top of them and making sure they get their work done, stuff like that?
There's a lot of coaching. Kirk Hunter is a marvelous coach. There certainly is technique. In other words, I can watch every runner that comes by, and I can think of things that I would say to them about their running technique. But that's not as significant as like what you were talking about, as in a shot put or in a high jump or in a pole vault. But certainly running technique is part of the issue. But then there's the issue of tapering. There's the issue of peaking at just the right time. And that it takes, there's the science of coaching and there's the art of coaching. And it's certainly an art to bring all of these athletes to the right point at the right time in preparation for a championship event.
Coach, let me
bell lap here of the women's 3,000. Go ahead, Cooper.
Yeah, no, go ahead. We have the two unattached athletes from Wichita State that have pretty much led the whole time. Winnie out in front, as well as followed by Rita Schnacker. It didn't look like they were working together. Well, they were running together, but it looked like Winnie just wanted to lead the whole time, and she's about to finish in the lead as well. Clearly, she's in good shape. She's
this
ready.
Looks like an easy run for Winnie. Understand that I just watched Winnie run for the very first time. First time I've ever watched her run. And it looked unbelievably easy. Not a super impressive time, but I think it looked so easy and rhythmic that she didn't push herself extremely hard. She doesn't look extremely taxed right this minute. It looks to me like she just cruised basically a nice, solid season opener 3,000 meter run.
Good
That's
run.
what it looked like to me.
Good run.
You would know
for Winnie.
more than anyone else.
We have another Wichita State athlete that is Katie Cumpston. Looks like she has another lap to finish the race. Katie is I believe she's a freshman. Yeah. So talk about the development of a distance runner from high school on. Rebecca Topham doing great.
Was ahead of the curve.
You see Kellen and Aliphine in their late 20s, early 30s, killing it now professionally. Why does it take so long? Do you have a theory behind that?
It's an endurance-oriented event. I truly have come to the conclusion over the years that the nature of the event, it takes, there is still development. You see some of these top guys like Tyson Gay continuing to develop in the sprints as the years go by, as they get older and older. But generally speaking, a sprinter is going to have a briefer career, a faster career, and a distance runner has got the potential for a long career. And it takes a while to develop athletically as a distance runner. If you really want to get upper level at it, it takes logging a lot of miles and a lot of time and energy in the event.
So that, are we wrapped up here? No, we got one more.
Oh, we got the men's 3,000.
We got a couple, with this women's 3,000. We got.
Oh, is there another heat?
Looks like
There's
we
not
got
another heat
one
there.
more
a
runner.
couple more runners.
One more
I got
runner,
you.
yeah. And then we have the men's 3K coming up right after this break. Before we go, I'd just like to let you know and thank Larry and Susie Conrad from Ashland, Kansas for production support of the Shocker Prelude. Thank you again for all your Shocker and track field support throughout all the years, and production support for the Shocker Prelude is provided in part by the Conestoga Energy Partner in Liberal, Kansas. Thank you for your support, and once again, closed captioning provided on behalf of the Orpheum Theater, Wichita's nonprofit center for performing arts, concerts, films, and more. Show information can be found at wichitaorpheum.com. Thank you, Coach Steve Rainbolt, for joining us here on the broadcast. Much appreciated, and some insight that Cooper probably can or cannot bring us at times, even though he's a former athlete. Maybe we'll keep you or keep
Thanks
him
for
out
having
here.
me.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. This
always
is great.
an honor. This has been a blast. All right, so coming up next, right after this break, we'll have the 3K on the men's side at 6:32, or just a couple minutes after that, rather. We'll be right back.
Wichita State University is preparing today's students to become tomorrow's leaders. The Shock the World campaign is raising $25 million in private funds for a new home for the W. Frank Barton School on the Innovation Campus. Invest today in tomorrow's business leaders by calling 316-978-4076 or visit www.wichita.edu/shocktheworld.
Welcome back inside the Heskett Center. This is the 10th annual Shocker Prelude here at Wichita State University. I'm Will Kunkel. Jenny Pinkston is out and about talking to all the athletes, and Cooper Hanning is here as well. Right now we are on the men's side of the 3K, just getting underway. We're only about 45 seconds into this race, so you have not missed too much. Frankly, you haven't really missed anything. They're just going left, right, left, right, left, right at this point. And we do have some Shockers competing in this men's 3K. We have Joe Harder. He's in lane 1. Lane 2, Kyle Harkin, another Shocker. You have unattached running Pedro Montoya. As a junior, you have Dre Carson running. And that will you also have the freshman Alex Moen running for Wichita State. There are several other local athletes, such as Cole Bosley, Emporia State, and Grant Knoll, also a Hornet, and so is Caleb Mose. And out of Friends, you have Noah Barajas, Jonathan Pettyjohn and Reno Ferris. And finally, out of Oklahoma Baptist, you have Blaine Whitson and Patrick Harrison, 5 and 6. So those Friends athletes that I mentioned, that is Barajas in 11, Pettyjohn in 12, and Ferris in 13. And one more time, you have Shockers in 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And what you want to look for here, Will, is this seniority here. We got 2 seniors from Wichita State in the race. We have an unattached athlete, that's Pedro Montoya. We've mentioned him before. He's the one to look out for. But actually, Joe Harder is in the top 10 list for the WSU all-time top 10 3,000-meter runners with an 8:20.88. Will he run that today? Maybe not, probably not. But it is early in the season. He's got his other teammates to push him. So let's hope that we see a good performance here. The meet record set by Edwin Hinshaw. Shocker Prelude record is 8:20.42. So Joe Harder right there with his personal best with the 8:20.88, just a few tenths off of the meet record. The Heskett record set by a Wichita State athlete, Yugis Josias, at 8:14. Let's see what Joe can do in this race. You know, we've had some significant distance athletes before. Coach Bolt talking about Desiree Osborne-Spear, talking about Alafine Tuliamak, talking about Kellen Johnson-Taylor. On the men's side, we haven't seen as many professional athletes competing in the distance events, and we do have a few. There's a few local runners. Nate Wadsworth was a bit before Bolt's time. I believe Bolt came his senior year. Still competes and trains and coaches others. You see a lot of people going into coaching as well. But the distance runs can just take a toll on your body. It's hard to continue that type of training knowing that as a professional track athlete, Bolt mentioned it before with Kellen Taylor, it's got to become a business. You have to figure out how you can make money. And track just isn't a large revenue generating sport, as I had mentioned before.
Did you ever have any interest in the long runs?
No, I did. I think I was I was self-aware in my competition. You know, coming out of high school, of course, I think by my sophomore year of college, my goal was set on the Olympic trials. But I never once really considered doing the professional route. It's really hard to do that unless you're some sort of outstanding athlete. I was fairly plagued with injuries. And my role on the team transitioned from, hey, I'm going to be, my first conference meet, I was 5th place in the hurdles as a freshman. Now, I ran an 8.32, and I got 5th. Now you have to be at an 8.1 or less to even make the top 8 in the MVC, at least last year. And so that's why I talk about the evolution of the quality of athlete that not only Wichita State's been able to recruit, but also the MVC, the AAC, and overall, even the world and the quality of athlete that's been able to be produced. You say Usain Bolt, who's not a quintessential sprinter, has kind of shifted the stereotype of what a sprinter should be built like and how tall they need to be and the length of stride that they need to take. And so, no, my role shifted for sure from being a short hurdler and contributing to the team with fast times to how do I support and encourage the other athletes who are way better than me.
You were a
on the
mentor.
team. Yeah. Yeah, in some ways. I was fortunately a part of an unofficial event, but I was a part of the school record shuttle hurdle relay team, which is a blast to watch. Each team gets 2 lanes. 2 athletes go one way, 2 athletes go the other way. You just kind of yell out when you're supposed to go. But I was able to be on that team because I was part of a hurdle crew. We had 2 guys go to the Olympic trials, maybe 3. Todd McCown, we mentioned earlier, 6'4", 6'5", stud hurdler. We had Lawson Montgomery. He was a transfer from KU. We had Sam Garrison, a stud out of Ponca City, Oklahoma. And so we had a great hurdle squad at that point in time. And I think just the conference has only gotten better since.
Every athlete kind of goes through that mentor, gets to that mentor phase, I think, at some point. Mike Pelfrey who's a Wichita kid. He went to Wichita Heights, pitched here at Wichita State, just retired from after 12 years of Major League Baseball. Said that the last couple years, he took on that mentor role. He was no longer, that top dog in the clubhouse from a pitching standpoint, and he became that mentor. And now he's into coaching here at Newman, right here in Wichita. He's on their baseball staff. Have you ever thought about the coaching route, because it's so hard for so many athletes when they're done with it to figure out what to do next?
I've coached high school, and I haven't once looked at professional coaching and going into on a college staff or doing that full time. I do enjoy it. I do enjoy seeing athletes develop. I think, Bolt's been a great example of how to develop athletes and encourage them in that way. What's hard is you still want to go out there. You still want to compete and do things. And
you'd want to.
You feel like your age should contribute to your speed in some way, and it's in.
I feel like I could throw harder
effect.
now, but if I threw a ball right now, I don't think I could break a
You'd
pin
hurt
in class.
yourself. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here in the 3K, we got 2 laps left. We mentioned Pedro Montoya before. He is out in front. We have Joe Harder. That's Alex Moen from Wichita State, the number 9 on his chest. We have another unattached athlete behind Pedro. I'm trying to find that jersey, but a great run here by Pedro Montoya. A great run. I'd highlight Alex Moen. He's 9th coming into this with a 9:15. I think he's going to crush that time. You look, he's got 1 more lap left.
Alex is a freshman, putting together a very nice run. We've got this is our bell lap here.
Really turning it on there. You see Pedro really turning it on.
So this is where there's no doubt you empty the tank. Whatever you have here.
Exactly.
You're putting it out there.
Everyone, when you're distance runners and you're all doing so many miles a week, everyone knows they can run a 3K. It's not whether or not how you like if you can finish. It's what kind of energy do you have at the end? How strategic were you in your race and in saving what you had for the end? Great run by Pedro Montoya. That's an 8:50, about an 8:51. So quite a ways off of the meet record, but it's a strategic race, so you never know how that's going to go. I'd like to highlight Alex Moen there. He was in at a 9:15. He just crushed that by about 20 seconds, so about an 8:54, 8:55 for him. That's huge for a freshman.
Yeah, what does that do for his confidence going forward?
In the distance races, he's probably not going to get, I doubt, too many shots to compete at a high level in high level races, right? He's a freshman, his times aren't fantastic, and so and they're not supposed to be as a freshman. You're just not going to be in the heats with high level competition. Most meets you go to, if they're higher level and not hosted by the Shockers, say the Triangular, if he competes this weekend, he may not even get the chance to compete with the other 3K all-stars from these other schools. And so getting that opportunity and being in the top 9 seed and then ending in the top 4 or 5, I think that's huge. And Coach Hunter's going to tell him that after this race and later this week. I don't know if he'll compete on Saturday. We'll see what he does. In a lot of these distance runners too, you get to conference and they may run the 1500 and maybe the 4x8, and they might run the 3K too, and they might run, if their conference has a 5K or a 10K, and they are just beat by the end of it. And so it's a long season. I think that's a good result there from the freshman. But we'll see how he holds out for this entire season. Next up on the track, we have the 4x4 women's relay.
And we do have some Wichita State athletes competing in this. There's an unattached Wichita State C team, Rebecca Topham, Gabrielle Reyna, Celia Beal, all competing, and then unattached Wichita State B team, Sydney Wilson, Maria Romero, Hannah Cole, and Jalen Milligan. Out of Emporia State, Team B, Casey Mayfield, Melissa Lee, and Latiria Yergin all competing as well. We had Steve Rainbolt on the set for a while, and he was just tremendous to talk to. What makes him
so good as a coach because he was a tremendous athlete. He's coached at some of the highest levels, and now he's been doing tremendous things here at Wichita State. He's built such a great culture. His assistants have stuck around for the shortest tenured one is about a decade here. All that's impressive from an on-paper standpoint. But
Yeah.
For all the people watching and listening that don't know him personally or have never been in a practice or a training session with him, what makes him so good from someone that's been around him?
You know, Bolt's a unique guy. He's charismatic. He's positive. He's like insatiably positive. You cannot get the guy to say a negative thing. He believes in every athlete as they come in. He sees potential in every athlete. He told me I was going to be an All-American. We can see the results here from the men's. Well, that's the women's 3,000 meters. Winning that race. We'll get the times up here in a bit. But yeah, Bolt has just done a great job of building that culture. Now, he's not the most technical guy. He knows how to delegate to guys like Coach Wise, who is the numbers guy, who's the creative kind of genius around the training and everything like that. He's got Coach Hunter, who's a brilliant distance coach. Coach Bolt wouldn't be able to coach distance. Now, he'd encourage those athletes, but he's not a technical guy. He is the quintessential, if you want to compare it to business terms, he's a CEO. He's the GM of a baseball team. He knows how to recruit and how to encourage people in their specialties in their different areas. So as we get going on this 4x4 relay, it's going to be scored a little bit differently. So the unattached teams obviously won't score. These other teams that have multiple teams here in the first heat and the next heat, you're only going to take one team to score in those meets. So OBU will only score one team most likely in the second heat. But this is one of my favorite events on the track just because there's a more of a team-based mindset. There's the baton. There's the anxiety of getting around and winning the pole. You got Rebecca Topham here in lane 2, the distance runner, running a 400-meter race. What Bolt encourages is everybody run the 4x4 at the end of the race. He just thinks it's a brilliant team event.
So that was Rebecca Topham, correct?
Yes.
In lane 2. Why was she not on the blocks, whereas the rest of the runners
Well,
were?
she's a distance runner, so she's
it's
probably never
uncomfortable.
been in blocks in her life.
What are these things?
And wouldn't know how to get out. You know, she's probably been out of them a few times, but her idea is not power. Her idea is just to generate speed and strength and stamina. And she's doing great here in second place, here behind the women of OBU. We also have, looks like, another Wichita State team and Emporia
Sydney
State.
Wilson was the one that started that team. So it's Sydney Wilson and Rebecca Topham both on the track right now to start this race. And this is one of everyone loves this race because of the team aspect and the baton pass, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
When Olympics come around, this is one of the favorites, as it is, in swimming, the relay is one of everyone's favorites because of that team aspect. And to watch Wichita State with two teams out here is an absolute blast right now.
It's typically the last race in a meet. It is in the Olympics. It is in high school. And that creates it feels like all of the events are building to that one. And not that the entire meet will be decided, but you look at like the former Olympic competitions, you see the U.S. in there, you see most recently like South Africa with the world record holder, Barbados, I believe, Bahamas have been in there, Jamaica's always in there. It's just a fun race, and there's a lot of things that can go wrong because it's longer. It's not the 4x1 where it's really dependent on the handoffs and the start and everything. But it is about strategy, and especially indoor, it's 8 laps. So each person's running 2 laps. You got to figure out who's going to hand off in the zone. And one of my favorite parts is just the stagger of the handoff. So you have a 20-meter zone that you got to hand off the baton in. Now, you can do that a number of ways. You can take that at the beginning of the zone if you're the next athlete to go, and you're going to run probably a little over 400 meters. Now, you could also stagger it a little bit and accept that about 10 meters in. Say you have a second leg who's faster than everybody, and we want to add a few more meters to her run to allow a faster time overall, and we let the next gal run 390 meters because she's got maybe not as good stamina, but she's got great speed. And so there's a lot of things that you can do with it. Not that everyone thinks about those things, but within the 20-meter zone, especially towards the end of the race. And you see it a lot in high school and inexperienced teams. But the baton handoff is real. You see guys jumping over each other. You see people finishing the race.
It's
and
no easy feat.
No, not at all. And you see people finishing the race and just wandering in lane one. They don't. they forgot that the race is going on. They're the second or third lane. Oh yeah. I just handed off. There's probably people behind me. So I like seeing athletes compete as a team, and really put forth a good effort.
And you hear, you can, if you listen right now to the background, you'll hear most of the cheering that you've ever heard throughout the race, because teammates are all watching, fans are watching, and everyone's kind of got a little bit riding on this race. Whereas the other ones, they're much shorter, and some of the longer ones, there's not a lot of cheering going on in between, because there's not a lot to be cheered about. But that baton pass always brings a lot of excitement out from all the fans and the spectators.
Well, and the coaching staff here at Wichita State, and I think a lot of coaching staff too, not to discount other programs, but a lot of the events are done, and they encourage their athletes to stick around and cheer on the other athletes, because it is the last event. Now we'll be followed up with the 4x8 after this, which is not an official D1 event, but a lot of athletes are now done. They're finished with their event. They're going to cheer on their other teammates, which I think is a blast. It's really fun to see. I've been a part of teams at a conference meet where the meet winner was going to be decided by the 4x4. So you can imagine the volume that comes from the it's a blast.
Gosh.
It's so much fun. I mean, we've been on the winning end of some of those races. We've been on the losing end of those races, but that's really where the team aspect comes into play a lot, not only in the scoring in the event of the 4x4, but just everybody cheering together and cheering on one person, and that's fun to see. So.
All right, so that concludes the 4x4 Section 1. Now we have Section 2 coming up. Well, friends, we'll have an unattached Wichita State team, Oklahoma Baptist, and Emporia State team competing this as well. And if you're curious, the Shocker Prelude record was set in 2011 by your Wichita State, 3 minutes 48.91. And then the Heskett record was set by Kansas that last year, 3:45.07. So was that part of the triangular? I would assume that the Kansas team, when Kansas State, and Shockers all competed here last year.
Yes, when they did, yeah. Kansas always has a great sprinting team, and especially on the women's side, there's some legendary professional women who have come out of there, and I've seen and seen at the Kansas Relays and at the Triangular as well.
Let's touch on these women's team scores here. OBU leading the pack quite handily at this point, 131.5, and just ahead of Friends by 10.5 points. 10.5, 11.5, carry the one, Will. 120 points to them, and the Shockers now have 82 points here on the men's side. Wichita State up by 10 points. They made up some ground after after OBU had quite a few runners in some of the other races where Wichita State had 0, but right now Wichita State on top by 10 points over OBU. Emporia State with 70, Friends 60, Butler Community College 25. Then you see Ottawa University in Fort Hays State in 6th and 7th place as we start our Section 2 of the 4x4 relay here on the women's side. This is 2 of 2, by the way.
So we have the unattached team from Wichita State, and they are the A team in this relay. And I suspect we'll put forth a good effort. Our seed time is quite a bit slower than Oklahoma Baptist. Oklahoma Baptist bringing a strong team. Wichita State acknowledging the triangulars on Saturday. We have an unattached team, so it honestly, it doesn't even really matter how we do it. It is as Bolt would say, a glorified training exercise. So,
yeah, and there's also a sense of accountability in this race because others are relying on you. When you're running your sprint, now of course those scores go towards the team, but in this one, there are people that are relying on you immediately within the same race with that baton pass, and whether you getting there first and beating the other schools to that first baton, a second baton, a third baton pass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's a motivator, can be. Some athletes, I don't think many athletes crumble under that type of pressure, but I think it's fun to see.
I think it certainly adds to that, just that competitive spirit.
Well, and when you're the third and the fourth leg in these races and you've seen the entire race play out, and you know that, hey, maybe we're in second, and it's all riding on me. And I've got to put forth
And if
a
you
good
see
effort.
your teammate do a good job, you want to do your part to not let her effort go to waste.
Exactly.
Or you want to pick up your teammate. If something happened to your teammate, you don't want her effort to be the reason you lost. You want to pick her up, and you want to finish a little bit higher because of your effort. And you're also standing on the side of the track with the girl that you're going to go up against for the first 4, 5, 6 laps, and then you step in the box and you're ready to go against her. So you want to beat her in that way as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can see OBU out with a commanding lead, but a great move here by the second leg from Wichita State, unattached athlete. Probably one of the faster legs here that we'll see. Let's see if we can build on that. We have, this is Jasmine. We saw her earlier in the, or Yasmin, we saw her earlier in the 600 meter. Remember, she was the sprinter turned cross country turned now sprinter and 600 meter runner. She kind of does it all.
It looks like she took the lead a little bit on the back stretch there, despite it looked like they had some issues with the handoff, but all was good and well as it did not hit the ground.
Yeah, she. We'll see if she hold on. She has the stamina. She's already run the 600 though today, and I don't know this OBU athlete behind her, these other athletes, how gassed they are. It looks like, the thrill of the chase caught on, and we've taken the lead. Now she's holding her off on the backstretch. She's in a good position.
Pushing her off a little bit here.
She's in a great position, and if she can hold on to that and throw her arms forward and just think about the next athlete in the race, that's going to be the thing.
And she certainly did her job. She came in trailing, and then she leaves with the lead. So now this is your final lap here, the 4x4.
Daisha Bullocks, who we interviewed before, a fantastic athlete, a younger athlete. She's got great form, a little wasted motion some in the 400 meter, but she is relaxing right now. I think if you look at the OBU athletes, they're trying to catch up, they're trying to take the lead. I think that's
just did.
A bit too soon. We'll watch Daisha and see how she holds on to it.
She looks a lot calmer.
She is, and she can't get boxed in by this Friends athlete who might try to make a move on her outside. That can really kill your race, even if you have energy. If you can't move, there's no way that you can win the race. So
where do you see Daisha making her move if she is to make one?
She needs to do it now with the couple steps, and she is. She's going right now.
Here she comes.
So we'll see if OBU holds on to it.
You can see her turn it on, and then it's dust. It's all dust from there.
A great run from Daisha
That is
Bullocks.
about as well executed of a race as you'll see.
I think you see more maturity even in that race, even in the last couple hours, from how she ran the 400 to how she ran the 4x4. That was a different mindset that she had, and maybe it's the team mindset that you talked about. Could be that. It could be, she made a mistake earlier and the coaches talked to her and refined some things. And so great run there by the Wichita State unattached team.
Here's another look at that. Hopefully it's the finish here that we'll be able to see her, because she was passed on her second to final lap, and here's her making her move. And you can see she's much calmer, and she just looks in charge, frankly.
Yeah, she's about breathing through her nose. Which just shows some relaxation. She's got her head bobbling a little bit. She's definitely driving her arms, though, and that's what you got to do at the end of the race. So that's a great run from Daisha Bullocks.
All right, that concludes the 4x4 meter relay on the women's side. Coming up, we are going to have the men here. We have 2 sections for them as well. That'll get underway, well, as soon as possible. It's supposed to start at 6:55. We're only running 3 minutes behind, and frankly, for a track meet, that's excellent. So in between now and then, I'd just like to let you know, closed captioning provided on behalf of the Orpheum Theater, Wichita's nonprofit center for performing arts, concert, films, and more. For show information, do yourself a favor, hit up WichitaOrpheum.com. Thank you, Orpheum Theater, once again, for helping out with today's production costs, and also production support for the Shocker Prelude is provided in part by the Conestoga Energy Partners in Liberal, Kansas. Thank you for your support. And finally, we would all like to thank Larry and Susie Conrad from Ashland, Kansas, for production support of the Shocker Prelude. Thank you again, Larry and Susie, for your support of Shocker Track and Field over the years. I think today's been a tremendous success so far. Everything stayed on time, which can always get frustrating for fans and for spectators, because they show up at a particular time expecting a particular event. So all the officials have done a great job keeping everything up to date and up to speed so far. We're about to get the men's
4x4 meter relay. There are 2 sections in here. We'll have an unattached Wichita State C team, unattached Wichita State B team, an OBU C, an Emporia State B, and OBU B in this race. So if you're a Wichita State fan, you'll be looking at lanes 2 and 3. Those are the shocker lanes. And then the women's won with a time of 3:57.81 in the 4x4 relay. That was the unattached Wichita State A team that won that. OBU came in at second with their A team. And for the men's relay here, you have Colin Richenberger and Davis Dubert in the A team. For the B team, you have Ethan Kosover and Grant Downs competing for the Shockers.
So you'll notice in a couple of these, you just got 2 or 3 runners. Teams are stopping at 8 laps versus 16 laps. You got runners who aren't doing the entire race. Well, that goes back to the glorified training exercise. So a lot of people get confused, my parents in particular as well, when they say, well, why'd you stop after 3 legs? Well, we didn't have a 4th leg because we gotta get an A team and a B team and well, why'd you have two teams with 2 legs? Well, we wanted them to compete against each other versus not run all 4 on one team. And so, again, it's a fun race. It's a good training exercise. It does encourage some team competitiveness. We have a drop baton from the team from OBU.
And there you go. There's a perfect example of it's not as easy as it looks. You got 2 heads that are bouncing up and down, not necessarily on the same plane at the same time, trying to make that handoff. So OBU, the first fumble of the day, but they've recovered and they're back in the race.
We'll see if that tanked any sort of energy. It looks like they'll probably be disqualified. It's not. If it gets knocked out of your hands, you probably can go back and pick it up and be fine. This is a distance runner here for Wichita State who's overtaken the lead. I think we saw him.
He just had a nice little cutoff. He completely
Ethan
cut the
Kosover.
OBU. He got the OBU runner up completely off. He had to change his stride on the turn 1 here.
That's a great run from a distance runner. It's really fun to see. I ran, one of the record holders in this meet, Jake Wyke, was a teammate of mine. He was on some 4x4 teams. He was a brilliant 3K, 5K, 10K guy, cross-country runner. He could run a 49-second 400-meter. And it was fun to run with guys like that who you wouldn't expect to put down. I mean, he'd run faster than me in a lot of meets. And so it's just interesting to see that. So Ethan, great run from him, great run from the Shockers, both attached and unattached.
We're now 2 minutes and 18 seconds into this men's 4x4 meter relay. We do have another section coming up in this one. We will have one Wichita State team in the next section, if you stick around for that, which I recommend you do.
So Coach Bolt came out of KU, Coach Summit KU, trained out in I believe, Santa Barbara in the decathlon, did some post-collegiate competitions.
And OBU is the only team right now that still has a runner, in case you're wondering
Yes.
what's going on, guys. The OBU is the only one that has 4 runners in this particular race. That's why. But continue, Cooper. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to let everyone
Well,
know
and
why.
then he mentioned Kent State. He was a coach at Kent State, which is where he coached John Wise, who is his sprints and hurdles coach. He coached John Hetzendorf there, recruited him here to Wichita. That's where he got some of his coaching staff. He was also at Nebraska at one point in time. And if you've ever been to Nebraska, they have a very, very great, historically great program, Olympic level runners, but their facility is fantastic. They have a track that is raised on the curves, so you'll see at nationals indoors at pretty much every level, you'll notice a banked track versus in here you see we just have the curves. It's flat. It burns your ankles. It's burning your knees. You're wasting energy trying to fight to stay within your lane. On a bank track, it's a little bit different. It's like you're running uphill when you run into a curve, and then you're trying not to fall and miss your step when you're running downhill off of the curve. But that'll take off some time from runners, and people don't realize that as much. Nebraska was one of those places where you can run nationals, obviously, down at Arkansas. I'd seen that, and it's an interesting deal. You go to Iowa State and they have a 300-meter indoor track, and so the curves aren't as bad, and you can compete really, really well up there. And so a lot of athletes go to places like that to get good official times because it's harder in places like this. You go up to KU, I think they have I know they're 10 meters off, so they either have a 210-meter track or a 190-meter indoor track, and so you have to figure out some type of conversion, and it's just odd. So competing on a bank track, which I think they will compete at Nebraska this year, it's usually one of the first couple meets at the Hutzker Invitational.
And how difficult is that? Because if you play basketball, every court's the same, every goal's the same height. You play football, everything's 100 yards, and everything's the same. And track and field, and baseball's the same kind of way. Not every stadium is the same, but the bases are 90 feet apart. You're competing all these different areas and different lanes and different curves and different all of it. How difficult is that?
It's really hard to compare those other sports with the sport of track and field. The sport of track and field is so, I would say, so individualized. Now we look at a team event, and this is the final heat of the men's 4x4.
And this one you have for Wichita State, the A team, Adam Gauzy, Isaac Poe, Jace Kopic will be the fourth runner, and then right before him, Adam Mudge. They're in lane 2 for all the Shocker fans that want to watch. Lane 2 is Wichita State's A team, and lane 1, Butler Community College, just one runner for their B team. In lane 3, you have Friends with all 4 runners, Jacob Clark, Gabe Kuhn, Levante Minnis, and Isaac Clark. In lane 4, Oklahoma Baptist, Savon Milton, Dakota Capel, Clayton Honeycutt, and Shavante Knowles. In this music, all right. It's a danger zone. This is magnificent, picking things up here in the last 30 minutes of tonight's show. Emporia State in lane 5, Wyatt Sander, Brandon Roan, Tanner Haynes, and Kyle Evans. And then finally in lane 6, you have Butler Community College with another team in here. All 4 runners competing: Kalen Ragsdale, Travis Collins, Jameel Austin, and Ronaldo Griffith.
It's a
What took so long to get the music on?
I don't know. The danger zone is helping the guys, and
it's helping me.
Yeah.
We're on hour 5 here.
So you see, this is going to be a good run by Butler. I don't think Wichita State's going to hold on to this lead. Isaac Poe out in front. He's a great 400-meter hurdler. He's gonna.
They look faster.
He's gonna throw. Yeah, that's the danger zone is what helps, man. Yeah, Isaac Poe's going to put forth a good effort, but I think you're going to see Butler overtake them. It's just Butler's got a solid team. This is their A team. Wichita State, we don't have every best athlete out there. But
right now, the Shockers in the lead at this moment.
I see. Keep your eye on Adam Mudge. He's this third. This will be his first 4x4 of his career. He's the third leg. He's a freshman. He ran the hurdles earlier. He hasn't run in between now and then, so he's a little bit cold. Let's see how his inexperience plays. So I hope he runs scared. That's kind of what you want to see. And maybe he tries to attempt to.
He's got lights on his shoes. I don't see why he couldn't win it.
The highway to the danger zone.
The LA Gears. I don't know if those are LA Gears or not, but that's what they were when I wore them 25 years ago.
It looks like he's gotten out well. Now what's hard is he doesn't know how close that guy is behind him. Adam is not near as experienced. He's not as relaxed as the Butler. I think Adam will hold on to this lead, so let's see what the fourth leg can do.
And the fourth leg will be Jace Kopic will be your fourth leg here for Wichita State. They started in lane 2 here. And here we come for the final baton pass, and he's certainly given up a lot of distance since we saw him last, but he's still going to maintain the lead just by not as much. And Wichita State is the first team to complete the last baton pass here in the 4x4 relay.
This is probably the best position they can be in against a team like Butler.
And you can see he's about to be passed.
Absolutely.
Just like that.
Yeah, and
holy smokes.
I doubt that we're going to see Wichita State come back.
Yeah, that Butler runner, Ronaldo Griffith, turned the jets on, and right now he seems to be in control. But you got to give credit where credit is due, and Jace Kopic is right on his tail. He's not letting up, so he's very much in this race on the back turn. He's making up a little bit of room right now.
And he's probably kicking too soon. Jace is this Butler. Well, it looks like Butler's
and now he's just taking
up a
Jace.
Jace has just taken the lead.
what a
Wichita
great
State
run.
is in
What
the
a
lead
great
down the
run.
stretch, and he absolutely dusts him, does the Shockers. That is a tremendous run by the Wichita State 4x4 relay team. Adam Gauzy, Isaac Poe, Adam Mudge, and Jace Kopic come out on top despite the experience from Butler Community College in that race. You did not see that coming.
I didn't expect to see that. But again, we talked about seed times being misleading. Butler's in here 6 seconds ahead of everybody, so it's based off of, probably last year.
That was a tremendous race from Wichita State. I don't know if it was the music or the finish, but God, combine them, and
the
you've got
secret
something
weapon.
that we need. This needs to go worldwide.
You see the fourth leg here from Butler just locking up. He's gritting his teeth. He's getting tense in his chest. And Jace Kopic, not that he's not doing the same, and he is getting tenser, but he ran the race well. He got out. He was in the lead. He relaxed. He didn't freak out when he was overtaken. And that's the problem that you have if you're inexperienced. And Jace has run a few of these races. He's fine in this race. But if you're inexperienced, you start freaking out. You want to hold off the guy. And then you lock up when they lock up. And then it's just kind of a desperation attempt to get to the finish before
Griffith was breathing hard going into his final lap. And then he put it all on when he first got the baton. And in order to pass Wichita State, and on his second turn, he passed Jace Kopic quite handily, but it was obvious he ran out of energy and juices. He was breathing through his mouth a little bit too soon, and Ronaldo Griffith was just not able to hold on for Butler. Still a nice run by them, but excellent by Wichita State.
And not to take anything away from the runners in that race. They
I'll
did
take
a
it
great
all
job.
away from them. Take
but
everything away.
you talk about coaching some, and there's a strategy to who you put where. And with Isaac Poe and his experience, yes, you want Jace. Jace probably the fastest of those guys. He does have experience. But Isaac Poe, senior, experience in the 400, the 400-meter hurdles. You put a guy like that at second leg. Second leg is one of the hardest races, the hardest legs to run in that race. And giving a substantial lead to them set up Adam Mudge really, really well. So the order of the athletes, whether it was their decision or the coach's decision, which I believe it was the latter, was a great relay.
Yeah, right now you're watching the women's 4x800 relay. In lane 1, we had Oklahoma Baptist starting, and then Friends in lane 2. For Friends, you have Krista Follett running, Samantha Malilo, Miranda Tenov, and Kara Zerherdis. And also, that's Friends Team A. For Team B, you have Bethany Vanata, Nicole Ballard, Peyton Reeves, and Kayla Adden, all running for Wichita, or for Friends, excuse me, not Wichita State. Wichita State does not have any athletes competing in this race or the next one for Section 2.
And this isn't an official D1 competed race, so it makes a lot of sense. It's hard to field a whole entire team of 800-meter runners who haven't already run the 3K or the 800 or the 600. And so this is a fun race for the other teams to prepare for their season, to see their depth, and to see how they can compete in that event, whether it's NAIA or in their conference meets at the D2 level as well.
All right, we're now joined by Wichita State track and field coach John Wise. John, what have you seen today? You joined us about 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Here we are at 7:15.
It's been a quick 5 hour.
Yeah.
Little,
I've had Cooper here holding my
bit of
hand
fun.
through this, so we've been all good. He got a little handsy at the 3 o'clock hour, but we've managed and we've survived. What have you seen from your athletes? Anything stand out in particular?
Well, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, if you've been looking at the team score, but our men are in an unbelievably close battle to win the meet. But we don't have a 4x8.
We don't have a 4x8
So
at
it's going
all.
to come down to.
So why don't you
Oklahoma
get out
Baptist.
there and just run the 4x8?
We need to recruit a couple athletes real quick. We got about 5 minutes to get them ready. So the team scores, we weren't trying to enter the meet to win the meet on the men, but I think that shows you, we've got a lot of men that aren't competing and a lot of young guys. I think it just shows you how powerful and deep our men's team is when we can have a group like this that is basically working on some events here and there, and some of these other teams have entered this meet in a lot of events trying to do well in the team scoring. So that's, I think, the first thing I look at. The score does tell us something, is that our men's team had a great meet. On the women's side, I think there's a lot of really good performances. I'm assuming you probably saw a lot of girls running unattached with Wichita State in those results that did really well, won some events, and even I know Rebecca Topham broke a meet record in there, and so that's to be commended. And our girls that are in uniform did really well too. And so I think it's been a lot of good stuff. Not everything great. There's definitely some things, not just in terms of maybe a bad performance, but maybe some technical things to work on, or maybe some frustrations early in the year that you got to work through as an athlete when you haven't competed for a year or 6 months, basically. So you see a lot of those, and I look at those as opportunities to coach. Those are anytime there's something like that, I always tell the athlete, if there's a negative thing, we can learn from it, and so that we don't have it happen again. And always when it's going great, there's not much to say. Hey, great job, on to the next thing. So I don't mind early in the season having those teaching moments and coaching moments.
Better to have them now than
exactly.
Than
yeah, we've
on,
had a
that's
few of
for
those.
certain.
We've definitely had a few of those today, and that's okay. You're gonna have that. It's just impossible in the first meet of the year like this to ace it all the way through.
Deja Young, one of the most popular athletes here on campus, she came up not lame, but pulled up in one of her races. What happened there? We weren't able
Yeah,
to
so
really
she, won her preliminary race and was looking good heading in the final. She did not get a particularly good start. She stumbled a little bit.
Cooper called it.
And she kind of lost her momentum. And when she lost her momentum, she got a little bit frustrated and just kind of backed off a bit. That was a coaching moment, because no matter what happens, you got to run hard to the finish line. It didn't hurt us in a meet like this, but it's the same thing we talked about. It's lessons for down the road, and we talked about it, and she understood and she knew, and I don't think she'll do that again. But she's a good athlete. She's going to run on Saturday, so she'll have a opportunity really, really quickly to come back and redeem herself in the 60 and the 200 on Saturday at Manhattan.
We had Coach Steve Rainbold up here earlier. He seemed positively influenced by what he's seen, particularly from the men's side as well. The 4x4 that we just watched on the men's side that you guys won.
That was fun.
Did you expect that?
Well, right before the race, I went over to our marketing person. I said, let's crank up some music for this.
Yeah, why so late?
And we thought, it's kind of a tradition towards the end of the meet in the 4x4.
Gosh, it got me going.
If we do it the whole meet, it kind of drowns out by the end of the 4x4 is kind of a fun way to end the meet. And there's 3 guys on that team that aren't going to run Saturday, so they're not in our top 26. So if you can imagine, those are kind of B guys, I guess you would call them. Now, Isaac Poe is a really good 400 hurdler. He ran on that. But he just doesn't have an indoor event that's one of our top 26 right now. So our leadoff guy, he's going to run on Saturday. But other than that, that's some guys that, are not all of our top athletes. So that's exciting. And they didn't run a super fast time, but they competed well. We had a couple freshmen in there as their first 4x4. So that was fun. Same as with the girls. In the race before that ran unattached. There were some young girls that ran in that. And for just to kind of throw together some girls with a red shirt and then win a 4x4, that's always a pretty impressive feat.
And go ahead, Cooper.
Sorry, you mentioned the freshmen, though. What do you tell a freshman at their first collegiate meet after they run a race? Maybe it's not such a great result, but it's hard to compare with high school and those things. What are you telling them?
To be patient, and that this is part of the process. We talk early in the year that freshman year is going to have a lot of ups and downs, and you're going to be learning. You're going to go backward a little bit. There's going to be some times where you go backwards, and we got to make sure, what did we not do well? We film every race. We got some great footage obviously here, but we film every race. We go back and we analyze it, and we just want to make sure that doesn't happen again. And we'll watch it as soon as tomorrow and start talking about those things. And mostly with freshmen, it's just keeping their their mindset consistent and not too up and down and emotional. And for some of them, this is the biggest meet they've ever run in. And Cooper, as a former athlete, by the time you're a senior, this is just another old meet. But for a freshman, first time under the lights in the uniform, it's kind of a big deal. Kind of like a preseason basketball game. Some guys are intimidated by the crowd at Koch Arena. Sometimes you're intimidated by just the sense of, this is my first time running a college meet, and they're a little too emotional, a little too hyped up. And we'll get right back at it, whether it's Saturday or next week going to the Air Force Academy, and for those athletes to kind of start working on that emotional side. Track and field is very mental. There's so many ups and downs, and we're always constantly preaching being consistent in the mentality.
John Wise joining us here from Wichita State's track and field coaching staff. What have you seen from the men's side, or I guess from the women's side? So many unattached athletes are running, but we saw a lot of those names at the top of the leaderboard as well. It's got to be encouraging to see girls that aren't really participating, yet they're winning.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind the competition. So we are competing against some Division II schools, some NAIA schools. So we expect that we're going to win a lot of those events and dominate some of those events. Our standard is pretty high. We're trying to build a team to win the American Conference Championship. And on our women, like I'm sure Coach Rainbolt has talked about with you guys, we're building that team right now. We think as soon as next year our women are going to, there's a lot of these women that are running unattached today. They're going to compete and score well to help us hopefully win a championship next year. This year, they're real young, and we still have a little ways to go. So, but yeah, I think we're impressed. When you're unattached or you're redshirting, sometimes there's a sense of, maybe it's not as important, or maybe the focus isn't there. But I've been impressed with the ladies, especially today, and we got that group together yesterday and talked about that and made sure that we are, we're gonna focus hard. The expectation is just as high if you have a uniform on or not. And I think the ladies did a really good job. The 4x4 is an example of when you're just trying to put some girls together to run a 4x4 at the end of the meet, and they end up running it spirited and winning the race, coming from behind, and that was Daisha in the open 400. Wasn't able to get the girl at the finish. But in this one, she went a little bit earlier. She learned from it and passed the girl to win the race. So yeah, and then there were some guys, that ran unattached. A lot of multi guys that Coach Rainbolt's working on for the future, and a lot of really good stuff. But our men just, a lot of guys in uniform ran well. We scored 130-some points in this meet. That's pretty good for the group that we had competing today. It's exciting. It's fun to be at home. We had a nice crowd, and I think that it's a good way to start our year. And we're excited for Saturday to go to Manhattan and to go to battle against the Jayhawks and the Wildcats and a little interstate rivalry action.
So it's probably too early in the season to tell, but how do you feel like you will fare indoor versus outdoor?
We generally feel like we have a better outdoor team. You saw a couple guys in the 200, Austin Corley and Isaac Poe, they're 400 hurdlers. They're running something a little bit different, some speed work today. And if you saw, Austin Corley won the event. First ever time around the tournament, he wins the event overall, beating some really good sprinters that we had. And so those are guys that indoor, the events aren't really their style. They're 400 hurdlers. There's no 400 hurdle indoor event. That would be a wild event. That would be an event you would have probably done back in the day.
They've done it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not a conference event, and so 60 hurdles is a little short for those guys. So we know with the 400 hurdles and with the javelin is a big event for Wichita State. And the tradition of Kansas high school javelin throwing, we've got a lot of great javelin throwers, and Coach Hetzendorf is a terrific coach. We know those two events are going to pile up some points for us that we just don't have indoor. So if we can get close indoor, if we can battle for a title, if we can be within shouting distance indoor, we know outdoor, we have that head start almost and on the rest of the teams that we've done well in the Missouri Valley that way, and the American, I think we're going to dominate those events just as well.
How big is it for a freshman? You mentioned this is their first time. The bright lights, the crowd, competing against a higher level of competition. They're the best at what they did at the high school level here. They're not necessarily going to be the best. Heck, they might be one of the worst out here on their first meet. How big is it for them that they get out here and they get that experience, but some of them that win? What that does for their confidence going forward.
Yeah, it's a huge confidence booster. I can remember I was a pretty good high school athlete, and I went to a small school, so I won lots of races. And I went my whole entire college career and won one race. and I had some I ran way faster than I did in high school, but I just was running against better competition. And it's hard to, put that in perspective. You want to win. You're competitive. You want to win races. And you might run a personal best or close to your personal best and get last place or not make the finals or something like that. And that's where a coach's job is to come in and understand that and say, what did you run this time last year in your first meet of the year? And some of the high school kids didn't run anything. They were playing basketball or they were, not even competing in that time of the year. So it's, our job to educate them, to put a positive spin on it. And if they didn't do well, hey, this is kind of maybe a slap in the face we got some work to do. And maybe they're coming off an injury or whatever. The winter training was tough to train out in the snow and the ice, and days like today that are outside. And so either way, there's something we can gain from it. We learn from it, be positive. But gaining confidence is a really important thing. Saturday, for some of those athletes, it'll be if they don't run well, if they're not ready and don't run well, it'll be a rough meet because there's some really high-level competition with KU and K-State. And then on into next week with Air Force is another terrific meet out the Air Force Academy with Brigham Young and Colorado State.
Wow.
So we're going to be heading. Those are all really good track and field programs, and there's going to be some downs, and we've got to make sure we're there to pick them up. Nebraska is a meet that we've gone to traditionally. Next week we're going to Air Force, and it leads the year in tears. I would say, because that's the early in the season. We go up there, we get thumped a little bit, and they're just not expecting that. And that's where we come in, and we're like, okay, this is where we're at. We got to get ready Monday for practice and not let this happen again. So we're not going to Nebraska this year. Absolutely. I did get a minor in psychology in college, and thank goodness that I did.
Jeez.
You got a lot of people who could be great patients. If
Yes.
you went.
Yeah.
So
If the coaching thing doesn't work out, I have no problem moving right over.
So talk about Saturday. Less about the women. I know we have 26 and 26. More about the men's side. We've talked about how we might compete in the conference, but how do you guys measure up specifically with KU, K-State?
Yeah, we've had really close meets with KU and K-State in recent years. 4 years ago when we went there for this meet, it's gone around the 3 schools, and now it's back to K-State. We lost by 1 point on the men to K-State, and KU was third. And then the next year, KU was first, and we were second, and K-State was third. And so, we've been real close. Our men have been real close battling those schools. I think we have teams that can match up with them. We have strengths. They have strengths. In a meet like that, every point counts. There's only 6 places to score, but there's only 3 teams, so all the points are really close and jostle around. So that'll be, I think, exciting for our men. I think we can win the meet if we have a good meet. And we've got. You saw some terrific performances today, but we've got some superstars that weren't out here today, and they're out here going, man, I kind of wish I'd have done something today. But we're like, that's all right. Save it for Saturday. That's where we're really going to need it. You guys have guys like Hunter Veith walking around, who's one of the best athletes in the nation. Jared Bellardo, who was the best freshman in the nation a couple years ago, and then a guy who might be as good as him, Rayvon Allen, getting ready to debut on Saturday too. And not to mention some distance runners that didn't run and some sprinters. So it's going to be really exciting. We don't go up there and feel inferior at any moment. We walk in there thinking we're going to win this meet, and I think that's how our men feel. They've won 4 conference championships in a row, so they're full of confidence. Right. They're walking up there and walking into that arena, Ahern Arena, where they used to play basketball back in the day. It's an old historic arena that's built in 100 years ago, and they think the bathrooms look like a little junior high bathroom kind of a deal, and just kind of a fun environment for a track meet. So I know our guys are going to be ready. They're excited, and this was a good way for some of them to do something today, mostly the young kids, so they can have a little confidence heading into Saturday.
Is there a confidence factor? You see on their jerseys they have the A on their back versus the Valley. Is there any sort of mindset that kind of affects, like, hey, I'm competing in the American now that's now seen in Philadelphia and Tulsa and down in Houston and some big cities versus, no disrespect to Terre Haute, but you're in some very large cities now.
I think there's a little bit of that. I'm not sure as much as there will be once we go to a couple of those conference championships or maybe travel to a couple of those cities. We're going to Cincinnati in the outdoor season, and that's where we'll have a championship meet. So I think right now the focus is more on us and not about that yet because it's such an unknown. It's really strange for some of our upperclassmen who's been in a certain conference for so long, and now they're totally changing our conversation every week is about. I misspoke earlier. Coach Rainbolt every week says the Missouri Valley instead of the American. It's just we're still adjusting to it.
Right.
And so I think there's some of that. Our department, I think, has gotten a little bit of pride out of that. And so I think watching our basketball team or our volleyball team do so well in the fall has been good, that our kids have learned about that. We talk about it, and we're, I think more than feeling confident, it's just I think we're excited is probably a better word for our team.
I think there's some swagger that belongs with the two.
There can be, yeah.
I went to Northwestern. I know as a Big Ten guy, you carry. We weren't in the playoffs this year, and I had to hear about it from a bunch of people from a football standpoint. But you carry your pail around with whatever you have from a Big Ten or whether you're SEC, and I think the American brings that level of swagger to a lot of the athletes.
I think you're right, but you also have to understand this is track and field, and the mentality of track and field kids is a little more blue collar.
Yeah.
And you know, we talk about, you know, Coach Rainbolt makes this comment a lot. He goes, you know, we're televising this meet. This is awesome. You guys are doing a spectacular job. I've watched some of the footage actually on the infield. And it's great.
Well, don't stop there.
And you looked great, by the way. Not so much Cooper, but you know, luckily Will was here. But anyways, oh man, I just totally lost my train of thought.
Your thought. That's all right. You can you can stay on that track if you like.
Blue collar, thank you. And so we talk about the glory isn't in the ESPN highlight for us. The glory isn't always in the newspaper headline. The glory is in when you cross the finish line at the track meet, or when you throw the shot put, or you clear the bar in the pole vault. Like, that's the glory. And so those other things aren't as important. So it's all about being in the moment and being here. And I've seen some excitement here where kids are excited to win the race, or they made the high jump bar, and there's some fist pumping. And that's what we promote a lot. And I think in track and field, growing up, you know, you're kind of used to that kind of mentality that, you know, I'm here and my mom and dad saw me run, and that's going to get me excited, and that's all that matters right now, you know. And so the television and the social media and all that stuff isn't as important, I think, to our kids as some of the other, or isn't as big of a part of the equation. So I think there is swagger. I think our swagger comes from just being successful, and I do think if we go and win that conference, or we compete well in our conference, we'll definitely walk around with more of a swagger around town.
You mentioned you're going to Cincinnati for conference. Is that indoor or outdoor?
That's outdoor.
That's outdoor. Are you guys going to any other new locations this year, different meets to challenge yourselves?
The indoor conference meets in Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay.
That's not one of our conference schools, but there's an arena there that hosts the American Conference Championship every year. And so that'll be new. It'll be a bank track. We usually don't run on a bank track at our conference meet. Most tracks are like ours, are flat tracks. But the NCAA championships are on a bank track, so that'll be a little bit different. I'd say the conference championships. Other than that, our schedule is very similar. Indoor, we're gonna go to Air Force. We've been to Air Force a lot of times. We're gonna host a couple meets. We're gonna get ready for our last couple weeks of the season with Pitt State and Arkansas. We did that last year, and then head to the conference meet. Outdoor, very similar. We always mix it up a little bit, not because of our conference, but because we want to go to different places.
Yeah.
We've gone to Oregon in the past. We've gone to, in California or Texas, relays, or something like Texas Tech we went to last year. We're going to do that again. And just to mix it up a little bit to give the kids a little different experience. And so, but the conference meets are really the only changes I see as our schedule. But those are they're the two most significant meets as a team we have. So that will make it feel different. We're going to be flying to those meets instead of piling on a bus, so even that'll be a different
It's going to be nice as an athlete to fly versus bus.
Well, does that limit your roster you can take then, the flights versus the bus trips?
It'll limit we usually take a large group of supporters. We try to, but when we fly, we won't be able to do that like we do on a bus. We want to
athlete supporters.
Correct. We kind of treat those. There's a limited roster for the championship meet at the conference, and so we kind of treat that like a bowl game, where some of the other athletes, maybe some of the freshmen that have never been to a conference championship, they can go see it, and so they're going to be contributors in the future, and then they're hopefully going to be ready to at least have a little bit of sense of what that championship atmosphere is like, and so. As we're finishing up the meet, it looks like behind us.
I was about to say, everyone's leaving.
Yeah,
guys, the show's not over. Sit down.
Well, I don't know who won that race. It looked like Emporia did, and if they did, that means
we need to check those final team scores for the men.
Won by 1 point.
I'm really curious as to see what the final men's team scores are.
That'll be magnificent if you guys are able to win. That didn't come in expecting,
no.
Or didn't come in exactly.
And we actually did. Us track nerds do even look at that stuff for a meet like this. Here's the team scores. Oh man, we ended up winning. So that's awesome. And so congratulations to our men. Yeah, we're gonna celebrate. We can't celebrate too much because we have practice tomorrow.
Right.
We got track meet Saturday.
What time's practice tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll be practicing in the afternoon up here tomorrow.
Exactly. So you can practice all you want. You can celebrate all you want. Here's the women's score. You have OBU on top, 151.5. The Shockers come in with 82 points. They were leading there for a while, but then it's just too many unattached athletes to tally points. But if you tally points, not that you do or you can, but if you tally the points of unattached athletes, I think Shockers would be right up there with anyone else.
And I'm really proud of Friends University. They got second there. They challenged for the win. That's a couple of Division II teams they battled with, and congratulations to Coach Cole Davis and for getting the runner-up spot. And they're going to be a great team to watch. If you're a fan of Wichita track and field, definitely don't forget about Friends University. They have some outstanding athletes out there.
There's some great track and field programs just in this general area. We talked about the triangular with K-State, KU, and then you guys, of course, but Friends and having some of these other schools with Butler here with their sprint team. They put on an unbelievable show today. All the athletes did.
Yeah, and the KT Woodman in April is a outdoor meet where almost everybody comes. There's like 40 colleges.
The KT Woodman?
KT Woodman.
Yeah, that is a huge one.
And, big high school meet. But the college meet is so competitive. Some of the heats in that are national level heats. You see guys running 10 flat and 100 and long jumping 26 feet and just ridiculous stuff. So all these junior colleges and NAIA schools and Division II schools, they all come to that meet, and it makes for a really terrific competition and a lot of fun for our athletes.
So all in all, I'd say today was a good day.
Yeah, very good day, and something to build on. And I think we came out healthy, which was another big part. I didn't see we had a couple kids not finish a race. I know one of mine didn't in the hurdles, but she was okay. She just got a little bit bumped. But other than that, I think we did come out healthy. You worry about early season sprinting things because they haven't sprinted much in the last few weeks, and you worry about a hamstring strain or something like that. But I'm pretty sure
coming off break too can't
absolutely
not be easy.
Yeah, finding a place to sprint is not easy if you don't have an indoor facility. You can sprint in a YMCA, but there's maybe not a track. So it's difficult. But I think that was a very positive to come out of this early season meet too.
I assume you would agree. Good day to be a shocker.
I think it was a great day to be a shocker. And
every day is a great day
job
to be a shocker,
today,
though,
Coach.
isn't it?
Don't forget, On Pace with Shocker Track and Field will be coming out soon. There'll be all the highlights of the meet, and I'll probably see some of you guys on there too.
Done.
So we appreciate you guys doing this. This was
it's
fantastic.
been a blast. It's been a great 5 hours. All right, but we're going to wrap it up now. For Cooper, John, I'm Will Kunkel, and Jenny Pinkston's out there somewhere talking to some more athletes. Thank you. You guys have a safe, pleasant, and blessed weekend. Good night.
Some competitive spirit